program will begin in 15 minutes with statements by the Secretary General of NATO, Stoltenberg, and the President of the European Commission, Boris. Please make your way into the main conference hall now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today's program will begin in 10 minutes. Please make your way into the main conference hall now.
Einmal aufklappen.
Medaille drauf. Gern so, dass es so ein bisschen schräger liegt und aufmachen.
Warte mal.
So ist gut, ja.
So.
Stell nichts jetzt hier so in die Mitte.
Ja, warte mal. Das rutscht raus.
Und ich mach das.
Mach das.
Yes.
Everyone should take a seat so we can begin the program on time.
Nimmst du's? Danke.
Und tust du mir eingefallen, würdest du bitte ein Foto machen, wenn ich sogar anreiche an den WI, damit ich eins zur Erinnerung habe?
Mädel, ich kann dir das nicht versprechen. Gerade ist so viel los. Ich tut mir wirklich leid, ich versuch's, aber.
Alles klar.
Verstehst du's?
Ladies and gentlemen, the main program will begin momentarily. We kindly ask everyone to take their seats now so that we can begin the program on time. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask everyone to take their seats now. Please note, you won't be able to attend this session if you don't come to the main conference hall and take your seat now. Please note, once the session starts, the doors will close, and you won't be able to find a new place until the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to take your seats now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the second day of a very, very unusual Munich Security Conference. My team and I are extremely proud that we've been able to organize this physical event, which so many of you have wanted to participate in. And I want to thank all those, including the Bavarian authorities, who have allowed us, under very severe restrictions in terms of numbers. I apologize especially to the many journalists who would normally be in attendance here, in physical attendance. That, of course, was not possible. So, before I start with the program, let me make one remark. Under normal circumstances, we would be distributing in the hallways, etc., the so-called Security Times, a special edition of an English language newspaper produced by a good friend of the Munich Security Conference, Detlef Prinz. I just want to say that everybody who wants to read this can download it from our conference website, and we will seek to distribute some copies, some physical copies, at the end of the conference to those who wish to have one. Now, after a fantastic opening day of this conference yesterday, we have a very important sequence of panels and speakers ahead of us today. I'm really excited about this. We'll talk about the Middle East, the Indo-Pacific, and certainly, as you would say in German, als der rote Faden, the crisis. As Annalena Baerbock yesterday said, the Russian crisis, the Russian crisis. But first, it is my honor, my privilege, to start this day on a very extremely positive note by presenting the Munich Security's annual award, the Ewald von Kleist Award, named after the founder of the Munich Security Conference. This award honors personalities and or organizations which have made important contributions to international stability and security. Past recipients include Helmut Schmidt, John McCain, the United Nations, Henry Kissinger, and many others. Under normal circumstances, Minister President Söder would have hosted, I think he would have loved to host a grand dinner in his residence, in the midst of which we would have had the award ceremony. That is not possible under pandemic circumstances. So, like many other things, this year is different. And the moment for the award ceremony is right now here in the midst of our business meeting. I am privileged to present the 2022 Ewald von Kleist Award to a man who has been a physical pillar of stability for the transatlantic community and for the transatlantic relationship during troubling times, and he's always been a true friend and supporter of the Munich Security Conference. I'm speaking of Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO. Jens, my applause. Secretary Stoltenberg has served NATO with great distinction now for 8 years, and he is, I'd like to note, the second Secretary General of NATO to receive this award. I'd like to ask Javier Solana, who was the first recipient, to just get up and show that he's in the room. Mr. Secretary General, under your leadership, with your steady hand, you helped find compromise on so many issues and provided a basis for unity within the alliance. Under your leadership, NATO has not just weathered sometimes troubled waters, but it has consistently come out stronger, more united, better prepared for the immense challenge we're all facing today, this weekend actually, and for those challenges that are likely to confront us tomorrow. With your support, the Munich Security Conference has been among the small circle of partners of NATO invited and entrusted with hosting engagement formats in the margins of important NATO meetings such as NATO summits. And we're grateful to you for these opportunities. Now, I'd like to hand over the floor to Minister President Söder for his welcoming words, which will then be followed by laudatory remarks offered by the President of the Commission of the European Union, Ursula von der Leyen. Mr. Ministerpräsident, Herr Ministerpräsident, bitte schön.
Herr Stoltenberg,
Mr. Stoltenberg, Ms. von der Leyen, Mr. Ischinger, ladies and gentlemen, once again a warm welcome to Bavaria. We are very happy to be able to host you time and time again every year for almost 60 years now. This is a perfect starting point, and so I have to say why that is so good, because we're a secure, a safe country. We are the federal state with the lowest crime rate, the highest resolve rate, and I hope you feel safe and secure here in the federal state of Bavaria, despite the concerning troubling times. And secondly, we're such a good place, such a good fit, because we're a federal state in a country that has always been committed to NATO and to the friendship with the United States. I myself grew up next to a hospital, the largest hospital in southern Germany. It's a hospital run by the U.S. Armed Forces, and I grew up with American ice cream, American pizza, American burgers, and some say that you can still see that in me today. So there's always been a certain sense of proximity and friendship, and that is so important even today. And this friendship was not simply a political friendship, but also a personal friendship. We have close ties to the United States. There are partnerships, marriages even, over the centuries, the decades. And so the Free State of Bavaria, Bayern, is so committed to the United States and to its idea of freedom. And let me also say that we were very pleased to see that the new administration under President Biden decided that the soldiers, the troops, will remain in Bavaria. In Bavaria, we host the most important troop exercise spots in all of NATO, and so we're a perfect match here. And usually I would also say that the security conference covers a lot of topics. It's a kind of a speed dating event, if I may. So this is the big stage, but everything that's happening around us is so fascinating and interesting. But this time, several things fall into place. So it's just so fitting that this conference is a kind of an event where NATO is reassuring itself of itself. NATO has been disputed in recent years. Some NATO partners have said and discussed about whether NATO is still alive. Others question the value of NATO. But I think in these days, more than ever before, we feel what the actual idea behind NATO is. It's a community of values. It's just not a military pact. It's a community of values. And that was the idea of NATO right from the start. NATO's founding act, it's not just a pact like the Warsaw Pact, where NATO's got together, but no, it's a community of values. And this is what links us all to one another. And this is why NATO will remain so important. It gives us protection and strength, and it helps us be united. And so, Secretary General, it's just so fitting that you are being awarded with this award. It's a great award. Usually, I would present this to you as part of a huge dinner, but we can't do this right now. We would have been happy to serve you another type of food, but still, I'm happy to award you right now and right here. Mr. Ischinger, after some media debates, he has been doing a great job over all those years, and he did a great job of putting this conference together yet again. And so two heavyweights are leaving us, Mr. Ischinger and Mr. Stoltenberg. We are very happy that you are being awarded. You have been NATO's voice over the years. You kept us all together, and you've been a strong partner for freedom. And so congratulations on this award, and it is an honor for us to have the President of the Commission, Ms. von der Leyen, who I appreciate very much, who I've known for years. We have danced together, even. In the beginning, we had to figure out who was in the lead. That wasn't quite clear, but since we were in Bavaria, she let me lead the way. So I'm happy to have you here, and I'm happy that she's talking to us today. And so we're living in difficult times, but we can count on the messages we send. We're sending messages of courage and togetherness, not of fear. We know what we represent and stand for, and you do just that. Thank you for all your work that you've done, and congratulations on this award again. And we're proud, ladies and gentlemen, that you're all here. We want you to come back. The Security Conference is maybe the most important conference that we have for security and cooperation, and it's where NATO gets together, even outside the HQ. Congratulations and all the best.
Herr Ministerpräsident Söder,
Minister President Söder, dear Markus.
Take my seat, please. Yes, come on here. Secretary General, dear Jens, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the very reason that the Union, the European Union, was once created is that we wanted to put an end to all European wars. And thus, the world has been watching in disbelief as we face the largest buildup of troops on European soil since the darkest days of the Cold War. Because the events of these days could reshape the entire international order. Ukraine has just celebrated its 30 years of independence. There's an entire generation of Ukrainians born and bred in a free country. They are children of democracy. But now they are confronted on a daily basis with external aggression and interference. Some of them have lost relatives or classmates in the Donbas war. They are faced again with the prospect of conscription to fight a war that they don't want, but that Moscow might choose to impose on them. This is what the Kremlin's policies mean in practice. To instill fear and call it security demands, to deny 44 million Ukrainians from deciding freely about their own future, to deny a free country's right to independence and self-determination. And the consequences of this approach matter well beyond Ukraine. The Kremlin is not only trying to undermine the entire European security architecture, the Helsinki principles that have made all European countries safer, including Russia. It is also violating the UN Charter, which states that countries, and I cite, shall refrain from the threat and use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. End of citation. We cannot let this stand. We're facing a blatant attempt to rewrite the rules of the international order. One only has to read the recent communiqué issued by Russian and Chinese leaders. They seek a new era, as they say, to replace the existing international rules. They prefer the rule of the strongest to the rule of law, intimidation instead of self-determination, coercion instead of cooperation. We still hope that peace will prevail and that diplomacy will take us there. And allow me to address how Europe can support this work. First, we should be ready to respond. Our European Union, with our transatlantic partners, we have been preparing a robust package of financial and economic sanctions, including on energy and cutting-edge technology. If the Kremlin strikes, we can impose high costs and severe consequences on Moscow's economic interests. The Kremlin's dangerous thinking, which comes straight out of a dark past, may cost Russia a prosperous future. Second is diversification. A strong European Union cannot be so reliant on an energy supplier that threatens to start a war on our continent. Gazprom, a Russian state-owned company, is deliberately trying to store and deliver as little as possible. While prices and demand are skyrocketing, this is a very strange behavior for a company. We must diversify both our suppliers and our energy sources. And the work is already underway. We have reached out to our partners and friends across the globe, and today I can say that even in case of full disruption of gas supply from Russia, we are on the safe side for this winter. And in the medium and long term, we're doubling down on renewables. Sun, wind, hydropower, green hydrogen. This will increase Europe's strategic independence for energy. My third point is supporting democracy in Ukraine. For 7 years now, the Russian leadership has tried to destabilize Ukraine. Hybrid war, cyber attacks, disinformation, you name it. Yet, the country is now stronger than 7 years ago because it has chosen the path of democracy and the friendship of other democracies. Think again about the youth of Ukraine, the post-Soviet generation. They know that their democracy is not perfect, but it is perfectible, and it is getting stronger year by year. And this is what makes us stand out from autocracies. Thriving democracies are the autocrats' greatest fear, because their propaganda fails when citizens are empowered by the reporting of independent media and the free exchange of ideas, because free citizens speak truth to power, because trust and confidence are more sustainable than control and coercion. And this is exactly why Europe is supporting Ukraine's path to democracy. It makes Ukraine a better place to live for its people and a better neighbor for both the European Union and Russia. And my fourth and final point is about unity. Since the start of this Kremlin-made crisis, the European Union and the transatlantic community are fully aligned and united. We're supporting Ukraine to withstand the enormous pressure from Moscow. When a Russian government tried to divide us over and over again, we have responded with one voice and one common message. And this has been possible also thanks to you, dear Jens. You always pushed us to focus on what we have in common. You have shown that the European Union and NATO stand side by side, not only because we share members and allies, but because we share values. That is independence, respect for human rights, freedom, and democracy. The very values that are at stake in this crisis. And this is why it makes me proud and happy to announce that you are this year's Kleist Award winner. You have come a long way to reach this high office. When you were young, you were the head of the Young Socialists in Norway, an organization that at the time was certainly not known to be a strong supporter of NATO, not at all. But young Jens used his charm and his leadership to turn the young Norwegian socialists around in supporters, believe it or not. As Prime Minister of Norway, you, Jens, had to deal with Russia on a regular basis. Actually, by then, Lavrov was already being Lavrov. And yet, you managed with skill to resolve a decades-long territorial dispute in the Barents Sea. Dear Jens, you have always been a man of dialogue and a believer in the transatlantic bond. In almost 10 years at the helm of NATO, you always carried the flame of this unique alliance. Nobody worked harder than you for the transatlantic alliance. You have pushed relentlessly to strengthen our unity. And this is why no one deserves this year's Kleist Award more than you. Congratulations, dear Jens.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. We are now going to have the award ceremony, so may I invite you, Jens, to join us here on the podium. Come on over here, please. Yeah, over there. Yeah.
Jens.
Thank you so much.
This is for you and a big, big hand.
Das Dokument.
More important, yes, the proof. If we distance a little bit.
Can we take a little distance and then take off the mask like this? Yeah. All right.
This is yours.
Thank you, Jens. So now you have the floor. Congratulations. Ja, Sie können gerne gleich hier sitzen bleiben. Ich gehe aber noch, ich setze mich da ein.
Thank you so much, Olaf, for those kind words, and thank you also so much for our very close cooperation over these years. The relationship and the cooperation between NATO and the European Union has never been closer, and that's not least because of your commitment to bringing this relationship so close together and strengthening the transatlantic bond by working together with NATO. And also many thanks to Minister President Söder for your warm welcome here in Munich, and also for informing me that you have danced with President von der Leyen. I have never had the courage, but now maybe. Many thanks to you, Wolfgang, for your outstanding leadership of the Munich Security Conference and for this prestigious award. I am really and greatly honored, and thank you so much. Ewald von Kleist championed the Transatlantic Alliance. He saw the value of Europe and North America standing together to keep us all safe. His message is as important today. These are dangerous days for Europe. Russia has relentlessly massed troops in and around Ukraine, in the biggest military build-up since the Cold War. We do not know what will happen, but the risk for conflict is real. NATO allies continue their strong diplomatic efforts to find a political solution. However, despite Moscow's claims, we have seen no sign of withdrawal or de-escalation so far. On the contrary, Russia's military buildup continues. We continue to monitor very closely. We call on Russia to do what it says and withdraw its forces from the borders of Ukraine. This will be an important first step towards a peaceful solution. It is not too late for Russia to change course, to step back from the brink, stop preparing for war, and start working for a peaceful solution. NATO remains ready to engage in a substantive dialogue with Moscow, to take meaningful reciprocal steps that can improve security for all countries in Europe and for Russia too. We have made written proposals to Moscow to reduce risks and increase transparency of military activities, address space and cyber threats, and engage on arms control, including on nuclear weapons and missiles. This is a substantial agenda, where we believe it is possible to find common ground. So I have invited Russia and all NATO allies to a series of meetings of the NATO-Russia Council. And I reiterated my invitation in the letter that I sent to Minister Lavrov on Thursday. The current crisis is about more than Ukraine. There is much at stake. Relations between NATO and Russia, European and transatlantic security, and ultimately the question of how we wish to organize relations between states. Moscow is attempting to roll back history and recreate its spheres of influence. It wants to limit NATO's right to collective defense and demands that we should remove all our forces and infrastructure from the countries that joined NATO after the fall of the Berlin Wall. But let me be clear. There is no first-class NATO members in the west of the alliance and second-class NATO members to the east. We are all NATO allies, and we stand as one. And we will always do what is necessary to protect and defend each other. Moscow also wants to deny sovereign countries the right to choose their own path and their own security arrangements. For Ukraine, but also for other countries, such as Finland and Sweden. And for the first time, we now see Beijing joining Moscow in calling on NATO to stop admitting new members. It is an attempt to control the fate of free nations, to rewrite the international rulebook, and impose their own authoritarian models of governance. The current crisis demonstrates the importance of the transatlantic relationship for European security. 2 world wars and the Cold War has taught us that there is no real security in Europe without a strong transatlantic bond. Standing together in NATO, Europe and America will continue to keep the peace and protect our democratic way of life, as we have done for more than 70 years. NATO is a defensive alliance. We are not threatening Russia or anyone else. But we will take all necessary measures to protect and defend all allies. This is why, in response to Russia's pattern of aggressive actions, we have been strengthening our deterrence and defense across the alliance to avoid any miscalculation or misunderstanding about our ironclad commitment to defend each other. So if Kremlin's aim is to have less NATO on its borders, it will only get more NATO. And if it wants to divide NATO, it will only get an even more united alliance. Over the last years, our security environment has fundamentally changed for the worse. peace cannot be taken for granted, freedom and democracy are contested, and strategic competition is on the rise. This is a new normal, and we must be prepared and do everything we can to keep the bond between America and Europe as strong as ever. After the experience of horrors of war, Ewald von Kleist knew that Europe and America together was the guarantee of lasting peace. It still is today. By standing together, we can and will keep our people safe, protect our core values and principles, and uphold the rules-based international order. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jens, Mr. Secretary General. Thank both of you, Madam President. Maybe this is better without, and you, Mr. Secretary General, for your presentations. We've had a long-standing tradition at the Munich Security Conference that at the main event on Saturday morning, the first question always goes to François Heisbourg of France. Now, François has informed me, I think late last night, that he is actually tested positive. He was already in Munich, so he's now somewhere in quarantine, I guess, but he has sent me overnight the question he had intended to ask by raising his arm as the first one. So this is my privilege now to present his question as the first one. So François, I'm sure you're listening. The question is actually asked of the President of the EU Commission, but I think it's also a question that you would want to respond to. And I quote, "Are the European Union and its member states ready to jointly and severally, together and separately, express their support of a possible candidacy of any of the European Union's members to join the Atlantic Alliance?" For those who are not so familiar with this, this is a question about, for example, Finland, a question, for example, of Sweden, for once. So, Madam President.
So, first of all,
it should work just.
You should, yeah. I think it's a very good sign, dear Jens, that Ambassador Ischinger asked this question to the European Union President of the Commission. So it's not for me to judge about internal issues of NATO, but of course I'm very willing to answer this because indeed I've been watching in my time as the 5 years as defense minister, being of course in the alliance of NATO, how very close the cooperation, for example, with Sweden and Finland already is of NATO. First and foremost, it is the decision of the people of Sweden and Finland, what they want to do and which kind of alliance or partnerships they prefer. But then, of course, I've witnessed that there is a long-standing excellent cooperation between NATO and those members of the European Union, many missions they are participating in, joint capabilities we're developing. So you are always, of course, emphasizing, rightly so, that there is an open door policy in NATO. And therefore, now, after having spoken for the members of the European Union, I throw the ball to you, Jens, to speak about NATO itself.
Thank you so much, Ursula. And I think the fact that we can answer this question together just demonstrates how closely the relationship is between the European Union and NATO, and also between Ursula and me. As you said, Ursula, the thing is that it is enshrined in NATO's founding treaty, the Washington Treaty, in Article 10, that we have an open door, that European countries can join NATO. But this is, and the enlargement of NATO over the last decades has been a great success. It has helped to spread democracy, freedom throughout Europe, and actually also pave the way for further EU enlargement, demonstrating how closely we work together. In that sense, NATO's open door has been a success, and NATO's door remains open. The important message is that it is for individual countries in Europe to decide whether they aspire for membership, they want to belong to NATO, or they do not want to belong to NATO. That's for them to decide. Therefore, we respect those allies, those countries that aspire for membership. We sit down and we look into how can we help them with reform so they meet the NATO standards and can join at some stage. But we also respect if they decide not to apply. So for instance, when Finland and Sweden have decided that they are not applying for membership, of course we respect also that decision. I will not speculate about the likelihood of Finland and Sweden changing their mind. I think that's very much for, it is for Finland and Sweden to decide. That's the main point. And as a Norwegian, I will be very careful giving advice to Swedes and Finns. So we trust the Swedes and the Finns. They decide. As long as they decide to stay outside, we are very happy to have very close cooperation with both countries.
Great. Thank you very much to both of you. Now, those of you who wish to ask a question, there are two ways of doing that. First, the Heisboer way, by just waving and making yourself known to me, or by using the electronic manner. I have a tablet here which would show me questions that are being typed electronically. So use the opportunity. Who wishes to raise the first question? I think this is Natalie Tocci, if I'm not mistaken. Natalie, microphone is coming.
Question to President von der Leyen. As your second key word, you mentioned diversification. And it was a word that had disappeared from the European lexicon for a while. Energy security, diversification had really not been talked about for quite some time. How do you square the circle, if there is a circle to be squared, between the return of energy security to the debate through diversification and your landmark, your trademark for this Commission, which of course is the European Green Deal?
Yes, thank you very much. I, of course, focus, as your question indicated on our dependency, first of all, on Russian gas. Just to give you figures, round about 24% overall in the energy mix of the European Union is gas. We import 90% of this gas, and 40% of this import is Russian gas. So quite a high dependency. It's very different from member state to member state. For example, as France is relying on nuclear energy, they are not at all dependent on Russian gas. Other member states, for example, Italy or Germany, have a more intense dependency on Russian gas. What we've seen over the last 6 months is that Gazprom has delivered always at the lowest level. They have to deliver by contract. They have contracts that say pay or deliver. So often they've chosen the payment instead of to deliver gas. And the storage of Gazprom in our storages is a 10 years low this year. And this at a time, as I said, where we have skyrocketing prices and demand. It's a strange behavior of a company who normally would maximize their profits by delivering more and storing better for winter to come. Therefore, we have decided to do everything possible to get rid of this dependency. And we've reached out to our friends who are suppliers of LNG gas, first and foremost the United States, that really helped a lot, also the reach out globally, but also to other suppliers of LNG. Actually, it helps us that we've done our homework since 2014, the annexation Crimea, because we've built LNG terminals, and more important, we have now a network of pipelines and electricity interconnectors throughout Europe, so that wherever you have the gas, you can display it all over the European Union. Partially also a reverse flow, for example, to Ukraine, to support Ukraine with their energy demands. And now to the second part of your question. For the moment being, we would be able to replace the Russian gas with LNG deliveries that we get from our friends all over the world, and we are supported actually also by buyers like Japan or South Korea, who are willing to swap contract with us so that the ships with the LNG gas are derouted to the European Union. Now, LNG gas remains fossil fuel without any question. The advantage is that the infrastructure that we use with the LNG or any kind of gas is over time suitable and fit for purpose for green hydrogen. And therefore now our work goes, and we had yesterday the EU-Africa summit, goes into looking towards the global south. They have in abundance sun and wind and hydropower. They need the infrastructure, but they're to have over time the development of a solid green hydrogen infrastructure using the pipelines we do have already in place, and thus giving a complete different business case to the global south, our African friends, for example. Of course, green hydrogen for the European Union too. And I can only say these renewable energies, they are clean and therefore good for the planet, but they are also homegrown and therefore good for our independence.
Thank you, Madam President. I see a couple of more questions. Before I go to you, let me use my privilege of being the moderator here to turn to Jens Stoltenberg again. Jens, you'll be leaving NATO toward the end of this year, as I understand. And I want to remind you that as the future head of the Norwegian Central Bank, like all the other recipients of the Kleist Award, you will have a standing invitation to the Munich Security Conference. It's one of the reasons why Javier is always here each year, and I hope you'll be with us again. Here's my question. 8 years ago, in 2014, NATO decided to define as a collective goal this famous 2% goal. Let's assume the worst case, namely that we're going to have some degree of military confrontation in coming days, weeks, months. As you prepare your own departure from NATO in coming months, would you think that the 2% objective goal, which was a goal for 2024, 10-year goal, is going to be good enough? Or is NATO going to have to say, under these circumstances, we're actually going to have to, you know, take it up another notch? Question.
Well, I think what happens now just underlines how important it was back in 2014 to make the decision to go to 2%. And then I think we should deliver on that first, and then we can discuss the next steps after that. Because what has happened, is that before 2014, defense budgets were going down across Europe and Canada in almost all allied countries, year by year. Because after the end of the Cold War, European countries thought that they could spend less on the defense. And I was part of that myself. I was Prime Minister and Minister of Finance in Norway, and for many years we cut defense spending. But then, after the illegal annexation of Crimea and what happened in Europe in 2014, things changed. And the good thing is that all allies actually realized that we need to do something different. And the most important different thing we had to do was to invest more. And since 2014, all allies in Europe and Canada have increased defense spending every year. And they have in total added 270 billion extra for defense. And of course, this is not only about money, but it's about capabilities, because with this money you can buy drones and planes and battle tanks and readiness and exercises and a lot of important stuff. The main reason to do this is not to provoke a war, but it's to prevent the war. And exactly what is happening now demonstrates that our strength and the fact that we can deploy more troops at high readiness to the eastern part of the alliance is a way to send a very clear message to Moscow that we are there to protect and defend all allies. An attack on one will be regarded as an attack on all. That's exactly the best way to prevent any armed attack on any NATO ally. Well, it just demonstrates that what the decision makers in 2014 decided, they were wise and forward-looking, and former Secretary General Anders Fogh Rasmussen is somewhere here in the audience, and he was responsible then, and many others have been part of that big transformation of NATO.
Thank you very much. Now I think the first raised hand I saw was Dr. Chipman of IISS. John?
Yes, to Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, in the last 7 or 8 years, as the IISS has transparently recognized in our famous volume, The Military Balance, the Russians have massively modernized their conventional armed forces, introduced lots of technologies and a much more professional army. But in that time as well, they have been modernizing their nuclear weapons, adding more capabilities, changed their doctrine, and only in the next few days we might see the formal change of the Belarus constitution that would permit the stationing of nuclear weapons in Belarus. Against that background, what would you judge to be the first 2 or 3 priorities of the NATO Nuclear Planning Group, and what place would nuclear strategy have in NATO's new strategic concept? And a caveat for the President of the European Commission, the IISS, which is now happy to have a Europe office in Berlin, is working on the subject of green defense. And I wonder, as the President of a geopolitical commission, what collaboration we would be able to have with the European Commission to ensure that militaries continue to green their operations while maintaining their effectiveness. Thank you.
Well, I think you're absolutely right that what we have seen over the last years is that Russia has invested heavily in modernizing their nuclear capabilities. They have changed their nuclear doctrines, and they have actually lowered the threshold for use of nuclear weapons in armed conflict. This is something, of course, we are taking very seriously. And therefore, I think it's important that we maintain our NATO nuclear deterrent, that we make sure that we keep it safe and secure and effective. Also, I think it also demonstrates that what we are in favor of is balanced, reciprocal, verifiable arms control also when it comes to nuclear weapons. But we are not in favor of unilateral nuclear disarmament from the NATO side. NATO's goal is a world without nuclear weapons, but a world where we get rid of our nuclear weapons and China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, and so on, they keep their weapons. That's not a safer world. That's a more dangerous world. So yes, we believe in a world without nuclear weapons, but the only way to get there is through verifiable, balanced arms control, and that's exactly what NATO is working for.
Madam.
Yes, thank you. So, John, I think whatever, if you look at the defense sector, whatever is rolling, flying, or swimming needs energy. Energy is the core of any kind of European Green Deal or global Green Deal to fight climate change. And therefore, I was, the other answer already reflecting over changing our posture of energy supply. And whatever goes for fighter jets, as well as any kind of airplanes, goes for cars or armored vehicles, you name it, that you have to change the approach of the energy you use, not the dirty, carbon-heavy, fossil fuel energies, but the renewables, clean ones. And for example, the prospect of hydrogen is a highly interesting one to work with. And therefore, there is quite a lot of music in it. It is a fascinating business case, because for us it's important. We know we have to fight climate change, otherwise we're all doomed. And therefore, if we invest in the innovation, if we invest in clean energy, if we invest in a different way to produce and to consume, we will be the innovators who export then these technologies. It's a big topic of innovation. And therefore, it is for us not only something which is so important for the climate itself, but it's a very clear business case. It's our new growth strategy.
All right. I've seen a few raised hands. The one I know who raised his hand is Stefan Cornelius of Süddeutsche Zeitung. So, Stefan, please.
Thank you. It's a question to the President of the Commission, Frau von der Leyen. Why, since you're displaying unity between the EU and NATO on the stage, why did the EU not call for an earlier meeting on the heads of states? There was now a special summit in the lines of the African Union meeting just a few hours ago. But this crisis is boiling for, I don't know, 2 months at least. And we haven't seen heads of states unifying and at least finding some coherent strategy on sort of the reaction of the day after.
So how are we working? Since many, many weeks, 6 to 8 weeks now, We are preparing for this looming crisis, which is unfortunately, since then, always going in the wrong direction with a massive buildup of troops that has not stopped. And of course, there is a very strong alignment between the European Union, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, on a regular basis. We have by now in the last weeks, once or twice a week, a VTC, or yesterday evening, for example, a telephone call together, the countries, Joe Biden, Justin Trudeau, Boris Johnson, some of our leaders like Olaf Scholz, Emmanuel Macron, Mario Draghi. You were, of course, yesterday also. You are on a regular basis in these sessions. This is to align on a regular basis on all the necessary steps we have to take. What are these steps? The Commission has developed a robust and comprehensive package together with the United States, UK and Canada of financial sanctions that in case that Russia strikes, we will limit the access to the financial markets for the Russian economy, and export controls that will stop the possibility for Russia to modernize and diversify its economy. And we have a lot of high-tech goods where we have a global dominance and that are absolutely necessary for Russia and cannot be replaced easily. We also prepare in this group, for example, what is the state of cyber attack robustness and resilience we have within our system, but also supporting Ukraine. We are preparing for potential refugees coming. We are preparing on all sorts of fields. I've been referring to the energy field. So there is a constant alignment, let's say, behind the scene. The European Council will be called within hours if it is necessary to take a political decision in case that Russia is striking or is beginning a war in Ukraine. But all the preparatory work, so the alignment between all these 27 member states, the European Union and the other friends and allies, goes on since weeks and weeks and weeks, and that's where the core of the work is. That's where the bulk of the results is coming from now.
Thank you very much. We have less than 5 minutes to go. I have one question on my tablet here, which is addressed to Secretary General of NATO. Comes from Clemens Vergin, who is a journalist with Die Welt, German newspaper. This goes to Mr. Stoltenberg. I'm quoting, "How can the West counter in the realm of informational measures what seems to be Russian false flag operations in Donbass?"
To expose what they do, and that's exactly what we have done, because we have been very open, transparent on the information we have received, intelligence and other types of information, both about the Russian military buildup, and it is, as Ursula said, this actually started several months ago, this fall, and we already then warned both that we saw a buildup taking place, but also of the plans of further building up. And what we predicted back then has actually happened. Second, we have also been very transparent on the attempts by Russia to create a pretext, to create a situation that they will use as an excuse for attacking Ukraine. And we have seen some attempts, we have seen some very dangerous situations, and also what we see taking place now just adds to that picture of concern that they are trying to create a pretext for an invasion. But the reason why we have been so transparent, the United States, other allies and NATO, is that we believe that when we expose these plans, we make it harder for them to do what they are planning to do. So the reason to expose is to prevent that from happen that they are planning to do. We are extremely concerned because we see that they continue to build up, they continue to prepare, and we have never in Europe seen, since the end of the Cold War, such a large concentration of combat-ready troops, and of course that sends a very, very ominous or dangerous signal to all of us. Let me add one more thing, Wolfgang, and that is that, you know, what they do in Russia now is partly to mass the troops, but they have also put forward claims, demands, not only to Ukraine, but also to NATO. They have demanded that we should leave our enshrined commitment to open door, and they have demanded that we should remove all NATO troops and forces from almost half of the member states. And then they have said that if we don't meet those demands, they have repeatedly said there will be what they call military technical consequences. So the danger is now the combination of this massive military buildup with the very threatening rhetoric, putting forward demands they know we cannot meet and say if we don't meet them, there will be military consequences. So this is a step change. This is a new normal, that you have a Russia which is openly contesting core values for European security and then demonstrating their will to use force or the threat of force to get their will. And that's the reason why it is so extremely important that we are united, Europe and North America, worked closely with the European Union, but also that we actually have demonstrated our commitment with increased military presence in the eastern part of the alliance.
Thank you, Jens. I think we have a minute left. I saw a question from the very back of the room. If you can turn this into a very quick question, and if we can get a very quick response, then we're still good.
Robin Niblett from...
this is Robin Niblett. I didn't recognize your face.
So
Robin.
Right at the back, where Britain is at the moment sometimes. In any case, Robin, I wanted to ask a question that maybe mirrors what Francois Isbourg asked at the beginning, which was interesting. He asked a question to Ursula von der Leyen whether she would support NATO enlargement. I suppose I'd flip the question and say, is this not a time to be talking about accelerating Ukrainian membership of the EU? And as we have the two leaders of these two institutions side by side, one of the biggest threats, obviously, to Russia's interest in Ukraine will be a much closer relationship with the European Union. So, Secretary General of NATO, would you support an acceleration of the process of negotiation for enlargement to Ukraine to the European Union?
It's not for me to decide. I have actually tried to convince Norwegians to join EU, and I didn't succeed. So I think I should be very careful giving advice to others. But the principle still applies. That, of course, it is for individual countries in Europe to decide whether they want to belong to NATO or they want to belong to EU, and then there is for the members of NATO to decide whether they can join our alliance, and then for the members of EU to decide whether they can join EU. That's the principle, and that is what is contested now. Because they're absolutely possible to have different views of whether NATO or the EU should have this or that new member. But this is not the issue. The issue is whether that is a decision to be made by those individual countries and the members of the organizations, or whether Russia has a veto to decide what neighbors can do or not do. That's to re-establish spheres of influence. We don't believe in that. We don't believe in going back in history. We believe in free, independent nations making their own free democratic choices.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. It's reassuring to me, and I'm sure to many in the room, to see how well NATO and the European Union work hand in hand. Let me propose that we offer a round of applause to our two speakers. And of course, most importantly, to congratulate Jens Stoltenberg again on receiving the award. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't leave the room, because within literally seconds or a minute at maximum, we're going to have Chancellor Scholz coming in and continuing the program. So stay put if you could. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as the program will continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as the program will continue now.
Bitte nochmal die 11, nochmal die 11. Bitte bestätigen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to take your seats now. We can't continue the program otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger.
Could I please ask everyone to sit down, and those who wish to have a conversation to leave the room? We need to continue with the program, please. I need to impose some discipline here, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, please leave the room if you want to have conversations. Stay here if you want to listen to the program. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let me continue the program. Lieber Herr Schmidt, können Sie sich bitte hinsetzen? Herr Schmidt, können Sie sich bitte hinsetzen? Wir wollen das Programm.
Mr. Schmidt, please find your seat. We'd like to continue with the program.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, after this session on the European Union and on NATO, and with the award ceremony honoring Jens Stoltenberg, we will now turn back to look at how Germany is doing and how Germany is confronting the challenges we're all facing, and the way Berlin is planning to approach these challenges. This is why it is my enormous privilege to present to you and to welcome Chancellor Olaf Scholz for his first presentation at the Munich Security Conference as the newly elected Chancellor. I may alert you to the fact that he will speak in German, so if you need headphones, please use the equipment, and I would like to invite Chancellor Scholz to take the floor.
Heads of state and government, dear colleagues, guests from Germany and abroad, Ambassador Ischinger, Ambassador Heusgen, ladies and gentlemen. Before I share with you some reflections on the state of the world and how we can manage the turning geopolitical tide which the MSC has this year placed on its agenda, I would first like to mention another turning tide, not out there in the world, but here at the Bayerischer Hof. For 15 years, you, Wolfgang Ischinger, have not been just the host and head of the Munich Security Conference, but its driving force, a pioneer and a source of inspiration and motivation. Our conference today and tomorrow will be your last in this role. And so I would like to thank you for what you have done for international relations, and in particular the transatlantic friendship over the past years. Thank you very much indeed, Ambassador. I would also like to take this opportunity to give a warm welcome to your successor. If there is anyone who can follow in such mighty footsteps, then it is you, Christopher Heusgen, with your comprehensive international experience. And I'm delighted that we will remain in close contact with one another after you take up your new role. And I wish you all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, the Munich Security Conference has quite the sense of timing, as we all know only too well. And yet, I would be pleased if we could meet in slightly less turbulent times. Europe once again faces the threat of a war, and the risk has by no means been averted. As it dominates public debate, even global challenges such as the pandemic and the fight against climate change are fading into the background, and yet they urgently require a response. It is in this same spirit, Mr. Ischinger, that I understood your words yesterday when you called on democratic societies to unlearn their helplessness. I want to begin, not least given the critical security situation, by making one thing clear. Of course, there is the chorus of voices alternately proclaiming the demise of liberal democracies or of the West, or the international order that it has shaped. And I do not at all want to deny that the free democratic model of society has competition. But we can say with confidence that this model has held firm against this competition. The reasons for that have not changed today. Democracies are more adaptable and resilient in the long term because freedom of opinion and diversity of opinion, free elections, the recognition of political opposition, the protection of minorities ensure equitable societies. States in which the rule of law prevails generate confidence and stability. And countries are stronger when they respect human dignity instead of trampling on it. There is nothing divisive about confidently asserting this, because a life in freedom, justice and dignity is precisely not an exclusively Western aspiration, but a deeply human, universal one. This concept of universal values is also at the root of the international order that emerged from the cataclysms of the 20th century. It has ensured a balance of interests and growing prosperity, and not just in North America and Europe, but precisely in those parts of the world that now, in light of their increasing economic and political weight, want to have a greater say and a greater hand in shaping the future, and indeed must do so. We should welcome this drive to join in shaping events, as it is a mark of success, because independent and strong partners do not weaken our position. In fact, they offer the possibility of solving problems that even the biggest and strongest cannot handle alone. However, this international order is entirely dependent on a willingness to cooperate, even when discussion with the other party is challenging, with clear convictions, pragmatism, a healthy self-confidence, and yes, certainly, an awareness of one's own strength. It is sustained by one core promise, that everyone, even the strong, will play by the rules. And that brings me to what we have seen in the east of our continent in recent months. To put it plainly, there is nothing that justifies the deployment of well over 100,000 Russian soldiers surrounding Ukraine. Russia is holding up the issue of Ukraine's potential accession to NATO as a casus belli. That is a paradox, because there is no decision depending on the issue whatsoever. We Europeans and the Transatlantic community have warned Russia that military aggression against Ukraine would be a severe error, and we want this not to happen. Russia has now disclosed its response to the proposals made by the US, and I say that, yes, we're ready to negotiate. And in doing so, we will, of course, make a clear distinction between untenable demands and legitimate security interests. We must have the confidence to differentiate between the two, given everything that is at stake. The fundamental principles of the OSCE are non-negotiable for us. Russia has agreed to them, and they include the right to freely choose one's alliances. At the same time, there are questions of security that are important for both sides. First and foremost, transparency around weapons systems and exercises, risk mitigation mechanisms, and new approaches to arms control. At my meeting with President Putin on Tuesday, I made it clear that any further violation of the territorial integrity of Ukraine will have a high price for Russia in political, economic, and geostrategic terms. And I added at the same time that diplomacy will not fail because of us. As much diplomacy as possible without being naive. That is what we strive for. And we are utilizing all channels of communication to this end. The NATO-Russia Council, which has met again for the first time in years. The OSCE, where conflict prevention can be discussed with all Europeans, Russians and Americans. Poland, as the current chair, has made suggestions in this regard. There is the bilateral channel between Russia and the United States, and we're utilizing the Normandy format. It remains crucial for the resolution of the Ukraine conflict. During my visits to Kyiv and Moscow, both sides emphasized their readiness to implement the Minsk agreements. And I'm very grateful above all to President Zelensky for his commitment to now make progress with the necessary laws and to discuss these in the trilateral contact group. Of course, I'm not under any illusions. We cannot expect to see progress overnight. However, we can only stop this crisis in its tracks if we negotiate. For what is at stake, after all, is nothing less than peace in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, all of this has to be accompanied by a repositioning of Europe and the Transatlantic Alliance in a changed world. The strategy processes within the European Union and NATO therefore hold a special significance. And I would like to mention 4 more fundamental considerations here today. Firstly, we will develop a broader understanding of security. The MSC, Mr. Ischinger, has always been a pioneer in this respect. It has come to address the risks arising from climate change, global health crises, or the abuse of cyberspace and new technologies as a matter of course. But for this broad understanding to emerge, it is essential for the European Union and NATO to complement and reinforce one another, to prepare themselves to face new risks. Ultimately, a cyber attack remains a cyber attack, regardless of whether it is directed from St. Petersburg, Tehran, or Pyeongchang. I think we agree, however, that taking new threats like these into account is something different than laying claim to a globally active NATO. Indeed, the developments of recent months in particular show us how vital it remains to concentrate on the issue of defending the alliance in the North Atlantic area. And we need to muster the capabilities required for this. And yes, that includes Germany too. Airplanes that fly, ships that can set out to sea, soldiers who are optimally equipped for the dangerous task. These are things that a country of our size, a country that bears a special responsibility within Europe, must be able to manage. And I believe that we owe this to our allies in NATO too. To them I address myself and say that Germany stands by the guarantee of Article 5 unconditionally, and we're also showing practical solidarity at the moment, for example, with a greater Bundeswehr presence in the Baltic and with NATO air policing in the alliance's southeast. That brings me to my second point. The repositioning of our alliances is not taking place in a vacuum. There is an interplay with other players and their ambitions. The starting point for this is a clear-headed analysis of the world around us. Almost 8 billion people currently live on our planet, and this number is rising. Just a fraction of the total, 450 million and 330 million respectively, live in the European Union or the United States. We can see similar trends when we look at our shares in the global economy in recent decades. The slices of the pie are shrinking. And for me, this means that the world of the 21st century is neither unipolar nor bipolar. It will have various centers of power. And this development is not in itself a bad thing. If prosperity increases as a result, or to stay with the metaphor, if the pie as a whole becomes bigger, over 1 billion fewer people live in extreme poverty today than 30 years ago, and this achievement is an achievement of the entire international community, one that we must fight for, particularly now amid the pandemic. And the emergence of a middle class in countries such as China, Indonesia and India also benefits workers here. In Asia in particular, it is in any case not a rise that we should speak of, but if anything, a revival. Being a major power from the perspective of Beijing or Delhi is not a historical anomaly, but rather a return to the status quo ante. And there's nothing wrong with that, quite the opposite. What is problematic is when this growth in significance is translated into a demand for allegiance or spheres of influence, when universal rules that someone previously upheld are swept aside overnight. No country should be the backyard of another. The aspirations to power of China in particular must be seen in a nuanced light, and our stance on them will be just as nuanced. We will seek cooperation where this is in our mutual interest, in the fight against climate change and poverty, or as challenging as it might be, on the issue of arms control. We will strengthen our own capabilities, and we will give a firm response where the preservation of the multilateral order is threatened or human rights are trampled underfoot. But in all three areas, the same holds true. The more closely Europe and North America coordinate, the more successful we will be. And that brings me to my third remark. We need clarity on the level of the European Union's ambition when it comes to its own security and beyond. The key word here is European sovereignty. I've just described the shifts in geopolitical power that we are facing these days. With regard to the United States, it is clear that it will remain a center of gravity even in a multipolar world. And there can be no doubt about that, and my talks in Washington last week strengthened this conviction. But for Europe, things look different. We Europeans can only preserve our ability to act effectively and to make autonomous decisions if we pool our will and our capabilities within the European Union. And incidentally, when I talk of the European Union, I also mean the countries of the Western Balkans. It is not enough to cite the prospect of enlargement for this region as a strategic goal. We must actively advance it. I'm pleased that so many colleagues from the region are here today, because this task is a shared one. The European Union is our framework for action, our opportunity to remain a power among powers. And that is what we mean when we talk of European sovereignty. On the path to achieving this, we need three things. Firstly, the willingness to act as a power among powers. Secondly, joint strategic goals. And thirdly, the capabilities to meet these goals. We are working on all these factors. And they also make clear the level of ambition that the EU's new strategic compass must reach. It includes European efforts to fight terrorism, from civilian stabilization to equipment and to military training. It includes fresh momentum for more effective arms control, which creates transparency and confidence here in Europe. Talks with Russia, should they take place, can mark the beginning of these efforts. And finally, it also includes active European diplomacy, such as we are practicing in our dealings with Iran, for example. apropos Iran. We've come far in the negotiations in Vienna over the last 10 months. All of the elements for conclusion to the negotiations are on the table. However, if Iran continues to enrich fuel while also suspending IAEA monitoring, that is unacceptable. For us, a nuclear-armed Iran is unacceptable. Not least because the security of Israel is non-negotiable. And so we have repeatedly indicated that the point will soon be reached where we will have to decide whether a return to the JCPOA is still at all reasonable. We have an opportunity now to reach an agreement that makes it possible for the sanctions to be lifted, and at the same time, if we do not succeed in this very soon, the negotiations risk failing. Iran's leadership has the choice. Now is the moment of truth. I believe the nuclear talks led by the EU are a good example of what Europe can achieve together with its partners. And that brings me to my fourth and final point, something that I hope for and request of you. Let us stick together as friends and allies. Sticking together for our friends and partners, that also means accepting the European Union as a single entity, recognizing it as an international player and supporting further EU integration. We have quite enough to do with our opponents trying to divide us. And so I'm deeply grateful to you, Kamala Harris, to our many friends in the US Congress and the American administration for upholding the promise day after day that President Biden made here in Munich last year to support the goal of a Europe whole and free and at peace. This whole, free, peaceful, and, I would add, sovereign European Union is not targeted against anyone, and it is absolutely not a risk to transatlantic cohesion. On the contrary, ultimately, only an effective and capable Europe will remain an attractive partner for the United States, as a strong European pillar in the transatlantic alliance, as a loud and clear voice for democracy, freedom and justice, and as America's closest friend and partner. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to your questions and to our discussion. Thank you very much for giving me your attention.
Handmikrofon ist hier. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have this discussion in principle in German. But those of you who wish to ask a question in English, please feel free to do so. So we'll do it in a flexible manner.
Chancellor, may I begin with a personal preliminary remark? Your predecessor, and that was roughly 16 years ago, said, I will come to the Munich Security Conference every other year, and I speak on behalf of the next chairperson and invite you to surpass this by coming every year. That's the first preliminary remark. Second, you pointed out some questions and issues, and I'd like to use this opportunity for a little bit of marketing, self-marketing. In the Munich Security Report, which we published a couple of days ago, we tried to take up some of the things that you mentioned.
You can download it from the Munich Security Conference website. So it's available in print also, but we cannot distribute copies in the hall for pandemic reasons. Please bear with us.
So, after these preliminary remarks, Chancellor, my first question is, you just mentioned it, but A few days ago, you spent hours talking to President Putin himself. Maybe you can share your personal impression with this renowned audience. Do you believe that there still is some diplomatic scope, diplomatic leeway for de-escalation, some leeway to bring the positions of the West and us and Russia together?
We must not be naive. That is of the utmost importance. So we have to see what can be seen. We cannot ignore it. The massing of troops along the Ukrainian border is an obvious event, along the border with Ukraine and also along the border with Belarus, and also the naval forces that are being gathered. All the military capacities and capabilities that are required for military intervention in Ukraine are there. That is an undeniable fact. And at the same time, it will always be our task and continue to be our task to use any openings, however minor they may be, in order to open the road towards negotiations. So despite the differences that may be noticeable here with regard to interpreting the documents available to us, and I made that clear in my discussion with Putin and also with regard to the response he sent to NATO, I read that they are in favor of negotiating on arms control issues and on issues such as transparency. So discussing differences is something that leads to negotiations. Everyone who's here will not be in a position to forecast what is going to happen. Those who were to dare to do so would be giving into hubris. So it's a discussion that we need to engage in. And we have to use the opportunities that are there, the openings that open up. And the dual strategy that we have chosen is exactly the right approach. We said and say, on the one hand, we have prepared ourselves much better than we used to be in many similar situations. We can immediately take decisions on necessary sanctions should there be a military aggression. And at the same time, we say we want to engage, we want to negotiate, but on the basis of our principles. Perhaps one further comment in that regard. Putin has been very active as a historian of late, published documents that many of you may have read. And they played a major part in my discussion with him. But to me personally, this is something that I find very important indeed. Peace in Europe can only be preserved if the borders are being accepted as they are, if no one aims to change them. When we go back in the history books, we will always find a reason for wars that may last hundreds of years, but they will devastate our continent. It has to be clear that we accept the borders as they are today, that we accept the sovereignty of those countries that are there, and that is the only principle that can guarantee security in Europe.
Ich will noch mal darauf hinweisen, dass Sie alle
I would like to point out again that you can all ask questions. There are two ways of doing this. Either you howl out, you holler, or you use the electronic possibility using the tablet to send questions to me, which I will introduce if we have enough time.
Don't hesitate to raise your arm. You can ask questions here. Or use the electronic method to raise questions. I'll ask one more and then we go to the audience. Herr Bundeskanzler, gestern schon in der
Chancellor, in the opening session yesterday that the American Secretary of State Tony Blinken and our Foreign Minister Ms. Baerbock participated in, the issue of weapons, weapon deliveries to Ukraine became an issue, and we discussed this. And I wanted to ask you, Germany, being an important industrial nation, also is an exporter of military equipment. And none of us hope this, but should there be a military confrontation, what would you say looking back? Would you say we should have done more over the course of the past years to contribute to Ukraine's defensive posture, or would you stick to the principle, we won't?
For a very long time already, we have been applying very tight arms export restrictions. As I said, they're very tight indeed. And abiding by those regulations, it's never been possible for Germany to deliver such weapons to countries like Ukraine. This may not come as a surprise to many people because this applies to a similar situation in other parts of the world. We have supported Ukraine in other ways. We are the biggest financial supporters for Ukraine. For many, many years, we have supporting them ever since 2014, and we intend to continue to be the country that makes the biggest contribution towards the financial and economic stabilization of Ukraine. And I think everyone is aware of that, at least when you talk to them behind closed doors. And it would be nice if it would find its reflection somewhere in the discussion outside those closed doors. We committed to that obligation of ours, and we stand by that sense of support for Ukraine. I raised the issue of us increasing our support for the presence of troops in the Baltic states and also the air policing mission.
Thank you very much. I think the first question
to address is a former recipient of the Kleist Award, former Senator Joe Lieberman. We are so glad you could come, Senator, dear Joe. You have the floor.
Thank you, dear Wolfgang. Thank you for your years of leadership of this conference in the Transatlantic Alliance. It's an honor to be back. Chancellor, let me first thank you for your remarks this morning. It's self-evident that in America and elsewhere we are beginning to get to know you. And I thought your remarks today were very reassuring and very encouraging. They were strong, they were clear, and they were principled. They were based on the principles of democracy and human rights, as you stated so eloquently, that are at the heart of the Transatlantic Alliance of NATO and of the European community. And I thought you dissected the Russian position very effectively, particularly from the point that Putin claims that he has massed these troops around Ukraine to stop Ukraine from becoming part of NATO when that's not even on the table. And I would add that Putin's position is even more inconsistent and illogical because, of course, NATO is a defensive alliance. It doesn't threaten the Russians at all. But it leads me to this question. I fear in some way we all have not invited this crisis around Ukraine, but enabled it by hesitating to move forward on the general promise we've made, as the Secretary General said earlier, of the openness of NATO and the European Union to nations based on their own self-determination, and that we have done this probably out of some deference to Russia. And I think that has enabled Putin to take this aggressive stand he has taken. So I wanted to ask you whether one of the lessons we should learn from this crisis, when it is over, hopefully peacefully, is to begin to accelerate what clearly seems to be the desire of the people of Ukraine to side with, join Europe and the Transatlantic Alliance, which is to say to accelerate their membership first in the European Union and then eventually in NATO. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sure that we did not invite Putin for the things he is doing. And to be very clear, NATO is not aggressive. There is no reason for being afraid. The European Union is not aggressive. There is no reason for being afraid. He argues different, but in the end, from our point of view, this is absolutely clear. And when I'm saying this to him, he always is arguing with the former conflict in former Yugoslavia, saying their NATO was aggressive and was harming people that having done nothing. I answered to him that this was a genocide we tried to avoid with what we did, and he should not misunderstand that the people on the Western Balkan are absolutely willing to become member of the European Union, so this is not how they see it in the end. And so there is a real difference, and then he's coming to argue that in Donbass there is something like genocide, which is really ridiculous, to be very clear on that. But this is his story. And it's always important that we look more intensely into what others say. And I already quoted the article Putin wrote half a year ago. If we would take him literally, this would not let us being very optimistic about the future. But I refuse to do that. I think it's just discussing about history, and I am answering, as I did in the first talk we had here, that we cannot change borders, that we have to accept the integrity and sovereignty of states that are there in Europe. And coming back to your question, this is the real problem, that there is not the NATO membership of Ukraine on the agenda. It will not happen the next time, and even not in the near time. Putin knows that. But he is arguing that because of a potential risk that this may happen, he is in this situation, and that he has any right to act as he is doing. I think he is completely wrong, and we have to insist on that, and this is why it is one of our political leadership tasks that we speak open about this fact. And on the other hand, we have to assure that for democratic alliances, as the NATO, as European Union, as, if you may, the United States, they never can say there is not the principal openness. So yes, when you took new states to become the part of the United States of America, this is a time long ago. I think possibly Puerto Rico might come, but it is not too many other states that will do so. And something like this will happen to other alliances as well, that though they are principally open, there is the moment when you understand that there will be not too many movements in the future. But coming back to what is the situation we are in, this is not where we are. We are facing a conflict in Europe about a question that is not on the agenda, and this is unacceptable, and this is what we are having to argue, and this is what we have to make clear when we go to what we want, talks between different parties to go away from that situation.
Thank you very much, Chancellor.
I'm going to go to my tablet. There's one question which I find, we have many questions, but I have to be selective, I apologize. There's one question from Noah Barkin, who is a think tank person, and his question is the following, I quote, "How concerned are you about closer cooperation between Russia and China? And how might Chinese support for Russian aggression in Ukraine affect and change Germany's relationship, Germany's ties to or with China?"
So we should understand that the world has changed after with the 90s. To make it clear, there are only capitalist countries on the globe, but North Korea. And if you see it like this, the difference between the states is about autocracy, about the way how we rule our countries, about democracy, but not about the way of how we do capitalism. Yes, there are different ways, even within, but in Europe and in North America. But it is in the end not that we are in a situation similar to that happened since after the Bolshevist revolution that brought the Soviet Union. And so it is our task to understand that there are also conflicts between former communist states like Russia and China, and that they will not just vanish because they are agreeing on the way of leading a country. And so let's be clear that this is all a bit misunderstanding the real situation. And this is why I referred to the situation of the world we are living in, and especially the world that we will face in 2050 or so. Then 10 billion people living on the globe. Scientists tell us that they will not increase over 10 billion, that the population will not go over 10 billion, but this is something. And then still we will be 450 and 303 million people in the United States and Europe, or the other way. And understanding this, it is absolutely clear that we are going into a world that is multipolar. But the principles that are bringing us together as democracies, they are more important than. And so I'm not that much afraid. And I think that we will be able to develop a strategy which is clear on questions that are important for us, like democracy, a rule of law, and all this. And on the other hand, making it not happen that there is a domination and spheres of interest for countries like Russia or China. And you can be sure all the other upcoming or already great nations of Asia will not accept it. Not Korea, not Japan, not Vietnam, not Indonesia, not Malaysia, not India. We should be clear on that, and we should be a partner on developing a world that creates peace, understanding that.
Thank you very much. We've actually run out of time, but I will take one more if you promise to make it really brief. And I can't even see you through your mask, so you need to identify yourself, please, back there in the room. Now, here it is.
Thank you. Ken Roth from Human Rights Watch.
Human Rights Watch.
Mr. Chancellor, the prior German government was criticized for allowing business interests to stand in the way of a consistently strong human rights policy. This came up during the German presidency of the European Union when Chancellor Merkel signed off on an investment deal with China with very weak provisions against the forced labor of Uyghur Muslims. It came up with the European Union budget where she settled for kicking the can down the road on rule of law conditionality for Hungary and Poland. And it comes up with gas purchases from Russia. So my question to you is, what steps will you take to ensure that German business interests do not stand in the way of a stronger German governmental commitment to promoting human rights?
Germany is committed to human rights, to make this clear. And we already worked very hard on legislations. Some of them we already have. And we try to convince others to be helpful in this field on the global level and in debates we have internationally. So we have now a very strict supply chain legislation in Germany. And the European Union will have a similar legislation very soon. And I hope other countries will follow, so that we give responsibility to corporates, to companies, that they are responsible what is happening in their supply chain. We have to do it in a very pragmatic way, but this is one of the answers we are giving to this question. It's a very progressive and a very effective answer. This is the same when we are discussing about trade agreements, saying that, for instance, referring to the International Labour Organization's basic principles is one of the things we ask for. So this is also an answer to your question, how to deal with that. And being clear on human rights, on minority rights, on the rule of law, and in the end, democracy. And this is why I referred in my speech so intensely to the question that democracies are strong, and this is what the people are having and want to have from their heart. It is not just for us in Europe or for us in the United States. It's something for us in the world, which people like to have. If we understand this, we can be clear on principles. We have to find ways how we make them more important in international relations, and I'd explained two of them to you. And my view is that this does not mean that we are preferring decoupling. This is a mistake. It would be a big mistake for all our people now in the world, because globalization in the end created wealth and in all our countries. And many companies all over the world are successful, though they are very small, but they produce for the world market. And if they would just produce things or develop IP or export services just for a small market of their nation or of the European Union or of the United States, they would be never that successful as they are. So having globalization is something that gives us all together a better chance for better income. And I already said that it is a great advantage that there are now middle classes all over the world, in Africa, in the South of America, in Asia, and we should be happy to have this being more important for the future. But this does not mean that we are not looking for human rights and for the rule of law, and we have to create policies how we can do it, and in international trade relations there are options, and I explained two of them to you.
Herr Bundeskanzler, ganz herzlichen Dank.
Chancellor, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. Thank you very much. Also, on behalf of my successor, I'd like to repeat the invitation. Please come back next year. We need you.
If you can, stay in the room. The program will continue with Vice President Harris in less than 10 minutes. And once the doors are closed, you're not going to get back in. Let's offer a round of applause to the Chancellor. Herzlichen Dank, Herr Bundeskanzler. Maske auf, ja, hier. Ja.
Martin, hier oben. Machst du die Deckenspots jetzt schon mal aus, die ganz kleinen? Und die Fackeln und die Rundumlichter kannst du nachher ausmachen, sobald sie auf die Bühne geht. Also die ganz kleinen jetzt schon aus.
Okay, good. We're good now, yeah. Okay. I had to bring him in just a little bit because I got a little... I had him turn off the things. Okay. Yes, thank you.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay. That is her seat, right? Okay.
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to take your seats so that we can begin the session on time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take your seats. We'll begin the next session momentarily. Please take your seats now. Please make your way into the main conference hall and take your seats so we can begin the session. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats at the main conference hall. We'll begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, as the US Vice President Kamala Harris makes her way into the conference room, please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're closing the doors to the session. Please take your seats now.
Bekomme ich das Zeichen?
Ladies and gentlemen, the session is about to begin. Please take your seats and please remain seated throughout the entire session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger.
All right, sorry for the little delay, but now we are ready. Welcome back, everybody. It was in 2009, the first conference that I had the privilege of organizing and chairing, when for the first time in our history, the Vice President of the United States came and spoke. That happened to be Mr. Joe Biden, then newly elected Vice President. It is a wonderful end of my tenure for me personally, at the last conference that I have this honor of chairing it, to welcome once again the Vice President of the United States. And this time it is, of course, Kamala Harris, whom I would now like to invite on stage. And let me just add one additional word before we welcome her. It is such a great surprise for me and my team, and I think for all Germans, to see that we have this senior representation by the US administration, but we also have such a terrific congressional delegation, led by the Speaker, led by Senators Graham and Whitehouse. And we have the future US Ambassador in Germany with us, Ambassador Goodman. Welcome to you also. So now, yeah. Madam Vice President, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Ambassador Ischinger. And to all of the very extraordinary leaders who are here today, I thank you for the kind introduction and your years of dedicated leadership. And thank you also to Chancellor Scholz for your kind words. So it is an honor to join all of these distinguished leaders from around the world this morning. I am certain we all recognize this year's gathering is unlike those of the recent past. Not since the end of the Cold War has this forum convened under such dire circumstances. Today, as we are all well aware, the foundation of European security is under direct threat in Ukraine. Let us remember, from the wreckage of 2 world wars, a consensus emerged in Europe and the United States. A consensus in favor of order, not chaos. Security, not conflict. So by forging relationships and bonds, forging organizations and institutions, laws and treaties, we together established a set of rules, norms that have governed ever since. And Europe has enjoyed unprecedented peace, security, and prosperity through a commitment to a set of defining principles. The United States is equally committed to these principles. That people have a right to choose their own form of government. That nations have a right to choose their own alliances. That there are inalienable rights which governments must protect, that the rule of law should be cherished, that sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be respected, and that national borders should not be changed by force. We are here in Munich together to reaffirm our commitment to these principles. These principles have brought us peace and security. The backbone of this, of course, is NATO, the greatest military alliance the world has ever seen. As a defensive alliance, we have deterred acts of aggression against NATO territory for the past 75 years. And today, let me be clear, America's commitment to Article 5 is ironclad. This commitment is sacrosanct to me, to President Biden, and to our entire nation. In fact, I am joined here in Munich by a bipartisan delegation from the United States Senate and the United States House of Representatives. They are Democrats and Republicans. They have a wide range of political views, but they stand together in recognition of the value and the importance of our NATO alliance. Now, even in the most difficult times for our transatlantic community, and even when our system has been tried and tested, we, the United States and Europe, have come together and demonstrated our strength and our unity, just as we do today. As we stand in this decisive moment with all eyes on Ukraine. As we have said all along, there is a playbook of Russian aggression. And this playbook is too familiar to us all. Russia will plead ignorance and innocence. It will create false pretext for invasion, and it will amass troops and firepower in plain sight. We now receive reports of what appears to be provocations. And we see Russia spreading disinformation, lies, and propaganda. Nonetheless, in a deliberate and coordinated effort, we together are, one, exposing the truth, and two, speaking with a unified voice. As President Joe Biden has made clear, the United States, our NATO allies, and our partners have been and remain open to serious diplomacy. We have put concrete proposals on the table. We have encouraged and engaged Russia through NATO, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the United Nations, and bilateral dialogues. We have engaged in good faith. Russia continues to claim it is ready for talks, while at the same time, it narrows the avenues for diplomacy. Their actions simply do not match their words. And let me be clear, I can say with absolute certainty, if Russia further invades Ukraine, the United States, together with our allies and partners, will impose significant and unprecedented economic cost. We have worked intensively with many of you in this room to ensure we are prepared to move forward with consequences. We have prepared together economic measures that will be swift, severe, and united. We will impose far-reaching financial sanctions and export controls. We will target Russia's financial institutions and key industries. And we will target those who are complicit and those who aid and abet this unprovoked invasion. Make no mistake, the imposition of these sweeping and coordinated measures will inflict great damage on those who must be held accountable. And we will not stop with economic measures. We will further reinforce our NATO allies on the eastern flank. In fact, together, we have already taken steps to strengthen our deterrence and collective defense. We have deployed an additional 6,000 American service members to Romania, Poland, and Germany. We have put another 8,500 service members in the United States on a heightened sense of readiness. As President Biden has said, our forces will not be deployed to fight inside Ukraine, but they will defend every inch of NATO territory. Since Russia launched its proxy war against Ukraine nearly 8 years ago, the people of Ukraine have suffered immensely. Nearly 14,000 people killed, more than 1 million displaced, and nearly 3 million in need of aid. The United States has provided significant support to Ukraine, security assistance, humanitarian assistance, and economic assistance. And we will continue to support the people of Ukraine. I believe it is important for us, all of us, as leaders, to never forget the cost of this type of aggression on human lives and livelihoods. So, the United States, our allies, and our partners, together we have achieved remarkable unity. It is evident in our shared acknowledgement of the threats our united response, and our determination to uphold international rules and norms. In the face of Russian aggression, I have been reassured and heartened by the widespread agreement across the transatlantic community that these rules and norms will be defended. And we should not lose sight of how rare it is in history to have a prolonged period of relative peace and stability. So let the past few months be a reminder to us all. Defending the rules and norms, upholding our principles, this is the vital work of each generation. In recent years, some have questioned whether the West is up to the task. Some have wondered whether this system can endure. Some have done so even on this very stage. Indeed, the theme of this conference 2 years ago questioned the staying power of the West, whether or not the transatlantic community was losing its cohesion, its influence, its appeal. So I will answer the skeptics and those seeking to test us. Today, the United States, our allies and our partners are closer together. Today, we are clear in our purpose. And today, we are even more confident in our vision. Our strength must not be underestimated, because after all, it lies in our unity. And as we have always shown, it takes a lot more strength to build something up than it takes to tear something down. Thank you all.
Madam Vice President, thank you so much for this great speech, which I think will be commented about and read about quite a bit in coming hours and days and weeks. Before we start our conversation, let me repeat what I said before you came into the hall. It was in 2009, President Biden, who established, having just been elected Vice President at that time, a young tradition, namely that the United States would be represented in Munich by the Vice President. And he came several times, and I was delighted to see that even the Trump administration followed that example. And we're now so happy to have you to continue this tradition. And I would be delighted if you can convey to the President that even if he is now no longer the Vice President, he has always a standing invitation here.
Yes, Ambassador, I will, and I will tell you it is the President's enthusiasm about the importance of this conference that led to my enthusiasm to be with you this afternoon, so thank you very much.
Now, on a slightly more serious note, a year ago, when the President appeared on our screen, actually in this room, I was standing right here in this room, when he appeared on screen, and he said, and I quote, "America is back, the Transatlantic Alliance is back." Now, that was a message that was extremely well received here, even if not all of us knew that we would be threatened in the way that we feel threatened right now, as you just explained. But as we look forward, there are lots of people here in Germany, in Europe, who are asking themselves, okay, America is back, that's great, but is it for good? Is this for good? Many in Europe are fearful of a time where maybe some kind of a second Trump could be looming in the future. So here's my question. What can or should we Europeans do to keep the United States engaged in Europe long-term? Not just today as we sit here, and even beyond the current administration. I think that is such an important question, because we have learned over these last weeks and months that without the United States considering herself a European power, we're actually quite powerless.
I think the evidence of the point that I will make is present in this room. You will see there is probably one of the largest delegations from the United States Congress present today, Republicans and Democrats, who, as I said earlier, often don't agree on much, but agree on this. I think that the heart of your question really does demand the importance of the perseverance and enduring nature of institutions and alliances. And I would say that on that point we are strong. There is an unwavering commitment to NATO and to the alliance, as evidenced again by the conversations and the unity that has resulted over the last several months, where nations have come together, where the United States, we would like to believe, has been among leaders in playing a leadership role to bring together the allies around common principles and norms, doing it in a way that has been at its essence about the value and the strength of diplomacy, which is about direct engagement. We have counted, and the Secretary of State is here, Tony Blinken, we have counted in excess of at least 200 conversations just in the last couple of months, be it between the President and others, the Secretary of State, myself, and so on. So I would say to you that the relationship is strong, and that the importance of the relationship is something that we take very seriously, which is why in this historic moment, in this defining moment, potentially, the strength of the institution and the alliance reveals itself, even if there's been a question about that before.
Thank you so much. Now, another key theme of our special edition with President Biden a year ago was this question, and I'd be interested in your response today. The question was, can democracies prove that they can still deliver better solutions to the world's major challenges than autocracies? There are skeptics who would probably not have a hard time finding evidence to the contrary over the past period. What do we need, what do democracies need in order to do better and to convince our peoples that we can do it?
Ambassador, I think this is one of the most challenging issues of our time, which is the relative strength, the question about the relative strength, efficiency, and effectiveness of democracies versus autocracies. I'm going to always bet on democracies. I think all of us here share that in common. And it is a reflection of, again, the principles that we have that include the importance of being a government that reflects the needs and desires of the people through a process that has integrity, that rejects corruption, and embraces the concepts of equality and freedom. When we look at the challenge that we face now in the United States, and you are right, President Joe Biden talks a lot about this, and we take pride in the fact that the strength of a democracy, one measure of that strength will be, does it deliver on the needs of the people? So, for example, in the United States, again, with thanks and with great attribution to the congressional delegates that are here, we passed a bipartisan infrastructure law that was one of the first in generations that will deliver on the needs of the people. So I would say that the strength of democracies and the way that democracies will prevail, one measure of that will be, does it actually deliver for the people? But that being said, there is a duality that is always present, I believe, which is that democracy is both, it both has the characteristics of strength and fragility, meaning that it is incumbent on each of us to understand the strength of democracy to deliver for the people, but also the fragility of democracies, which is that if we are not vigilant, if we don't fight for the principles, then they can fail. And so that, again, brings us to the reason that we are here today, to continuously reaffirm and rededicate ourselves as a community to the strength of democracies and the need for us to not only individually but collectively uphold its principles, its values, and its purpose.
Thank you very much. Now, I think I have no choice but to return to our overriding theme this weekend, which has been, when Secretary Stoltenberg spoke earlier and Chancellor Scholz spoke just before you, of course, the central theme was, and you talked about it just a few minutes ago, was Ukraine. So the Biden administration, the president himself, you've all stated that you expect that there will be some kind of military action by Russia going forward. Now, I have no question about your determination to do what you announced to do. But I think this audience would be interested in how you and the Biden administration judges our readiness. Do you think we Europeans are sufficiently prepared for such a kind of a worst-case scenario, which would, in my view at least, which would tend to sort of, terminate the search for a durable and peaceful European security architecture? And we've been working on that for more than a generation, for 2 generations. So the question is, if you could reflect a bit about how you think about this and what conceivably Americans and Europeans working together, what we could do in the future even better in terms of speaking with Russia, not only about Russia. One of the things I really regret is that the Russian government decided not to come here. I would have appreciated an opportunity to challenge them on the stage, as has been the case for many years here in Munich. But I think you understand my question.
Well, as I said in my speech, I am reassured and heartened by the work that we have collectively done over the last several months. And it is work. Not everyone started out in the same place in terms of a variety of issues that are on the table. How do we define aggression? What should be the consequences? Which consequences are appropriate? Which are we willing to pursue? Which aren't we willing to pursue? So we didn't all start out in the same place, but through diplomacy, and again, this speaks to the strength of diplomacy, we came together and are now speaking with a unified voice. And that voice was a function of not only dialogue, but debate, some concessions, but also a practical realization of the moment that we're in, which is that we are looking at a sovereign nation that may very well be on the verge of being invaded yet again. And perhaps this is a moment, as life does present us, with those moments that challenge us to ask, what is our reason for being? And I think we all know the history of NATO and its reason for being. The spirit behind this term we use, the transatlantic community. The word community meaning a collection, not a collection of individuals who see themselves as a collection than as one. And that's where we are now. I don't disagree with you that it would be nice if we were presented with other circumstances, be it at this conference or in the world, but that's not where we are. We remain open to diplomacy. We have said it continuously, and our deeds, our words, and our actions have reflected that priority. We believe that when you define the strength of any nation, certainly I'll speak for the United States, we believe it is an expression of our strength to seek, as a first priority, a diplomatic resolution to any conflict. And I believe we've been clear about that. But yet we are presented with this moment today. And so the question is, if that diplomacy leads to a dead end, we hope it does not. I said that again in my speech today. The President said it last night. We are still open to a diplomatic resolution. But if it does not, we are also clear-eyed that there must be consequences. And so we have clearly articulated the consequences we have in store. And they will be severe and swift. And they were derived through a process, again, of diplomatic discussions and engagement, wherein there has been some consensus around what would be appropriate, given perhaps some predictable scenarios. I think this moment speaks to, yes, a moment we would like to avoid, if it was avoidable, but it also speaks to our resolve to speak with one voice and a unified voice. History has challenged us over the years in that regard, but I think history will show that at this moment, we are standing strong.
Madam Vice President, I can only thank you on behalf of our participants, of this audience, and of those who are listening from the outside, for traveling, for coming over here in these difficult circumstances with pandemic conditions. You know, under more normal circumstances, there would be like 600 people in this hall. It would be totally overcrowded. So thank you for doing this. Thank you for doing this for us here in Europe. It's an enormously reassuring message. And I want to invite all of you to offer to the Vice President of the United States a warm round of applause, if you could, please. Dieses Ding kommt jetzt wieder dahin. Ja. Ach so, nur zum Unterbrechen. Ja, ja.
Das ist quasi das Zeichen für die Regierung.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in the main conference hall. The program will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the main conference hall now, please remain here. The program will begin again momentarily.
Das lege ich mir jetzt hier hin. Das brauche ich nicht mehr. Das da. Weg damit. So.
Genau, das Tablet ist dafür da, Publikumsfragen anzunehmen.
Und ich bleibe hier stehen? Oder?
Sie können sich auch ein bisschen
ich kann
bewegen.
Mich ja bewegen. Ich habe jetzt hier das wieder. Genau, und ich sehe ihn dann da.
Und das legen wir dir hier mit drauf, ja? Das brauchst du wahrscheinlich gar nicht. Aber falls Fragen aus dem Publikum kommen, werden die dann hier als Chatnachricht angezeigt.
Ja.
Aber wahrscheinlich habt ihr sowieso...
Aber ich kann ja auch Publikum aufrufen, ne?
Nee.
Nee, das darf ich hier nicht. Wie?
Nur eigene Fragen stellen oder hierüber Fragen vorlesen, die über den Chat reinkommen.
Was ist denn der Unterschied zwischen den...
Es kommt niemand, es darf niemand aus dem Publikum Fragen stellen. Das geht technisch nicht und das ist mit den Chinesen so
Ach
vereinbart.
so, weil der das dann nicht. Aber ich kann doch noch mal sagen, if you want to ask a question.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the main hall will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in the main conference hall as the program will begin again momentarily.
2020 starten wir dann.
Okay. Ja. Nö, im Augenblick nicht. Hi.
I hear the Prime Minister's coming. My Prime Minister.
Yes.
What time is he on?
He's the last in the morning session, so between just before 1 p.m.
Yeah. I hear he's a late edition. Is that right?
Yes. I think Downing Street called us like 2 days ago.
I know. Because Liz Truss was supposed to come here, and she was bumped.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the main conference hall will begin again momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the main conference hall will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now in the main conference hall. We're about to resume with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, we're closing the doors. The session is about to begin. Please welcome on stage the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Program will continue. As you see, we have our next guest already on screen. It is my pleasure and my privilege to welcome as our next speaker the State Councillor and Foreign Minister of China, His Excellency Wang. Over the last number of years, keeping lines of dialogue open has been a priority for us here at the Munich Security Conference, even as the United States, Europe, and other countries have started to take a more critical look at their relationships with China. Today, I can only underline that we are determined to continue to have conversations in Munich, not just about China, but certainly with China. And I repeat, I would have loved to be able to say the same thing about our big neighbor to the east, about Russia. When Minister Wang last addressed this room in 2020, being here physically, it was under the difficult circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic, which had just started to dominate the international discourse. Unfortunately, I'm sure I'm not the only one who regrets today that we are not yet totally out of the woods regarding the pandemic, and the circumstances do not permit Minister Wang to join us in person. I think there is also, of course, the Olympic Games still ongoing with, I'm sure, lots of international visitors that he wanted and he needs to say hello to. Instead, he's joining us today virtually and will also be willing to respond to a few questions within the tight schedule that we have. Now, if you guys are not fluent in Mandarin, use your headsets. And I would now want to say thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much, State Councillor, for spending time with us today. And you have maybe not the floor, but the screen, please.
Well, thank you, Chairman Ischinger, my old friend. It is very nice to see you once again. I'm delighted to attend the Munich Security Conference once again and to meet with old and new friends on the cloud. In the past few years, the most frequently discussed topic at the MSC was uncertainty. And this year, it has been replaced by a sense of helplessness. All this reflects the deep confusion among nations about the current state of the world, as well as their widely shared concern about its future. Secretary-General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, cautioned expressly many times that the world is at risk of division, and major countries are expected to shoulder their responsibilities and live up to international obligations. As China sees it, this warning is no alarmism. Indeed, our world faces once again the danger of division and confrontation. Certain big power is reviving the Cold War mentality and stoking confrontation between blocs. It willfully wields unilateral sanctions and undermines international rule of law. It puts together various circles and stirs up antagonism. It gets zealous about decoupling and building walls and acts against the trend of globalization. It boasts of its strength and power and glorifies hegemony and bullying. This should not be allowed to continue because it runs counter to the advancement of history. So what shall we do? The answer lies in greater solidarity and cooperation under the banner of multilateralism. As President Xi Jinping highlighted at the World Economic Forum earlier this year, amidst the raging torrents of a global crisis, countries are not riding separately in some 190 small boats, but are rather all in a giant ship on which our shared destiny hinges. Only when countries row the oars together and cheer up each other, rather than undercut and come after one another, can we overcome the current challenges and sail into a bright future. In this process, the role and action of major countries are critically important. Let me share with you 3 points. First, to make the world a better place, major countries must lead by example. President Xi Jinping has stressed time and again that major countries should act like major countries. We expect all major countries to take the lead in supporting multilateralism, living up to their international commitments, acting on the purposes of the UN Charter, and contributing to world peace and development. China has all along been taking real actions to honor its international responsibilities and obligations. Facing the persistent global pandemic, China has acted on President Xi Jinping's announcement to make vaccines public goods and was among the earliest to provide vaccines to countries in need. It has so far provided over 2.1 billion doses of vaccines to more than 120 countries and international organizations. At this moment, we are focusing on providing new, large-scale vaccine assistance to Africa. Facing the sluggish global economic recovery, China has put actions behind the vision of common development. It has worked to advance high-quality Belt and Road cooperation for green, open, and clean development under the principle of high-standard, people-centered, and sustainable progress. Facing the impact of COVID-19 on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, China has put forward the Global Development Initiative and called on all countries to take actions together and lend fresh impetus to the realization of the agenda. Facing the complex governance challenge, China has taken an active part in developing global governance systems on climate, environment, health, and in the digital sector, and worked to make globalization more open and beneficial to all. It has been a staunch stalwart of the international system with the United Nations at the center and the international order based on international law. Facing the volatile global landscape, China upholds the new vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security and has worked for political settlement of regional hotspot issues, playing a constructive role in maintaining international peace and security. Facts have proved that China's development has increased certainty in the world and expanded the force for peace. China, with higher quality development and better capability to deliver, will provide stronger impetus for global recovery beyond COVID and greater contribution to international peace and stability. Second, to make the world a better place, countries must work in sync. We need to work together for a new type of international relations based on mutual respect, equity, justice, and win-win cooperation. State-to-state relations should not be simplistically defined by competition only, and no country should be obsessed with turning back the wheel of history and repeat past mistakes of forging rivaling alliances. We need to work together to champion and act on true multilateralism. The authority of the United Nations must be guaranteed, and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter must be upheld. No country, not even a superpower, should replace international norms with its own will, still less put itself above international norms. We need to work together to promote balanced and robust recovery of the world economy. What is urgently needed is further openness and integration, not isolation and decoupling, and to remove trade barriers, bring down exclusive yards with high walls, promote open, green, and common development, and foster and maintain an open world economy. We need to work together to safeguard global peace and tranquility. Security of a country should not come at the expense of that of another country, and security of a region cannot be realized by beefing up military blocs. The idea of exclusive security and absolute security must be rejected. We all must guard against and oppose any attempt for new Cold War and strive for a world of enduring peace. Third, to make the world a better place, China and Europe must play its part. China and Europe are two major forces and great civilizations. We can and we must provide more stability and positive energy for the world. The two sides need to stay committed to the China-EU comprehensive strategic partnership and should not be swayed by any turn of event. China will continue to support European integration, support an EU with greater unity and prosperity, and support European strategic autonomy. At the same time, we hope that Europe could move forward from the partner, competitor, rival characterization of its relations with China, focus on the mainstream of dialogue and cooperation, stick to the keynote of mutual benefit, and view the China-Europe relationship from a strategic and long-term perspective to ensure the overall direction of a healthy relationship. The two sides need to respect each other's core interests and adhere to the basic international norm of non-interference in international affairs. Given the differences in our history, cultural background, and development stage, it is natural that we do not always see eye to eye with each other. China is ready to, on the basis of mutual respect and equality, enhance dialogue with the European side and seek common ground in spite of the differences and find a mutually acceptable path forward. The two sides need to expand mutually beneficial cooperation across the board. China and Europe are linked by highly complementary development edges and a cooperation foundation built over the years. We should look beyond the pandemic to unlock further potential and room for cooperation and give substance to our partnerships for green and digital cooperation so as to bring about greater possibilities and sustained momentum for China-Europe relations. Dear friends, the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022 is drawing to a successful conclusion. I wish to take this opportunity to express my hearty appreciation to all those who have warmly supported and participated in the Games. The success of Beijing 2022 is an accomplishment for China, and even more so for the world. The Games, which attracts the eyes of the world, not only brings warmth and hope to people of all countries who are caught in the chilly winter of the pandemic, but also injects the much-needed strength of peace and unity into this volatile world. Together for a shared future. This is the official motto of the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022. As we have seen in the field of play, even the strongest contenders can compete peacefully and cheer for one another because their goal is not to beat others, but to surpass themselves. The same spirit should also ring true when it comes to relations between states. In this spirit, China is ready to work with all countries as passengers in the same boat and with unity as the sail and cooperation as the oar, sail through the pandemic and toward a brighter future. So these are my opening remarks. Thank you. And now I'm ready for communication and exchanges with Chairman Ischinger and all of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. And we already have a couple of questions. If I may, I will start with a question that I had thought about, but I also already have more or less the same question from Josh Rogin of the Washington Post. This is on my tablet. So allow me to read the question. 2 weeks ago, President Xi and President Putin attracted a lot of attention with the joint statement they made. And in this joint statement, I quote, "The two sides oppose further enlargement of NATO," unquote. Now, Mr. State Councillor, of course, NATO can only enlarge if a country wishes to join. Now, considering that national sovereignty is, as you just explained, one of China's key principles, why should a sovereign country not be free to join an alliance if it so chooses? And to use the words that Josh Rogin used, which go in the same direction, President Xi says China's foreign policy is based on non-intervention and sovereignty. So why would China not speak up clearly against Putin making threats against Ukraine, a UN member state also? So here we go.
Well, Chairman Ischinger, I expect that the first question from you would be about Ukraine. First of all, let me reiterate that the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of any country should be respected and safeguarded, because this is a basic norm of international relations. it is consistent with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, and it's the consistent position of the Chinese government. Ukraine is no exception. In the document that the Chinese government has released in the past, there is repeated commitment to safeguarding sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all countries. If anyone wants to question this position of China, it is ill-intended hyping up and sensationalization, and it is a distortion of China's position. When it comes to NATO, China's position again has been consistent. We always believe that the Cold War has been long gone. NATO was a product of the Cold War era, and now we need to look at the current situation, and there needs to be adaptation to NATO. If there is a persistent easternwards expansion, will that really guarantee peace in Europe? Will that truly lead to lasting peace and stability in Europe? I believe that this is a question that our friends in Europe need to have serious consideration about. At the moment, regarding the situation surrounding Ukraine, there is a lot of discussion. China is a permanent member of the UN Security Council. We always make our decisions on our position based on the merits of the issue, and we always play our due constructive role. When it comes to this issue, we believe that now we need to go back to the initial solution of the Minsk agreement, because that agreement was reached by all parties related to this issue, which is a binding agreement. It has been endorsed and recognized by the UN Security Council. It is the only way out for the Ukrainian issue. As far as I understand, the Russian side supports the new Minsk agreement, and for Europe, it also supports this agreement. Recently, U.S. Secretary General, the Secretary of State of the United States, Tony Blinken, called me, and he told me that the United States also supports this agreement. If that is the case, why can't all parties sit down together to have in-depth discussion and to come up with the roadmap and timetable for the implementation of this agreement? I believe that this is what all parties need to focus on. Instead of hyping up tensions, stoking panic, or even sensationalize or trumpeting the risk of war. At this moment, all countries need to shoulder their responsibilities and work for peace.
Thank you very much, State Councillor. I want to remind the audience
about the prospect of this issue. I have a view that I want to share with all of you. Ukraine should be a bridge linking the West and the East and should not be a front line for major power competition. When it comes to this issue, all parties have the right to raise their concerns. While the reasonable concerns of Russia should also be respected and heeded. So we hope that a solution can be found through dialogue and consultation that will really guarantee security and stability in Europe, and a framework leading toward the solution can be found by all parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, State Councillor. I just want to make clear that our technology does not allow me to take oral questions from the audience. So if you want to ask a question, use the chat room function, and then I can read it, and it works. Then it works. So I'm waiting to get more questions while in the interim, Mr. State Councillor, let me add the following question, which I've been asked, but which I share personally, because I happen to be a licensed ski instructor, so it's one of my hobbies to follow the Olympics, and I've tried to do that over the last week or so quite intensely. Due to the popularity of the Olympics, a lot of attention has been paid to China internationally, and many around the globe have now learned about the fate of the Uyghurs and allegations about labor and re-education camps for this minority in China. So a question that has been suggested to me is this: when will, or I should maybe say, will UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, have unrestricted access to this region in order to try to verify such allegations? Thank you.
First of all, let me say very clearly that in Xinjiang, there has never been the so-called systematic forced labor or the so-called re-education camp. These are all lies that have been fabricated and spread as disinformation. I hope you can believe that the Chinese government and you can trust what the Chinese government say and what we have been releasing. So what is this matter is truly about? Well, Xinjiang is a place where it has been intensely hit by violent terrorist forces and radical ideologies. In the past few years, Xinjiang was severely threatened by these threats, and some terrorist forces infiltrated into the Xinjiang region. So in order to protect the security and safety of the local people, the local government needed to take actions to strike down on those forces. It has responded to the call of the United Nations, and it has drawn on the experiences and actions and practices of France and other countries, and it has used education to de-radicalize so that the breeding ground for extremism can be removed. This approach has paid off, and it has been supported and welcomed by people of all ethnicities in Xinjiang. For the past few years, there has been no single terrorist attack in Xinjiang. All people in Xinjiang, including the Uyghur people, can live in peace and can live happily. And Xinjiang has been thriving in its economic and social development. Isn't that a good thing? Isn't that a contribution made by China and by the Xinjiang region to the international fight against terrorism? Isn't that a useful exploration of preventive efforts against terrorism? I believe that this should be fully recognized not only by the Chinese people, but also by the international community. As to the lies and misinformation, Xinjiang has opened its door, opened its arms to people in other parts of the world so that they can find out the fact. Let me share with you that before the pandemic, Xinjiang region hosted over 2,000 people, including government officials, religious figures, and journalists from over 100 countries and international organizations. And they saw for themselves a Xinjiang that enjoyed peace, prosperity, and stability, where people of all ethnicities could enjoy the full freedom of religious belief. That is the true Xinjiang. Well, because the pandemic is still ongoing, so there are still restrictions about traveling. But once the situation improves, we welcome all interested people from other parts of the world to go to Xinjiang, and Xinjiang will be happy to have communications and exchanges with foreign friends. But one thing I want to make clear, that what Xinjiang does not welcome is investigation based on presumption of guilt. And the people in Xinjiang reject all kinds of biases, prejudices, and uncalled for accusations on relevant policy of China. As for Ms. Bachelet's visit to China, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Chairman, China long ago expressed its welcome to Ms. Bachelet and made clear that we welcome her visit, and she can also visit Xinjiang during the visit. There has never been a problem of that. That is just a normal exchange between China and international organizations. Well, right now we are communicating with Ms. Bachelet and his staff. We hope that we can come up with a thoughtful arrangement for her visit. Of course, we respect Ms. Bachelet's own wish, and we believe that when she is in China, she will respect China's sovereignty and rules and regulations. That is how exchanges take place in the world. We believe that when she comes to China, she will be able to see a developing China, and in Xinjiang, she will see a region that enjoys peace and stability, where people live in happiness and harmony. Fact is fact. In front of facts, all the lies, disinformation, and misinformation won't stand a chance and will be busted. This is my answer to the question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Minister Wang. Unfortunately, our time has run out. I'm sure there will be a number of more questions. Thank you for taking time to discuss these issues with us. It is my sincere hope that next year, post-pandemic, let's hope so, you could be here with us again physically and have bilateral meetings in addition, which I'm sure would be extremely interesting and useful to all of us. So let me thank you, and I look forward on behalf of my team and my successor to stay in touch with you, and thank you for your willingness to be open to all the questions that deal with our relationship with China. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, Chairman Ishinger, let me also thank you once again. I have been told that you are about to retire as chairman of the Munich Security Conference. Let me express my appreciation to you on behalf of the Chinese side, and thank you for your contribution to upholding peace and security of Europe, as well as to the enhanced mutual understanding between Europe and other parts of the world. I also salute your objective, just and inclusive position in your work, and I trust that you will continue to make greater contribution. I look forward to attending the conference physically next year. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned, so to speak. We're going to have Prime Minister of the United Kingdom coming in just a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session with Prime Minister Boris Johnson is about to begin. Please remain seated.
Okay. So here we go. Final session on this Saturday morning. A few days ago, I had the pleasant surprise of getting a call from Downing Street, number 10, announcing to us that the Prime Minister would be willing to come over and join us here for this day of strategic discussion. And since we're short on time, I will simply want to say, welcome, Prime Minister. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Wolfgang, Ambassador Ischinger, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be here again after an absence of, I think, 5 years at this very important security conference, which has helped to make this city a symbol of the unity of the West, of the strength of the Atlantic Alliance, and of the vision of a Europe whole and free. And at this moment of extreme danger for the world, it has seldom been more vital to preserve our unity and resolve. And that was the theme of my discussion last night with fellow leaders, including President Biden, President Macron, Chancellor Scholz, and Prime Minister Draghi, as well as the leaders of NATO and the EU. And as I said to President Putin during our last conversation, we in the UK still hope that diplomacy and dialogue may yet succeed. But we also have to be unflinchingly honest about the situation today, when over 130,000 Russian troops are gathering on the borders of Ukraine, and when more than 100 battalion tactical groups threaten that European country. We must be united against that threat, because we should be in no doubt what is at stake here. If Ukraine is invaded, and if Ukraine is overwhelmed, we will witness the destruction of a democratic state, a country that has been free for a generation, with a proud history of elections. And every time that Western ministers have visited Kiev, we've assured the people of Ukraine and their leaders that we stand foursquare behind their sovereignty and independence. How hollow, how meaningless, how insulting those words would seem if, at the very moment when their sovereignty and independence is imperiled, we simply look away. If Ukraine is invaded, the shock will echo around the world. And those echoes will be heard in East Asia, they will be heard in Taiwan. When I spoke to the Prime Ministers of Japan and Australia this week, they left me in no doubt that the economic and political shocks will be felt on the far side of the world. So let me be clear about the risk. The risk now is that people would draw the conclusion that aggression pays and that might is right. So we should not underestimate the gravity of this moment and what is at stake. As I speak to you today, we do not fully know what President Putin intends, but the omens are grim, and that is why we must stand strong together. The UK has worked with the European Union and the United States to put together the toughest and strongest package of sanctions, and I spoke recently to President Ursula von der Leyen to discuss the measures prepared by the EU in closest coordination with our own. And if Russia invades its neighbour, we will sanction Russian individuals and companies of strategic importance to the Russian state. And we will make it impossible for them to raise finance on the London capital markets. And we will open up the matryoshka dolls of Russian-owned companies and Russian-owned entities to find the ultimate beneficiaries within. And if President Putin believes that by these actions he can drive NATO back or intimidate NATO, he will find that the opposite is the case. Already the UK and our allies are strengthening the defences of the eastern flank of NATO. We're increasing the British contribution to exercise cold response by sending our newest aircraft carrier, HMS Prince of Wales, and 3 Commando Brigade. We're doubling our presence in Estonia to nearly 2,000 troops. We've increased our presence in Poland to 600 troops by sending 350 Marines from 4-5 Commando. We've increased our presence in the skies over southeastern Europe with another 6 Typhoons based in Cyprus. We're sending warships to the eastern Mediterranean and the Black Sea. And I've placed another 1,000 troops on standby to respond to any humanitarian emergency which we all fear is increasingly likely. And while the most alarming and the most visible threat is the massing of Russian land forces on Ukraine's borders, look at the naval buildup in the Black Sea which threatens to blockade Ukraine. Look at the massive cyber attacks and the incoming tide of disinformation. This crisis extends into every domain, which is why the UK is providing NATO with more land, sea, and air forces. And it is because we feared a crisis like this that we were already engaged in the biggest increase in defence investment for a generation, spread across conventional capabilities and the new technologies that are ever more important to our collective defence. And I'm proud to say that since Russia invaded Ukraine for the first time and annexed Crimea in 2014, we have been helping Ukraine, training 22,000 troops, and in recent months, in response to the threat, we have been among the nations to send defensive weaponry in the form of 2,000 anti-tank missiles. And I'm glad that we've been joined in this by the United States, by Poland, and by our Baltic allies. And that many other nations and the EU have, like the UK, helped to strengthen Ukraine's economy. Britain will always stand up for freedom and democracy around the world. And when I say that our commitment to European security is immovable and unconditional, our deeds show that we mean our words. We are making the biggest contribution of NATO to NATO of any European ally because we understand the importance of collective security. And just as our European friends stood by us after the Russian state used chemical weapons in Salisbury, used a chemical weapon in Salisbury, so Britain will stand by you. But we must accept that these measures by the UK and our allies, draconian sanctions, rinsing out dirty money, the intensification of NATO's defences, fortifying our Ukrainian friends, they may not be enough to deter Russian aggression. And it is therefore vital that we learn the lessons of 2014. Whatever happens in the next few days and weeks, we cannot allow European countries to be blackmailed by Russia. We cannot allow the threat of Russian aggression to change the security architecture of Europe. We cannot permit a new Yalta, a new division of our continent into spheres of influence. And we must now wean ourselves off dependence on Putin's oil and gas. And I understand the costs and the complexities of this effort and the fact that it is easier said than done. So I'm grateful to Chancellor Scholz's assurances about Nord Stream 2. But the lessons of the last few years and of Gazprom's obvious manipulation of European gas supply cannot be ignored. We must ensure that by making full use of alternative supplies and technology, we make Russia's threats redundant. And that will be the work of the months and years to come, as well as the necessary and overdue steps that we in the UK must take to protect our own financial system. And we now need to prepare ourselves for the Russian playbook of deception that governs every operation of this kind. There will be a cascade of false claims about Ukraine intended to spread confusion almost for its own sake. And even now there are plans being laid for staged events, spinning a web of falsehoods designed to present any Russian attack as a response to provocation. We've already witnessed a fake military withdrawal combined with staged incidents that could provide a pretext for military action. We knew this was coming. We've seen it before, and no one should be fooled. And we have to steel ourselves for the possibility of a protracted crisis, with Russia maintaining the pressure and searching for weaknesses over an extended period. And we must, together, refuse to be worn down. What Europe needs is strategic endurance, and we should focus our energies on preserving our unity and on deepening transatlantic cooperation. But for that to work, we must also be prepared to devote the necessary resources to carry a greater share of the burden of preserving our continent's security, and to demonstrate that we are in it for the long haul. For now, we should continue to do everything we can to pursue the path of peace and dialogue. There is a way forward if President Putin is minded to take it. There is a discussion to be had about the threats that he claims to see, because in reality, as we all know, those threats are an illusion. They are the product of the Kremlin's chronic but misguided view of NATO as a supposedly encircling and intimidating alliance. That is not NATO's function. NATO is a peaceful and a defensive alliance. And we are willing to work with President Putin to demonstrate that point and to give him the assurances that he may need. We could point out that until he invaded Ukraine for the first time in 2014, NATO did not permanently station any troops anywhere east of Germany. And it was as recently as 2017 that the US, the UK, and other NATO allies established the enhanced forward presence to protect Poland and the Baltic states. And even then, the total deployment of fewer than 5,000 troops posed no conceivable threat to Russia. And it is only in the last few weeks, in response to the current crisis, that we have dispatched reinforcements, though still in numbers that constitute no possible threat. Until 2014, European allies were cutting their defense budgets and shrinking their armed forces, perhaps faster than was safe or wise. And to the extent that this has changed, it is because of the actions of President Putin and the tension that he has created. If NATO forces are now closer to Russia's border, it is in response to his decisions and the justified concerns they have provoked among our allies. And there are many things said about what may or may not have been said in the closed-door meetings of 3 decades ago as the Berlin Wall fell and Germany was reunited. But there is no doubt that we all agreed legal obligations to protect the security of every country in Europe. And what happened in those amazing years was the dissolution of the Iron Curtain and the fulfillment of the vision of a Europe whole and free. It was one of the most incredible moments of my lifetime, as nations at the heart of our continent regained their liberty and their sovereign right to control their own destiny and seek their own alliances. We will not abandon the hope and impulse of that era, made possible by the courage of millions of ordinary Europeans. And that's why NATO opened its doors to 14 states after 1999, and we cannot allow our open door to be slammed shut. But if dialogue fails, and if Russia chooses to use violence against an innocent and peaceful population in Ukraine, and to disregard the norms of civilized behavior between states, and to disregard the Charter of the United Nations, then we at this conference should be in no doubt that it is in our collective interest that Russia should ultimately fail and be seen to fail. I believe that in preparing to invade Ukraine, a proud country whose armed forces now exceed 200,000 personnel, considerably more expert in combat today than in 2014, President Putin and his circle are gravely miscalculating. I fear that a lightning war would be followed by a long and hideous period of reprisals and revenge and insurgency. And Russian parents would mourn the loss of young Russian soldiers who, in their way, are every bit as innocent as the Ukrainians now bracing themselves for attack. And if Ukraine is overrun by brute force, I fail to see how a country encompassing nearly 250,000 square miles, the biggest nation in Europe apart from Russia itself, could then be held down and subjugated forever. After a generation of freedom, we're now staring at a generation of bloodshed and misery. I believe that Russia would have absolutely nothing to gain from this catastrophic venture and everything to lose. And while there is still time, I urge the Kremlin to de-escalate, to disengage its forces from the frontier and to renew our dialogue. Every nation at this conference shares a vision of a secure and prosperous Europe of sovereign states, deciding their own destiny and living without fear or threat. And that extends, that vision, of course, extends to Russia, a nation whose cultural patrimony we revere and whose sacrifice in the struggle against fascism was immeasurable. Russia has as much right as any other country to live in peace and security. And we should never cease to emphasize that Russia has nothing to fear from our vision, which threatens and marginalizes no one. And as we come together in unity and resolve, we must also show wisdom and moderation, because it's precisely by that unity that we show today that we have the best chance, even now, at this 11th hour, of averting disaster and ensuring that good sense can still prevail. And it is that message of unity that we must send from this conference today. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. What a powerful statement at the end of this morning session here today. Thank you very much. We have only a couple of minutes left, but I'm actually grateful to you, speaking personally, for reminding us that this continent, which many of us have been dreaming of as a continent of peace, of eternal peace, has actually not been a continent of fully established peace, and whatever peace we've had is now under immediate and terrible threat. I think of the Balkans in the 1990s. I think of Georgia in the 2000s. I think of the war that's been going on now since 2014, the conflict in and around Ukraine. Now, here's my question. Given these challenges, of course, we work on the military aspects of deterrence, etc., very well in NATO. But should we not also strive to establish, or maybe I should say re-establish, a more efficient method regarding the closest possible cooperation between your government and the EU on, let's say, especially, of course, on the non-military aspects? There is such a need, as I think, of coordination, cooperation on all sorts of foreign policy aspects. What is your vision regarding the EU-UK relationship in the area of foreign policy?
Well, thanks very much, Wolfgang, and Ambassador Ischinger, I should say. I want the closest possible cooperation across all aspects of policy, economic, political, diplomatic, military, and if you look at what we're doing in foreign policy coordination, I think it's fair to say that sometimes the UK has been out in front. I think maybe with sanctions on Belarus, we were a little bit ahead of our EU friends, but everything we do is always coordinated with Brussels. And when it comes to preparing the sanctions package against Russia, which has to be as tough as possible if it's going to make any difference to the calculations of Vladimir Putin, we've been working very closely with Ursula von der Leyen. I'll give you a couple more examples on Lithuania and the issue that they have currently with China. There, the UK stands four square with Lithuania and working with our EU friends. I'll just give you, another example of the way in which we continue to work very intensively together. A bit of tiny sort of shard of a fragment of good news is that it may be that the JCPOA has more life in it than we thought perhaps a few months ago. That's encouraging. This is an example of where the UK and the EU share completely the same objectives, work together hand in glove. So I think that there's ample continuity in our foreign policy coordination, basically because our values are the same. Our values and our objectives are the same. And it's about freedom, it's about democracy, it's about human rights, it's about liberty. And that's what's at stake today in Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Final question. An hour ago or so, we had Vice President Harris speaking here, and I raised with her the concern, which I know exists in the minds of many here on the European side, that when Joe Biden says America is back, the question is this for good? In other words, my question to you is, as British Prime Minister, what, if anything, can we do as Europeans, and you are of course also a European, to make this...
My ancestors come from Munich.
To make this transatlantic relationship sustainably close, to keep the United States engaged well beyond the current administration, where we have no doubt about their commitment, but how do we make it, crystal clear and more permanent again after the experience of the Trump administration?
Well, thank you, Wolfgang. Look, I think actually this experience, terrible though it is, may serve to do even more to unify the transatlantic alliance. And when you think about what Putin wants in this whole diplomatic merry-go-round that we've been seeing, he wants engagement with the United States of America. And what the crisis in Ukraine has done is escalate and demonstrate the fundamental importance of that United States security guarantee to NATO and the crucial role of the United States in guaranteeing peace in Europe. So paradoxically, I think it's helped to bring the US center stage. I think it's also helped to bring NATO center stage, in the sense that we're all now working together to fortify the eastern frontiers of NATO in the way that I described earlier on. And France is helping in Romania. Other countries are supporting NATO engagement across the whole of the eastern perimeter of NATO. And you're seeing an intensification of NATO activity and greater emphasis placed on the importance of NATO in the whole conversation. And that is good, in my view, for transatlantic security. And for me, that underlines the crucial role that NATO plays, the fundamental guarantor of Europe's security, irrespective of all other conversations about European security architecture, to which I, of course, defer and which we can have. But NATO is fundamental and at the core. The final point I would make is that I think that the crisis is bringing us together as we consider what's happening around the world. And so when we think about what's happening in the Indo-Pacific region and the threats to stability, to our values in that region, I think that what's happening in Ukraine now and the collective response that we're seeing to what's happening in Ukraine should now be developed. And we should think of ways in which we can participate together to promote those things we believe in, not just in the European theatre, but around the world. And I hope very much that, and you can see American engagement and American involvement in those questions, and it's absolutely vital that we continue to see it. So we can't say what's going to happen in the course of the next few days. We can't be certain, but I just want to repeat one thing. I believe it absolutely vital for our collective security that the venture, if there is a violent act of aggression by President Putin, that it should not be a success, that it should fail, and that I believe with enough collective resolve we can ensure that it does fail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Let me remind you that after lunch we will have the opportunity to listen to what President Zelensky has to say about the current threatening situation. Prime Minister, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's give a hand to the Prime Minister.
heftig. Ne? Das auffällt. Aber die macht jetzt auch Mittagspause, genauso wie wir.
Hello and welcome to the Munich Security Conference, to our YouTube studio, and I'm very happy to welcome here in our studio Executive Director for Human Rights Watch, Mr. Kenneth Roth.
My pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
And we're also happy having you here with us. Actually, I was thinking about the Munich Security Conference. I was a lot of world leaders, presidents, Minister of Defense, and then I saw Human Rights Watch.
Right.
And I asked myself, what is the Human Rights Watch doing here?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. And I've been coming to the Munich Security Conference for, I think, 15 years or something like that. And when I first came here, I was very lonely. There was nobody else dealing with human rights. Now, that's actually not the case anymore. I've got many colleagues here. But I think that, the big topic here is Ukraine. And the importance of human rights, I think, are highlighted just by the whole Ukraine, threat. Because if there were human rights in Russia, if there really was a free media, free civil society, competitive elections, and as a result, genuine debate about whether it's worth Russia invading Ukraine or not, I'd be surprised if the Russian people wanted to invade. But Putin, not only doesn't ask the Russian people, he's afraid of the Russian people. He just held an election where the whole point of the election was to prevent the Russian people from having any say whatsoever in who was going to, rule them. And so it just demonstrates the close connection between human rights and the kind of classic security that's discussed here in Munich.
And you mentioned the Ukraine-Russian conflict. What's your main concern from the human rights point of view about this conflict? When we look at the last 3-4 days.
Yeah. Well, look, I think we have to recognize that while Putin talks about NATO, and as if this is all about, the threat that NATO poses, I mean, that's not a credible argument in the sense that NATO is not about to invade Russia. Ukraine is not about to join NATO. But
they want, but not yet.
It's nowhere on the agenda, as everybody keeps saying. I think, what is scary for Putin about Ukraine is Ukrainians' desire for democracy and their movement in that direction. It's not a perfect democracy, but it's much more of one than Russia is. And given the kind of the cultural proximity between Russia and Ukraine, it's scary to Putin to have this illustration of an effective democracy right next door, because that certainly is not what it's like in Russia.
You're working on the ground. Have you been observing the last days any human rights violations happening?
Well, yes. I mean, there was just, I guess, a day and a half, 2 days ago now, there was intense shelling from the Russian-backed forces, which hit actually a kindergarten and a residential area. And that, it was a big deal because it happened right now. It has not been that atypical for the way the conflict in the Donbass has been fought. And there has been, widespread indiscriminate shelling and the like. And so that has been a long-standing concern of Human Rights Watch in the, the far eastern region of the Ukraine, which has been at war now for years. Our fear, of course, is that this will be replicated across Ukraine if Russia invades. And the other reason that gives us concern is if you just look at how Russian forces have operated in Idlib province in northwestern Syria, where Human Rights Watch recently issued a report showing that Russian bombers were deliberately targeting hospitals, schools, markets, apartment buildings. I mean, there with the aim of making Idlib unlivable to make it easier for Syrian ground forces to move in, push out all the civilians. If they, treat Ukraine that way, it'll be a disaster.
What do you do in these cases as a Human Rights Watch? Do you keep on observing daily reports? How do you work on the ground?
Yeah.
Because we all also want to understand how's you're working with the researchers on the ground, on the operative level.
Well, obviously, our bread and butter is to, get to the scene of the crime. So let's say there's a bombing. Ideally, we go there. We talk to the people who were eyewitnesses. The first thing you have to figure out was there a legitimate military target there? Because, the mere fact that a bomb lands someplace is not automatically a war crime. You've got to look at the circumstances. But if you can determine there was no legitimate military target, or even if there was, that the civilian consequences were known to be disproportionate, that gives you evidence of a possible war crime. We then publish as quickly as possible, because our aim is not just to describe, our aim is to change the conduct.
And you mentioned you look according certain criteria. What are the criteria where you say it is a war crime, it is not a war crime?
Oh, well, the standards that we apply are basically the Geneva Conventions, so-called international humanitarian law. And the rules are quite simple. You cannot, deliberately target civilians. You have to only aim at military targets. You cannot use means that are indiscriminate. You've got to fire, at the military target, not just like paper a whole area with shells.
Yeah.
And even if you're aiming at a military target, you've got to make sure that the consequences to civilians are not disproportionate compared to the definite military advantage that you would want to secure. So those are the basic rules. They're well established. Nobody really quarrels with those rules. We then apply them.
If we, the example maybe you mentioned is a bit more clear than others when we're talking about Syria or when you mentioned Ukraine, but you also have some struggles or areas where it's not so clear. So how you try to keep being impartial and to know what's really happening, because sometimes this is very important for you to keep your credibility.
Oh, no, we have to be right. We have to be absolutely accurate.
Everyone wants to be right, but how can you assure you're right?
Well, we assure, in the sense, we have our investigators on the ground, and we have a certain luxury, which is to say, if we're not sure, we don't publish. We only publish when we know that we're right. We don't have to comment on everything. We just comment on the things that we can establish. And so we don't claim to be comprehensive, but we try to be, look at a kind of a representative sampling and report on the things where we can say definitively, this is what happened.
Okay.
That it is a war crime or it's not a war crime. We'll call it either way.
You're operating in more than 90 countries.
Yes.
And you have a lot of researchers and field researchers working on the ground. How do you ensure their security? Because they are living in countries where human rights are being violated, freedom of press is being suppressed, but nevertheless they're taking a risk to work on the ground. How do you protect them?
Well, obviously there's never a 100% guarantee, but the protection of our staff is a huge concern for us. We have, a staff devoted to the security of our staff, and we don't do that by running around with, Uzi machine guns protecting people. We do it by, paying attention to the information we have about the threats to them and trying to keep them away from those threats. So, sometimes if you have to travel in a war zone, there are questions about what time of day, whom do you travel with, what kind of communications do you have, who are you checking with on the ground. So there are a number of practical steps. We also have a certain advantage in the sense that we're not, say, the war photographers. We don't have to be at the scene of the crime. We can talk to somebody who was there and get their account. And that gives us a degree of distance and hence safety as well.
If we, in order to understand it more, what are now for you today, for Human Rights Watch, the top 3 locations where you say, we have to look there, there should be something done?
Well, look, I can't just name 3, because as you know, we're working in like nearly 100 countries.
I know,
but look, we just heard today from the Chinese foreign minister who was completely denying the mass detention and persecution of Uyghurs in Xinjiang. That's an enormous crime against humanity. We've got to deal with that. We're very concerned with the Tigray region of Ethiopia, where the actual fighting seems to have been dying down. There were clearly war crimes on both sides, but the Ethiopian government has been largely blockading the delivery of humanitarian and medical aid to this region, where there are millions of people who are in desperate need.
Yeah.
We're also deeply concerned about say the military juntas that are operating in Myanmar and now Sudan. And even within Europe, which is not quite as dire, but we're concerned about just the state of democracy in the European Union. And both Hungary and Poland are really challenging the idea that the European Union is a club of democracies. If they get their way, it's just going to be a trading bloc.
What's your main concern in Europe? You mentioned Poland and Hungary, but what's making you feel insecure towards that it might not support democracy?
Well, both Orban in Hungary and Kaczynski, who's the effective ruler in Poland, are deliberately trying to undermine the checks and balances on executive authority. They're attacking the media, they're attacking civil society, they're attacking the independent judiciary, and the aim is to allow them unfettered latitude in how they rule. That is not democracy. Democracy has checks and balances. It has a government that is accountable to the voters. And that's not the vision of the current Hungarian and Polish governments. Now, the European Union has a tool to counter that. It's financial. They can condition their massive subsidies to Hungary and Poland
on respect for human rights, the rule of law.
But according
democracy.
to what I know, they didn't do it.
They have not done it yet.
Yes.
But the European Court of Justice just ruled last week that they can. And so now the ball is in the court of the European Commission of Ursula von der Leyen. And I hope she acts expeditiously. She has not
What do
been
you expect?
out there.
Will she? Will they?
She's been looking for excuses not to act. But those excuses are now disappearing. And so it is, I think, time to start holding hearings to demonstrate, through a factual record that democracy is being undermined, and then to start imposing sanctions if there's not movement. Now, already there has been withholding of the COVID recovery funds. And I was just in Poland, and that is being felt quite urgently. And indeed, the Polish government has now made a couple of concessions with respect to its efforts to undermine the rule of law, the independence of the judiciary, because of that financial pressure. So the financial pressure works. It's just a matter of applying it consistently.
You talk about financial pressure. I heard you today asking Chancellor Olaf Scholz about does Germany also put a condition when they are doing international deals, business deals, economical deals. You took an example, China.
Yeah.
And were you satisfied with his answer?
I wasn't. I have to say, my question to him basically was Germany has a reputation of allowing its considerable business interests to undermine the consistency of its defense of human rights. And China was one of the examples I noted. Now, there have been parts of the German government that have been great. I mean, at the UN in New York, for example, they've been very helpful in spotlighting Xinjiang. But Angela Merkel, as in her last year as chancellor, in fact, at the point a year plus ago where Germany held the presidency of the European Union, Chancellor Merkel was taking the lead in negotiating an investment deal with China.
China, yeah.
And everybody knew you couldn't have an investment deal at the same time as the Chinese government is using large-scale forced labor of Uyghur Muslims. And so rather than saying no deal unless you stop the forced labor, rather than saying, okay, at least no deal unless you ratify the treaty against forced labor, Merkel settled for no treaty unless you think about maybe sometimes down the road perhaps ratifying that treaty. It was a complete nothing. And sadly, Chancellor Scholz now kind of defended that approach.
So what's your answer to him?
If Germany is going to live by the principles that it claims that it abides by, then there should be no investment deal if that means complicity in the large-scale use of forced labor of Uyghur Muslims in China, period. They shouldn't stand behind some promise to ratify a treaty. They should insist on its end.
Sometimes you wish that they don't do it. Nevertheless, governments or world leaders or presidents keep on doing and saying we also take care for human rights, but we have to do our business. How do you deal with that in the moment? Is it that disappointing for you? What do you think then?
Well, many governments do that. The German government is particularly notorious for saying we're going to put business first. And the only way to counter that is to spotlight what's going on. And so we did this with the investment deal with respect to China. We did it where Angela Merkel also was pretty weak on Prime Minister Viktor Orban in Hungary in imposing conditionality with respect to the disbursement of EU funds on stopping his attacks on democracy. We're worried today with respect to Russia that Germany is so dependent on Russian oil and gas that it may weaken its ability to sort of uphold human rights within Russia, where they are on a steep decline back toward Soviet-era repression.
You mentioned China and about the investments that happens, but also when we look at China, I don't know if are you following the Olympic Winter Games?
Of course, yeah.
And what's your thought about what's happening, that it's happening there in China while the Uyghur Muslims are being suppressed, are being attacked?
Yeah, I mean, it's utterly inappropriate that the Olympics are held there at the moment when the Chinese government is committing crimes against humanity, against against millions of Uyghur. What's interesting is the Chinese government, basically threatened retaliation against any athlete who protested. So there was like one Norwegian speed skater who went back to Norway and protested, but basically everybody else has been afraid. But just the other day, a Chinese spokesperson used an Olympic press conference to start denying that there were atrocities against the Uyghur. And what's amazing is the International Olympic Committee, which can see no evil when it comes to Chinese abuses, even they felt the need to protest, because here's China saying, never talk about politics in the context of the Olympics, and then uses an Olympic press conference to lie, to deny reality about its mistreatment of Uyghurs.
I would go to a quote that you said, and comparing what we talked about till now in our interview. You said that autocratic leaders are facing now significant backlash in 2021.
Right.
When I listen to what you said now, then I'm not optimistic the way you are in this sentence.
Well, let me explain why I said that. If you look back over the past year or year plus, there has been, first of all, an outpouring of public support for democracy. You see massive protests for democracy in Hong Kong, Thailand, Myanmar, Russia, Belarus, Uganda, Nicaragua, Cuba. I mean, I could go on.
Yeah.
In many countries, when people, tire of autocratic rule, they stand up for democracy, even at the risk of being detained or killed. So if you're sitting, and if you're an autocrat, you look like, people are against me. Then the other interesting trend over the last year is that classically autocrats would manipulate elections in order to stay in power. They would hold an election, but they would, censor the media a little bit or disqualify a candidate here, do things to tip the playing field enough so that they could win. And what we've seen just really in the last year has been that autocrats no longer trust even manipulated elections. They need complete electoral charades. And so Putin just did that with the Duma elections in Russia. Lukashenko did that in Belarus.
They are still
Ortega did it in
That's what I mean.
They are still there. But what has happened in the process is they've lost the ability to confer, for the election to confer any legitimacy. Because an electoral charade, a zombie election, does not confer legitimacy. And so yes, they're still there, but they're there purely by virtue of force, not in any sense to be able to claim that the people want them. Now they can hang on, but that is not a long-term solution, because ultimately even dictators have to have some degree of consent from the people. So I just think if you put yourself in the shoes of the autocrat, it's a challenging environment out there. It is not a friendly environment. Yeah, they may hang on, but they all are running scared.
What has changed? Does digitalization play a role? There are new ways of expressing opinion, connecting worldwide together. What has changed that they must be more afraid?
Well, I mean, obviously social media gives people an opportunity to communicate and to organize and the like. It also gives governments an opportunity to spread propaganda. So
yes.
it cuts both ways. But I think, the bottom line is that, the autocrats claimed, democracy, it's too messy, too many checks and balances, too slow. Democrats don't deliver. Trust us autocrats, we'll deliver. So people have given them a few years. And what they see is the autocrats deliver for themselves. They deliver for their cronies. They're corrupt, they're repressive, they don't serve the people. And this has actually come to the fore during the pandemic, where you see, the autocrats are much more interested in censoring critics than they are in really addressing the pandemic. And people have had it. They see through all these lies and pretenses of autocratic rule. They just want rid of these people. So, when will they succeed? Who knows? I can't predict that.
Yeah.
But the tide is turning against the autocrats.
My last question is, what would be your message, your main message to the world leaders? And we have some who are participating and still participating here in the Munich Security Conference. What's your core message?
Yeah. I mean, the core message is that it's a mistake to think of human rights as kind of a nice little side issue that we'll get to when we have time. That if you look at the big issues of the world, including the huge security issues that are being confronted here in Munich, human rights, if you have governments that respect human rights, you are much more likely to get rid of these security threats. The security threats tend to emanate from unaccountable dictators who are serving themselves, not what their people want.
Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy your stay here in Munich. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Hey, 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 hey. 1, 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, la la la, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, this is a test. This is a test. Test, test, test. Russisches Signal kommt. Also Nummer 5, okay. Was fiebt denn da so? Was ist denn das? Ta, ta, ta. So, ja, genau. Mal weitersprechen, weitersprechen. Ja. Der. Ja, der kommt an. Das ist gut. Ja, gut, oder? Okay, was? Also hat er jetzt Signal, Toni? Ja, jetzt 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So. Ja, 1, 2, test, this is a test. Audio testing, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. It's okay for you? World Feed. Wir machen mal die Beschallung aus. So, jetzt 1, 2, 1, 2, weil das geht am Übergang, das ist das Problem. Ja, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. As 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Two. Toni muss jetzt aufhören.
aber da, das war nicht. Maya. Die Birgit bräuchte noch einen Knopf im Ohr. Okay. Ich habe mich jetzt nur mit dem heutigen Tag beschäftigt, ehrlich gesagt. Ich mache es aber Tag mit Tag. Ja, aber kann ich mir auch vorstellen.
attach this to the back, to my back, to my back. Yeah, like that. Yes. Yeah, but I'm the one who's sitting. It's easy. Yeah, yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And can the interpreter hear me? I want to make sure the interpreter can hear me. And is this open now?
Ladies and gentlemen, the main program with a conversation with the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, will begin momentarily in the main conference hall. If you want to attend the session, please make your way into the main conference hall immediately, as we will be closing all doors shortly.
English channel, can you hear me?
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated in the main conference hall. We'll begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger.
Please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, excellencies, guests. Program continues. I think you're now going to have one of the highlights of this Munich Security Conference 2022. I am extremely relieved and delighted that, how do I say this, against some odds, the president of Ukraine has actually decided not to cancel his trip to Munich, but to come here and to talk to us and to have a meeting. So the way this is going to work is that the president will make his speech, his address, and then he will then have a moderated discussion with Christian Amanpour of CNN. So my only job is now to welcome the president of Ukraine.
Thank you. That is mine. Okay. Thank you so much. Hello. I think that is all for, not for me, for Ukraine and for our soldiers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You have to prepare a little bit technically because I will speak in our native language in Ukrainian, so please, if it's possible, thank you so much. I will wait 15 seconds because I want to be understandable from the very beginning. We can. Thank you so much.
Ukraine is longing for peace. Europe is longing for peace. The world is saying it doesn't want any war, while Russia is claiming she doesn't want to intervene. Someone here is lying. This is not yet an axiom, but by far not only a hypothesis. I visited the separation line in the Donbass just a couple of days ago. In legal terms, this is line separating Ukraine and temporary occupied territory, but in real terms, this is the line separating peace and the war. The line with a kindergarten on the one hand and the shell flying into it. On the one hand, the school, and on the other hand, the shell flying into the school playground with 30 kids nearby. On the other hand, the kids who are not heading towards NATO, they are heading towards their classrooms. Some of them might be having their physics classes, and with their elementary knowledge of physics, even these kids will know that alleging that it was Ukraine to have shelled these objects is just silly. Other kids might as well be having their math classes. They don't need a calculator to figure out the difference between the total number of shelling in the last 2 days and the number of times Ukraine is mentioned in the Munich Security Report. Yet some kids might be having their history class, and so when they see the shell crater in their playground instead of their school playground, they might start asking questions: has our world completely forgotten the mistakes of the 20th century? Where does the appeasement policy usually leads to? How did we get from the question, what's the point of dying for Danzig, to dozens of millions having to give away their lives for Dunkirk, as well as dozens of other European cities? These are horrific history lessons. With this, I'm simply trying to make sure we have been reading the same textbook, so that we are all on the same page about one main question: how did we get to this point in the 21st century where the war is being waged and people are dying in Europe? How come that time-wise it's already longer than World War II? How did we end up in the biggest security crisis since the end of the Cold War? To me, as a president of the country which lost part of its territory, thousands of people, the country surrounded by a 150,000 army with heavy armament and machinery on our borders, to me, this answer is obvious. The security architecture of our world is brittle, it is obsolete. The rules that have been agreed upon by the world dozens of years ago are no longer working. They are neither catching up with new threats nor being effective in overcoming them, just like a cough syrup instead of a good COVID vaccine. This security system is slow and failing us time and time again because of different things: egotism, arrogance, and irresponsibility of countries on the global level. As a result, some countries are committing crimes while others resort to indifference, the indifference that turn them into accomplices. It is symbolic that I'm saying this here. 15 years ago, it was Russian Federation who made the statement here and putting the challenge to the global security. How did the world respond? Appeasement. What do we have as a result? The annexation of the Crimea and aggression against my country at the very least. The UN, which was initially called to safeguard peace and security, cannot protect itself when its own charter being violated as one of the Security Council members annexing the territory of another founding member, while the UN itself is ignoring the Crimean platform, established to deoccupy the Crimea and advocate for the rights of the Crimean Tatars. It was here 3 years ago when Angela Merkel said, "Who can pick up the pieces of the world's puzzle? Only all of us together," she said, to a rush of audible excitement in the room which stood up to applaud. Unfortunately, the collective ovation failed to transform into collective action. So now that the world is talking about the threat of a big war, it begs the question, is there anything left to pick up? The security architecture of Europe and beyond is almost destroyed. It's too late now to talk about fixing it. It's high time for a new one. The mankind did so on 2 occasions, having paid an extensively high price. It is the 2 world wars. We do have a chance to break that trend before it became a trend and build a new system before we pay millions of casualties based on the experience of 2 world wars, without the 3rd one to come in. Here in UN, I already mentioned that there is no such thing as it is not my war in the 21st century, that annexation of the Crimea and the war in the Donbass is a blow to the whole world, that this is not about war in Ukraine, this is about the war in Europe. I mentioned this in 2019, 2020, 2021. Will the world be able to hear me in 2022? This is no longer a hypothesis, but not yet an axiom. Why not? Because it requires proof. It requires something more than just tweets and statements in mass media. Action is needed. The world needs this action, not Ukraine. We are going to protect our country with or without support of our partners, be it hundreds pieces of contemporary armament or 5,000 helmets. We equally appreciate the support, but everyone needs to understand that this is not some kind of donation Ukraine should be reminding or begging for. This is not just a broad gesture that Ukraine should be bowing down for. This is your contribution into the European and international security for which Ukraine has been serving as a shield for 8 years now, a reliable shield, holding back one of the largest armies in the world. That same army which is now poised on the Ukrainian, not EU member states' borders. And the missiles were flying into the Mariupol, not the European cities. And thanks God. And after the fights and the destroyed airport in Donetsk, not in Frankfurt, and it is always blazing in the Avdiivka industrial zone, which is being shelled. There it was very hot, not in Murmansk. And none of the countries of Europe know what the military funerals are around the country in all regions. And none of the European leaders knows what is it to regularly meet with the families of the dead soldiers. No matter what, we're going to protect our beautiful land on our borders. Either we have 150,000 or 1 million soldiers of any army. In order to help Ukraine, indeed, we don't need to hear how many of them are there and how many armament they have. We need to hear how many are there of us together. To help Ukraine, we don't need to be reminded of the dates of the plausible intervention. We're going to protect our land on the 16th of February, on the 1st of March, and the 31st of December. We need other dates, much more than these dates. And everyone understands what kind of dates. Tomorrow is the day of commemoration of the Heavenly 100. 8 years ago, Ukrainians have made their choice, and many of them have sacrificed their lives for that. Do you think that 8 years later, Ukraine should keep calling for acknowledgement of our European perspective? Since 2014, Russia is convincing everyone that this was an erroneous path for Ukraine, that no one is waiting for us in Europe. Isn't it Europe that should be saying and proving them wrong? Isn't it Europe who should be saying today that our citizens have a positive attitude towards Ukraine joining the Union? Why are we avoiding this question? Doesn't Ukraine deserve to have direct and frank answers? The same is true about NATO. We are told the doors are open, but so far the strangers are not allowed. If not all the members are willing to see us there, or all members don't want to see us there, be honest about it. Open doors are good, but we need open answers, but not the years and years of closed questions. Isn't the right for truth part of our opportunities? And the sooner, the better. The sooner summit in Madrid, for example. The Russian Federation is saying that Ukraine wants to join NATO to bring the Crimean back by force. It's good to hear that bring back the Crimea is something that they mentioned their rhetoric, but they didn't read carefully Article 5 of the NATO Charter. The collective actions are for protection, not for attack. The Crimea and the occupied lands of Donbass will come back to Ukraine, but only through peaceful process. Ukraine is consistent about Normandy and Minsk agreement. The foundation is the recognition of the territorial integrity and independence of our state. We want to have diplomatic resolution of the military conflict, exclusively, I would like to emphasize, based on their international law. So what in reality is happening now in Minsk in the peaceful process? 2 years ago, with the presidents of France and Russian Federation and German Chancellor, we agreed about a full-fledged ceasefire, and Ukraine is committed to these agreements, and we are observing them. We keep not responding to the provocations. We are submitting proposals to the Normandy 4 and trilateral contact groups, and do we see instead shelling and bullets? Our soldiers are dying, our peaceful population is dying, civil infrastructure being destroyed. The last 2 days have become very symbolic. massive shelling from the armament prohibited by the Minsk agreement. It's important to allow for the observers for the OSCE to visit. They are being threatened. They're being scared. All humanitarian questions are being blocked. 2 years ago, I've signed into law the unconditional access of humanitarian organizations to the detainees. But on the temporarily occupied territories, they're simply not allowed. After 2 exchange of prisoners, this process has been stalled and blocked, although Ukraine has been sharing the approved lists. Tortures until the death in the notorious isolation prison in Donetsk now is the symbol of human rights violation. In November, the 2 new crossing points that we opened in Luhansk Oblast have not been put into operation, and we see this as an obstruction under false pretext. And Ukraine is doing its best to push this discussion, for political questions as well. In the TCG, in the Minsk process, we have submitted the proposals and the drafts of law, but everything is blocked and no one is talking about them. Ukraine demands urgently to unblock the negotiation process. At the same time, this does not mean that looking for peace is limited and restricted only by that. We are prepared to look for the keys to end the war in all possible formats, in all possible platforms, Paris, Minsk, Istanbul, Beijing, Barcelona. It doesn't matter where in the world we will agree about the peace in Ukraine. 4 countries will be there, 7 countries will be, or 100 countries. It doesn't matter. The most important, Russia and Ukraine to be there. What is important is the understanding that we need not only us who need peace. The world needs peace. We need to restore peace and integrity in the internationally acknowledged borders. And I hope no one is thinking about Ukraine as a permanent buffer between the Russian Federation and the West. This will never happen. No one allow this to happen. Otherwise, there will be a question: who is next? NATO countries will have to protect each other. I want to believe that North Atlantic Treaty and Article 5 will be more effective than the Budapest Memorandum. For the refusal, the fact that we refused from the 3rd biggest nuclear power, we received the security guarantees. We are no longer have that weapon. Neither do we have the security. We have lost part of our territory, which is bigger in territory than Switzerland, Netherlands, or Belgium. Millions of citizens have been lost. All of that has been lost, but we still have something. We have the right to demand to move from the appeasement policy to ensuring the guarantees of security. Since 2014, 3 times Ukraine has tried to call for consultations for the guarantors of the countries who guaranteed the Budapest Agreement. 3 times, no success. This will be the 4th time today that we're going to do this. As a president, for the first time, but both Ukraine and me will do this the last time. We are initiating under Budapest Memorandum and call for and ask the foreign minister to have this meeting. And if, as a result of this, we're not going to guarantee of defense after this summit, we will think that Budapest Memorandum is not working, and all the package decisions of 1994 have been put in question and compromised. In the nearest weeks, I propose to call the summit of the countries of the Security Council with the participation of Europe, Germany and Turkey to resolve security challenges in Europe and come up with new effective guarantees, security guarantees for Ukraine. The guarantees that we need before we become the members of the Defense Council, being in this gray zone. in a security vacuum, so to speak. What else can we do now? We can continue the effective support of Ukraine and its defense capabilities, providing the European perspective, providing the support as are provided to the candidate countries, and providing specific timelines for Ukraine possible membership in their alliance. We need support for the transformation in our country to create the Stability and Restoration Fund, the Land Lease Program, supplying new armament and equipment to our army, the army which is protecting the whole Europe. An effective preventive sanctions package is what we need to restrain the aggression and the energy integration of the Ukraine into European Union in the times when Nord Stream 2 is being used as a weapon. All these questions require answers. Instead, there is silence. And while this silence persists, there will be no silence in the east of Ukraine, in the east of Europe, and in the whole world. I do hope finally the whole world will understand this and Europe will understand this. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very grateful to the countries who have supported Ukraine with their words, with their declaration and specific support. Those who are on our side, on the side of truth, on the side of international law. I'm not calling my friends out by names. I don't want some countries to be ashamed, but this is their business. This is their matter. These are their countries, their karma, and this is their consciousness that they have to look into. Although I don't know how they will be able to explain these actions to the 2 people who were killed and 3 wounded Ukrainian soldiers today, and 3 girls from Kyiv, 10, 6, and 1 years old, who don't have a father any longer. At 6 o'clock in the morning, East European time, when Ukrainian scout officer was killed from the artillery shell prohibited by Minsk. I don't know what he thought about at the last second of his life. He didn't really for sure understand what kind of agenda we need for the meeting to stop the war in the East, but what he knew is the answer to the question that I asked at the very beginning. He very well knows who is lying here. Rest in peace to him and to all those who have died during these years of war in the east of our country. Thank you.
Mr. President, you gave a very impassioned speech just now, and we'll get to it in a moment. But first, I want to ask you that I'm not sure how many people in this room expected you to make the decision to leave your country and come here today. What was so important for you to be here, and what do you know about Vladimir Putin's intentions that perhaps the United States or others don't know, because they think that he's made the decision to enter your country?
Thank you very much. Thank you for this question, and thank you for the invitation. It is very important when Ukraine is being discussed, for Ukraine, for this information to come from the mouth of our country. I'm the president and our team. It's important for all our partners and friends not to agree about anything behind our back, and I do believe in our partnership, and I do believe that this is the case. I had very important meetings today with the leaders of different countries, and still more to go. And I would like you to hear, to see, to ask questions and get the answers, to understand the level of resilience of our country, that we're not panicking, we're very consistent, that we are not responding to any provocations. We have our own vaccine already developed for that, not as good as COVID vaccines, but this vaccine is already 8 years old. We know the things we need to react to and things we shouldn't. Of course, when our our soldiers are being killed, we know we need to respond, but we understand who is killing us, we understand what these military groups are, but and we also understand when they are shooting from the localities surrounded by civilians to provoke us, for us to respond and to start an escalation on the other side in response to our fire. It's also important for us to be on the same page in terms of information. The fact that the partners are sharing with us the information, we are very grateful for that, by the way, for the cooperation of our intelligences. But we are in this tension for many, many years now. We do not think that we need to panic. We think these risks are indeed very high because we have more troops, 150,000 troops on our borders. Yes, indeed, that's a big risk. But a very big risk if we respond, if we do respond to one provocation or the other. On the other hand, I think that Russian Federation, and when we are talking about Russia, this is the people, the whole people of Russia. So I think they will not be able to start to go to war against Ukraine. And although on the temporary occupied territories we have a lot of provocations and we see them, we see this, how through the mass media they're disseminating different provocative information, we need to preserve our stability, we need to keep calm and be adults. In these terms, Ukraine army is more adult than others.
A bit of escalation on the so-called false flag issues. You have just talked about 2 Ukrainian soldiers being killed. The Russians say mines have exploded, Ukrainian mines on their side of the border. We've seen this rhetoric before. We understand the concept of false flags. But how tense is that? How do you think you can stop it? You know, how do you consider the level of the current provocations?
Any provocations are very dangerous. As I already said, I think the most complicated question that in the Crimea, in the temporary occupied territory of the Donbass, along the borders of Ukraine and Russia, there's 35,000 on the temporary temporary occupied territories, there's 35,000 more and 150 along other borders. So provocations are indeed very dangerous if you have this number of troops. One shelling, one fire, cannon fire can lead to a war, and we perfectly understand. As I said, I do think so, and this is what our partners believe. I mean, the partners that are around us, who have joined borders with us, who know the history of the Soviet Union, and they do understand the kind of risks we are facing. The Poland, the Baltic states, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Moldova, they know what that could lead to. So we need to be very careful. I can't tell you about what will happen now. If you compare to 2014, 2015, there were much more casualties, unfortunately. When someone in mass media says that now this is the most horrific situation, that is not true. It is horrible, it's a tragedy for our nation, for our people. It is a tragedy, and in future you will see that this is the tragedy for Russians as well, who used to have good relationship with Ukraine. How do we stay neighbors and live with each other from now on? But we are in a different point of our life. We're not talking about neighborhood. We are talking about the war, and that it shouldn't start. This is why the risk is high. What was shown yesterday on the temporary occupied territory, they've shown some shelling allegedly flying from our side, and then they have shown something flying all the way to Rostov region of Russia. This is just mere blunt provocation. These are pure lies. There's no one dead or wounded. This is just cynicism of such a high level that they are blowing up something on their side and shooting. This is not the first time since 2014 that they are aiming their guns and shooting at the territory that they themselves control. This is the kind of cynicism. That's it. And all we care is peace. And I mentioned this many times to the President of Russian Federation and Angela Merkel and Macron in 2019, and we have sent a massive amount of signals. On the monthly basis, we have been passing on to different world leaders and directly to Russian federations that we are ready to sit down and speak. Pick the platform that you like. Pick the partners that will be there around the table with us. We are ready for that, prepared for that. What's the point of us shooting and proposing diplomacy at the same time?
I'm too long, I'm sorry. You can stop me when you want.
Can I ask you how you feel today compared to a few days ago? Because I think everybody's been quite amazed at the solidarity between the United States and your country and Europe and the united front that's been presented. And also the extraordinary departure that the United States has used intelligence to telegraph exactly what it sees President Putin doing. You have said different things about that on the one hand it could sow panic, and you're going to remain disciplined, and you just said again, we're not going to panic. How do you evaluate the US aggressive use of intelligence to try to dissuade President Putin?
It's difficult for me to judge how United States should be using their intelligence. I guess they're doing this in a professional manner. This is their choice. But I'm grateful for the work that both of our intelligence has been doing, but the intelligence I trust is my intelligence. I trust Ukrainian intelligence who are on our territory, who understand what's going on along our borders, who have different intelligence sources and understand different risk-based or intercepted data. We're talking about this, this information should be used. I repeated this many times. We're not really living in delusion. We understand what can happen tomorrow, but maybe the comparison I will make is not good, but just putting ourselves in coffins and waiting for foreign soldiers to come in is not something we are prepared to do. We are not going to advance on anyone, but we stand ready to respond to everything. We cannot remain passive. We cannot say on the daily basis that war will happen tomorrow. What kind of state is it going to be? What kind of economy is it going to be? How can you live in the state when on the daily basis you're being told that tomorrow the war will happen, tomorrow the advance will happen? It means crushing national currency, money being taken out, business flying out. Can you live in that kind of country? Can you have a stability in that kind of country? No. And those who want to disbalance our country from within are multiple, and everyone wants Ukraine to be weak. Weak economy, weak army, and if there's weak army, you can just go ahead and invade, and we won't be able to protect neither our people, neither our children, nor the economy. This is why our response is very calm to one piece of information or the other. We have to assess it. We have to think not how to react to what I just got, but I have to digest this information. I have to understand what will happen after my words, after my reaction to this, what will happen to my people. What will happen after these people will run to the banks to take money from their deposit accounts, after they start fearing and the panic will start? We have the information war, the hybrid war going on. This is why Ukrainians are not giving up. In different sense of this word, we want to live day after day and protect our country. If you want to help us, we have lots of examples. Apart from this information, there are a lot of very concrete things. Strengthen our arm, give us more armament, strengthen our economy, invest in our country. country. Bring your business in. If you're afraid, okay, give us cheap financing. Give us support, finance, grant support. Why, when we are giving money, why we're always getting these conditions? You have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and dozen of other reforms. Is there any other country in the world who would have such a strong army on the eastern borders with all these reforms implemented at the same time? That is not easy. But we're not panicking. We just live our lives. We want to live as a strong country. That's it.
Mr. President, you talked again about NATO.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to add. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Sorry. We had a discussion some time ago with one of the leaders of one of the leading countries, and we were talking about the sanction policy, where he had a different vision on how sanctions should be applied when Russian aggression will happen. And we are being told that you have several days and then the war will start. And I said, okay, then apply the sanctions today. Yes, they say, we apply sanctions when the war will happen. I'm saying, fine, but you are telling me that it's 100% that the war will start in a couple of days. Then what are you waiting for? We don't need your sanctions after the bombardment will happen, and after our country will be fired at, or after we will have no borders, or after we will have no economy, or parts of our countries will be occupied. Why would we need those sanctions then? What is this about? So when you're asking what can be done, well, lots of different things can be done. We can even provide you the list. The most important is willingness.
So you're calling for sanctions to be leveled now. You also talked about NATO now. There's obviously, this is the big sensitive issue in this whole issue, right? And you have just talked about, again, wanting to be part of NATO. And yet you said you don't expect any NATO soldiers on your territory now. You specifically said, we want no foreign soldiers with foreign flags on our territory right now. What is your position on wanting to join NATO today?
To respond to the first part of your question about sanctions, the question is not about introducing them today. If the whole world understands that tomorrow there is a high probability of escalation by Russian Federation, and if Russian Federation is not pulling out their military, I think that would be a powerful step. If they are pulling back, then there will be no question. That's a soft option. I'm talking about the diplomats who cannot apply sanctions automatically. I'm talking about the logic. If they pull back their troops, well, there will be no sanctions. But today, even the question of just making it public, preventively, just the list of sanctions, for them, for Russia to know what will happen if they start the war, even that question does not have the support. Okay, let's be honest then I have a question. Why, if you can't even disclose what will happen to whom if the war starts, then the question is that it will be, I doubt that it will be triggered after it even happens. In terms of NATO, we had a lot of debates regarding this, and there were lots of discussions about the world leaders and my friends. And meanwhile, I have lots of friends among the world leaders. I will not name them because others will get offended. Ukraine is being supported. Indeed, but Ukraine needs security guarantees. We are smart people, we are not narrow-minded. We understand there are lots of different risks because of NATO. There is no consensus around of their allies. Everyone is saying there is some distance that we need to go between Ukraine and the NATO, that we need to walk. All we are saying is, tell us how much time does it take to complete this distance, measured in years. And you see this is measured not just in hours, and you can see with the tragedies and lives. This is measured in the human life of Ukrainians. So tell us, on this distance, is it fair for us to get the guarantees while we're still walking this path? Some diplomatic guarantees. Isn't it just simply fair? No one is pushing anyone against the wall with a question for us to be there in the NATO. That's not the case. We want to, we do, but until we have that possibility, what we want is the guarantees, security guarantees.
And I know you have to go. I'm getting the old rap. But can I ask you...
Just a second. I think cyber attack. Can I have another one for translation? Yes.
But maybe you
see, Russia's not here, but they're here. Well, it doesn't work. I'm sorry.
How about if I try to talk to you and you'll understand me?
I understand you from the very beginning, but you know there are some very important things.
Yeah. So what I want to ask you, Mr. President, is that the U.S. has its intelligence. You said you have yours. What is your interpretation of Putin's intention? Not his capability, his intention. Do you think that he will invade? He will decide to do that? Or he has?
I don't know what the President of Russian Federation wants. That's why I propose to meet.
That's it.
On that note, your people are telling me that I have to stop.
On Syria.
Huh?
Sorry?
Your people are telling me that you need to go. Were you at all afraid of coming here?
No. Why? Well, there are friends here.
No, leaving your house unguarded.
Well, my response will be very brief. I'm sure that our country is in good hands. This is not just my hands. These are the hands of our soldiers and our citizens. I think my visit here is important. And I would like to say that I had breakfast in the morning in Ukraine, and I will have my dinner in Ukraine as well. I never leave home for long.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. This panel is about to begin. If the panelists would come up to the stage. Senator Klobuchar will start walking now.
Okay, yes.
How are you? Let's.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Thank you. No way.
All right. So. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Excuse me. Are you the new ambassador? All right. So we're missing. Okay, and we'll start with you.
Okay.
Yes. Glasgow. It was a long time ago. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jane Harman, former member of Congress, President Emerita of the Wilson Center, longtime attendee of this conference, member of the Advisory Council. And I don't know about you, but I am still quite emotional after hearing the last speech. And I do want to take a moment to dwell on that after saying two things. I will then introduce our panel, and I will ask our panel's reaction to what they just heard. And then we will go into the topic today, which is East-West security architecture, actually something we were just challenged to think about by President Zelensky. But my two comments, personal privilege, are first to thank my longtime friend, Wolfgang Ischinger, as many others have. He was German ambassador to the US when I was a member of Congress. We coordinated, collaborated on so many things. He was very good in that job. He's been great in this job, and he has built this conference into the world's finest over his 14 years here. And I'm not sure if, oh, there he is. My brother Wolfgang is sitting in the front row. Admiration and love. And my other personal comment is for someone who's not here, John McCain. And he has been celebrated the last several days, and it was wonderful to see Cindy here. But you need to understand that John McCain took generations of members of Congress to this conference. He trained us. I was on at least 10 of his missions. He trained us. And what did he train us on? Being curious about the world, being brave to speak up, and understanding the value of freedom. And he was celebrated for that last night, but, and I'm sure Senator Klobuchar will make more comments in this direction. But he is sorely missed, and he would have been jumping up and down as that last speech occurred. Now, let me just say a few things. We will have a comment by the Prime Minister, I hope he is still here, of Ukraine. He will ask the first question following the panel. But all of us here are experienced politicians. We've seen many speeches, we've seen many leaders. And to have President Zelensky take personal risks to come here to talk to this conference right now, from the heart, talking about little school kids losing their fathers and the rest of it, was, I thought, extraordinary. And he is taking great risks for his country, as are his people in his military, the men and women putting their lives on the line for Ukraine. But as someone who was in the Maidan in 2014, observed the first free and fair election in Ukraine in 2015. Wolfgang Ischinger was there too, and has followed that country closely. Having him here, having this topic be discussed so much here, will, I think, prove Wolfgang right when he says this will be the most memorable conference of the Munich Security Conference that we have ever had. And so, to all of you here, we're here at a crucial moment on our globe where we're all being tested. And it is important to assess this moment and vow to do better as a world. So, in that spirit, let me first ask the Prime Minister of Poland, who is sitting immediately to my left. His name is Mateusz Morawiecki, who played key roles as a banker and promoter of his country's accession to the EU, for any reactions you might have to what President Zelensky just said.
Well, I listened to the last part of what he said. So, first of all, I would like to have a couple of observations about this current situation. Well, like living for so many centuries between Germany and Russia, Poland knows all too well what peace means and how important this is. Over the last 30 years of peace in Europe, our GDP grew, expressed in US dollars, by 850%, second to China out of 25 biggest economies in the world. So this financial success has allowed Poland also to become one of Europe's strongest economies. A locomotive of growth, as one of the former commissioners, Günther Oettinger, once said. But now we are confronted in a completely different situation than last couple of decades. We cannot accept a proposition where some European states have a greater right to peace and security than others. You know this phrase, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. We reject it. All sovereign states are equal and have an equal right to live in peace, no matter whether they are stronger or weaker, economically or militarily. Otherwise, it would be, we would be faced with a rule of force and the tyranny of strong. Given the increasing disunity of the West, which we observe right now, the recent events in Afghanistan, inflation, pandemic, but all sorts of different economic challenges and the climate change challenges and energy and gas prices and so on, Moscow now has seized the opportunity to implement some worrying policies. And if allowed to be successful, this will have far-reaching consequences, not only for the European security, but also for the rules-based international order. For several years, Russia has pursued these three strategic objectives, and I'm going to name all the three because I think that they are critically important right now. First, they try to restore the political control over the post-Soviet states, with the main goal being to subordinate Ukraine due to the significant potential of this country. And we are observing right now what is happening Russia towards Ukraine. But by the way, success of Ukraine, success of democratic Ukraine would be very contagious and dangerous for Russia itself. This is why one other reason why President Zelensky and his Ukrainian nation are so much attacked. The second point is to establish a security buffer zone in Central Europe and give the countries of NATO eastern border second-class status. And the third is to reduce the US presence on the European continent, because they know that the real military force of NATO is with the US. And it is naive to believe that fulfilling some of the demands of Russia will lead to peaceful cohabitation, peaceful coexistence with Russia. I know people in the West tend to think so, but you don't know Russia, and they don't think so. They look for, in the zero-sum game, for unilateral gains in this all, what is happening.
Well, some speculate that Russia is more worried about you than they are Ukraine. And I know that Secretary of Defense Austin today announced a $6 billion tank deal for you. And so the US and NATO are very much aware of the situation that you face.
That's very important for what Secretary Austin did, and the recent reactions of the West are better than many would have expected. Actually, I read a little bit of Ursula von der Leyen's speech on this conference, and this is exactly what we said 3 months ago when I was visiting many capitals of the of the European Union. I said exactly the same. Harsh sanctions if anything happens, energy security, because gas is the blackmail instrument of Mr. Putin, and let's stay united. This is our way of addressing this stage of the threat.
Let me suggest that we get reactions from each of the panelists, and then we go into what you're suggesting, which is a broader discussion of East-West security architecture, which I think is very much a poignant question, especially following President Zelensky's challenge. So now we have the wildly popular President of Finland, who is in his second term, and your country has played a very unusual role starting in the Cold War when we talk about buffers, or we can call it whatever we want. We can call it the Finland way. But at any rate, that's the role your country has played. And I know that this was in our New York Times recently, that many heads of countries call you before they have meetings with President Putin to get your counsel on how to deal with him. And you're obviously right next door. I mean, you actually can see Russia from Finland. And so my question to you is, how have you managed, especially you, in your years in office, this unusually effective relationship? And what do you tell these leaders when they call you about President Putin and how to understand him? And please also react, if you would like to President Zelensky's remarks.
Thank you. First of all, I have to confess that I don't consider that me personally or Finland has any specific relation with Russia or its leaders. But on the other hand, like you referred to, we have quite a long history living aside as a neighbor to Russia. And that history surely isn't very beautiful. I don't remember how many peace agreements have been done during the centuries, but it's quite a big amount. So I would describe the relation as a neighborhood. If you have a common border more than 1,000 kilometers, you have to recognize somehow that, well, the neighbor is there. And it's an old Finnish wisdom that to geographics you can't do anything. But surely one of the lessons of the past for Finns has been that, well, nothing is more valuable than to have a possibility of living in peace. And I guess that that is the, in a way, the target what we have been trying to achieve for decades now. I would like to comment a bit the so-called Finnish model, which has been taken up during the Ukrainian crisis. Finnish model, how I see it and how the world sees it, is that we are the happiest country in the world. It has been rated year after year. We are the least corrupted country in the world. It has also been rated year after year. We are a democracy, stable democracy of 100 years and representing the Nordic welfare society. So, please, this model is very open and free for use. Then there is a word of Finlandisering, which dates back to 60s, 70s. And, well, first of all, it doesn't exist. It haven't existed in 40 years. But yes, it's an example, bad example, what might happen within people's minds. And I describe a bit how it went. Yes, Soviet Union was surely not necessarily aggressive, but they made very clear how they would like Finland to behave in certain questions, not in all. And okay, the message went through, but little by little, politicians, most of the politicians, started to think that, well, it's good to have good relations with Moscow, and there was a competition of how to please Moscow. And I believe that at the end, Kremlin was surprised to see that, well, we didn't wish that, but they are talking about that. However, something positive towards Russia or Soviet Union. But like I said, those days are over, and it surely is not a model. But I think you must have had in the Warsaw Pact countries something a bit related feelings. I mean, people had somehow to live with a new, totally new system and communism. And little by little, there were people who started to behave and act in a way which was accepted, even though they hated the system itself. I don't know whether I have this correct, but this is dangerous for people, individuals, and even nations to little by little start to believe something, or at least to behave in a way you couldn't have expected.
That's very interesting. Thank you for that observation. Going down the line, Boris Johnson was here earlier. I think that was a surprise appearance, at least it was a surprise to me. Gave a very effective speech. But now we get to hear from the Right Honourable Elizabeth Truss, who became Foreign Minister of the UK just last September. And you are the person we all want to get to know better. Certainly I do. And I really look forward to your comments, if any, on the last speech by Mr. Zelensky, but also how your country is navigating, and Wolfgang Ischinger asked Boris Johnson this question too, how you're navigating between Brexit, where you are separating in many ways on economics, but the security challenges where you are closely connected to Europe on other challenges. One might say this is a kind of bipolar relationship, and we'd be very interested in your comments.
Well, thank you very much. First, on the subject of President Zelensky's speech, it was extremely sobering. I was in Kiev earlier this week, and I saw for myself the impact the security threat is having on Ukraine and on stability in Ukraine. And my view is this is one of the most dangerous moments for European security that we've experienced since early in the 20th century. And we need to show unprecedented unity. There are many people who would want to think hopefully about the situation, but I think we need to prepare for the worst case scenario, and that worst case scenario could happen as early as next week. The reality is that Russia does want to turn the clock back. They want to turn the clock back to the 1990s and before, and we've already seen a pattern of behavior. We've seen Russia invade 2 sovereign nations, and in the last week alone, we've seen a doubling of disinformation, and we've seen false flag operations in the Donbass region. I'm afraid that Russia has shown that they are not serious about diplomacy. They've refused to engage in talks at the OSCE. And we need to be strong, because that is the only thing that Russia understands. And I think we need to be strong in supporting Ukraine and not selling Ukraine out with concessions on sovereignty. Ukraine needs our support at the United Nations and at the OSCE, and they also need our economic support because there is a real threat of economic destabilization. They need our defence support, and the UK is committed to continuing to supply that support, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. And I heard President Zelensky talk about sanctions. We are resolute in imposing severe costs on Russia in the event of an invasion, including tough sanctions. We will stop oligarchs being able to move their money internationally. We will stop them traveling, and we will make it tougher for Russian companies to tap into our capital markets. And we're also going to make it harder for Russia to access sovereign debt markets. You asked me about Europe. We are working very closely with the European Union. We're working very closely with the United States. We've just had a meeting of the G7 foreign ministers. We are all completely united in support of Ukrainian sovereignty and self-determination. And this is not just an issue for Europe. This is an issue for the world, because if a sovereign nation is able to be invaded with no consequences, that sends a signal to other aggressors around the world. That is why our partners, whether it's Australia or Japan, around the world, are also supporting Ukraine and supporting us in the steps we're taking. And you asked me about our relationship with Europe, and I'm in the fortunate position of negotiating the Northern Ireland Protocol, as well as leading our work on support for Ukraine. We want a positive relationship with the EU. We left the EU, but we didn't leave Europe. And we care deeply about European security. We have a very positive trading relationship with the EU. There are issues with the Northern Ireland Protocol. We need to maintain peace and political stability in Northern Ireland. But I've had very positive conversations with Maros Sefcovic. I'm seeing him again this Monday, and I believe we can find a way forward, because there is a massive difference between the United Kingdom and our friends and allies across the European Union, who are freedom-loving democracies, and the regime that is in place in Russia. And I think what this crisis has demonstrated is we are united. We are prepared to put tough sanctions in place in the event of an incursion. We are prepared to supply that defensive support to Ukraine. And we are prepared to stand up and be counted. And that's what our Prime Minister Boris Johnson's speech today, it wasn't a surprise to me he was coming, but maybe it was a surprise to you. But this is why the UK has sent a large delegation to the Munich Security Conference. We care deeply about this. We want to work with our partners across Europe, across the Atlantic, and around the world to defend peace and to defend democracy and freedom.
Well said. And now to the supremely wonderful third-term senator from the state of Minnesota, the first woman, I think the only woman, is there another woman from Minnesota? No. Who, while a member of the Democratic Party, I will nominate as a member of the bipartisan party also, if there were one, somebody who is not afraid to put her country first and solving problems first. And that is, sadly, in short supply in the United States Congress these days. An exception, as we've all heard, is the delegation that comes here every year. It's bigger and better every single year, and Speaker Pelosi was here before, but I think the count this time is about 3 dozen or so members. Might have been slightly larger the last time, but hey, this is COVID, and it's very brave of everyone to be here. So, Senator Klobuchar, I have several questions around you and the way you operate in Congress. Number one, what is the importance of all these members being here? What comes out of this? Number two, should the U.S. Should the Congress be concerned about foreign policy, something that has not been at the top of the agenda? It's not at the top of most of our voters' agendas. We're different from Europe. We don't have countries surrounding us, except for our friends Canada and Mexico. We have oceans, and we thought somehow we were invulnerable, and then 9/11 happens. So should it matter? Should the Congress reassert itself in foreign policy? That's my second point. Well, why don't you answer those? And I have a third one.
Very good. Thank you, Jane. And such an honor to be up here with these great leaders. I would say yes, yes, and yes. I first want to mention President Zelensky's speech. I think a lot of people at this conference were thinking he should just stay home, do it by video, maybe surrounded by troops, the show of it. And I think he made the right call. He wanted to directly speak to who he called his friends. It wasn't always comfortable, that is true. But when asked, well, what did you feel like when you left your country? He talked about so emotionally that it was left in the hands of his soldiers and his people, and he knew that it was in good hands. And then the other piece of this was this voice standing up for democracy. And you mentioned, Jane, Senator McCain, and his spirit is really with us, not only because Cindy's with us, but so many members, dozens of members of Congress here, and it is still called the McCain delegation. And I traveled with him here several times, and I was thinking this morning, the last time I saw him, when he was very sick at his ranch, my husband and I went there, and he couldn't really speak, and he took out one of his books, and he pointed to a sentence that said, "There is nothing more liberating than fighting for a cause larger than yourself." And that is this alliance, and that is democracy. Over 70 years, we have stood with Europe, and certainly you stood with us after 9/11. And I think that Vladimir Putin thought that somehow we would divide at this moment, but I see it with all of its warts. Democracy is never easy, that it is in fact uniting us and bringing us together. I look at these leaders on the stage, I think of the Prime Minister in Poland way ahead of their time, warning about this happening, hosting our American troops, and also taking in Americans from Ukraine. I think of the President of Finland with his 90% approval rating, being willing—
Everyone is jealous.
There you are. But being willing to navigate and continue to be the diplomat with Russia, while also sharing such a large part of the border. And then I think of our foreign minister here. The last time a bipartisan group of us, Senator Shaheen is with us today. Senator Shaheen and Senator Portman led the group, and Republicans, Democrats together, as we were taking off from Kyiv, there was a British plane bringing in arms. And as I look to the coordination going forward, what the President Zelensky was so strongly calling for, I see, first of all, yes, that coordination and continuing assistance. But I also see in the new world of cybersecurity and the like, what must be done as he threatens them in that way. I see the sanctions, which the foreign minister just referred to. I thought, well, in terms of the coordination that must come when it comes to sanctions on Putin directly, sanctions on the oligarchs, sanctions on the financial sector and different parts of the economy, as well as export controls. All of that is being discussed in detail, and we must be ready to go immediately, which is a lot of our bipartisan work. And then I look to the fact that this coalition must stay strong, and we must remember that what unites us is much stronger than what divides us, and that's where we're coming from today.
Well, thank you. And on sanctions, I would note that the UK has announced, at least I think this is new news, some more, even more ambitious sanctions that your country is prepared to put on the table at great hardship to your people. And obviously, I think my country and I think everyone here appreciates that. Let me ask, though, about the topic here, which is do we need a new East-West security architecture? Obviously, there are improvements that are being made, and Jens Stoltenberg talked about NATO's revamp and so forth. The OSCE has been mentioned, which is an organization that Russia belongs to and that operates by consensus. The EU has been mentioned. Certainly, I hope not to offend anyone, but there might be a bit too much bureaucracy there. I think some friends on this panel might agree with that. But My question really is this crisis, will this crisis, perhaps, as horrible as it is, also jumpstart reforms of the various security pieces in Europe, not just in individual countries, that will benefit all of Europe and benefit the United States, since we consider ourselves lashed to Europe as an ally and a partner? And why don't we just go down the row?
Well, I very much believe that this is badly needed right now, and we are already late, but better late than never. We have to wake up from this geopolitical nap of last couple of years or even last couple of decades. Now we are confronted with a very aggressive policy from the Kremlin. And you ask about this new architecture of East-West. We really, in the West, and this is ideological concept rather than anything else, we have to be very strong and united in responding to those threats coming from the East, because we have forgotten that they can be very, very real. Like we sit in Munich, in the main city of Bavaria, of Bayern. Well, I can imagine that one day into the future, Kremlin, President Putin, who wants to see the European Union and Europe as fragmented as possible, he would stimulate some movements within Bavaria, within Bayern, to make it a real Freistaat Bayern, the separate state. I know it seems now, it sounds like a science fiction right now, but believe me, they are very serious about this. The Russians want the European Union to be as fragmented as it gets, because then they know that we deal with each other, that we are weaker, and we do not have the strength to reply. This is why they were so surprised with us being on the same bench with the United Kingdom.
Russia begins to, in a way, keep us all jumping around. In a world which we understand has, is civilized, liberal, and gone out of these kind of behaviors for many, many years ago. And now we are back in the situation which actually is bizarre. How to manage? What we see now, Russia is pushing, taking back, pushing 2 steps, taking back 1. And that has made us very confused. But the very important factor is that nevertheless the West, European Union, United States, UK, that there's a very, very common opinion and very strict line, even though it might have been that Russia thinks that they can put holes on that protection, but none of that has succeeded so far. But at the end, we are facing a question which is very difficult for a civilized world: how to react to a behavior which comes, in a way, from totally different kind of planet.
I can see why people consult you before they engage with Mr. Putin. Foreign Secretary Truss.
Well, first of all, I think we need to acknowledge that Russia has been developing new military technologies. They've been rearming, and we need to make sure that NATO stays ahead. And at our meeting of NATO foreign ministers last year, We are talking about a new strategic concept, focusing much more on areas like cyber and information where we need to operate more in. But we also need more investment in capability, and we need to deploy more of it on the eastern flank. So the United Kingdom, we are leading the enhanced forward presence in Estonia. We are increasing the amount of capability that we're putting into Estonia. But more broadly, the global security architecture that we have at the moment isn't sufficient to deal with the new challenges we face. First of all, it isn't developed in areas like space and new technology, and we need to be looking at that. The whole area of hypersonic weapons, for example. And secondly, it isn't global enough. And we haven't really talked about China in this session, but any future arms control needs to also include China, because we can't be in a situation where only one part of the world is constrained and the rest isn't. And this is the point I made in my speech in Kiev. Euro-Atlantic security is not divisible from Indo-Pacific security. And we recently saw the joint statement between President Putin and President Xi. So we have to look at this as a global issue, not just as a Euro-Atlantic issue.
Good point. Senator Klobuchar.
Very good. I was thinking of President Niinistö's words when he met with our former president, the former US president. I think you said something like, "You have a good democracy, keep it going." I enjoyed that moment. And I think my first answer is that the US involvement in NATO, we are back in a big way. You can see it with President Biden's leadership. You see it with Vice President Harris's strong speech today. You see it in Secretary of State Blinken's extraordinary experience and engagement. And one of the things he said yesterday, I note, as we look at these international organizations, he talked about how the US and European GDP combined is 45% already. You add in our other allies, we have a lot of power, and we need to use that, and we need to continue to engage and build those trade relationships. The second thing I would say is the OSCE. And that organization, which is now headed up by Poland, the OSCE, I think, could have a reinvigorated role since Russia is still in it. They're not in the G8, now G7 anymore. And when you look at the possibilities there, it goes beyond this current crisis. It is everything from pandemics going forward and dealing with this one, to climate change, hazardous waste cleanup, things that may not be on the front page every single day. But I think that group could possibly be reinvigorated and would hopefully help us. And the final thing, of course, is something that we have put on the table is arms control and those negotiations as part of a resolution to this.
Well, I would just observe that one of our former members of Congress, who will now be our ambassador to Japan and was Chief of Staff to President Obama, Rahm Emanuel, observed, "Don't let a crisis go to waste." And it seems like this crisis, which is a serious crisis, I'm not making light of it, could generate a new, more seamless, more effective, more technology-based security architecture that will protect all of Europe and the United States. I have one final question, and then we're going to the audience. And by the way, is the foreign minister of Ukraine here? Okay, I don't see him, so we'll go directly to audience questions. My final question is about something Wolfgang Ischinger has been asking. He is no longer in the room, but I'm asking it anyway. And that is about unlearning helplessness. I mean, the question that you always ask on a poll if you're a US politician is favorable, unfavorable. Is the country headed in the right direction or the wrong direction? And in our country, apparently, about 70% of the people at the moment think we're in the wrong direction. I don't think this is a referendum on our president. I think it's a referendum on COVID plus inflation plus just a lot of negative things going on in the world. So my question is, should we, as part of a new security architecture or a new architecture, be thinking about a narrative that relates to unlearning helplessness, a positive narrative. And you don't all have to answer this, but if some of you would like to answer this, I think we'd all be interested. Foreign Secretary?
Well, I completely agree about the positive narrative, and in fact, we've been discussing this with our allies, as well as pointing out what we're against, authoritarianism, aggression. We also need to point out what we're for and talk about the benefits of freedom and democracy. And during the COVID crisis, there has been, some who are claiming that authoritarian states are better able to manage. But if you look at where the vaccine development came from, where the ideas came from, how we've been able to emerge from COVID, it is through a combination of free enterprise, a combination of free thought, and the ability to get on and do things that have helped us succeed. But I do think we need to be better at telling that story. And we need to be better at telling that story to the world and the non-aligned countries who are perhaps considering whether or not they should work with more authoritarian regimes or with freedom-loving democracies.
The Prime Minister and then the President, and then we will go to your questions.
I'd like to make another comment about the elephant in the room, which is climate policy, because talking about the current situation in Russia, Ukraine, we cannot forget that what gave huge power to Kremlin is very high gas prices in particular, and very high oil prices, and all sorts of different weapons which President Putin now can develop is thanks to those changes, to this kind of El Dorado which we have created here in Europe, at least for him. He is gaining huge money from the current stage of fighting with the climate changes. I'm all for fighting with the climate change, and climate neutrality is, an objective sometime in the future. But in the long run, we are all dead, as Keynes said. So we have to be focused on here and now. And here now, President Putin every day gets huge money to his budget for his weapons, for his troops, to threaten other countries. And who knows what will be his next step. Now, today is Ukraine. Tomorrow could be the Baltics. The day after tomorrow will be Poland and Finland. So that's very, very dangerous, and we have to keep it in mind as well.
Actually, I continue from that, and you mentioned many times security architecture. We should look to the future. Nowadays, today we have heard about tanks, missiles, bombs, whatever. But in the future, the means of being mean are changing. And I mean artificial intelligence, quantum technology, all that kind of things, which actually at the end are more dangerous than the weapons of today's wars. And what kind of architecture should be done? Undoubtedly, the West should cooperate, but it's not only anymore duty of the governments, because the knowledge is on private sector. And I was very pleased to find out that also here we have had very, very good representation of high-level private sector in this, the cooperation, how we plan this kind of new architecture is most important. And it's not only against some known adversaries, but the problem is that such new technologies are quite easy to get, a lot easier than to build up a missile. And that brings terrorism, all that kind of things to discussion too.
One quick response to that, just the helplessness. I think number one is getting through this pandemic. We all know that. It has just put people's psyches, the economy, everything. But the second is what the president just mentioned, and that is doing something about the isolation, the disconnectedness that's caused by technology, and doing it not just country by country. The EU's developing some policies. We are finally getting on this in the US, in the Congress. It has been a long road, and I think it is time to put some rules of the road in place on technology.
Well, that's a hot topic in Europe, as we all know. Okay, questions? Yes, please. Over here. Bright red dress. We like bright red dresses. Mm-hmm. Please identify yourself and ask a short question.
Absolutely.
And if you want to direct it to one of the panelists, please do that.
Yes, Professor Katarzyna Pisarska, I'm the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum. And first of all, I think we have never been helpless as the Transatlantic Alliance. I think we were just comfortable with what we've been doing. And now we see we can no longer be comfortable. And my question goes to Secretary Truss. You have promised and delivering actually a promise of sanctions on corrupted capital coming into the West, including London. Do you think we're doing enough together to fight that corrupted money that is then fueling regimes like the Putin regime and coming back to haunt us? Thank you very much.
We have already taken a number of steps. So, for example, putting in place unexplained wealth orders. We're reforming our Tier 1 visa regime. As I've said, we've just legislated last week, or the week before last, for a new package of sanctions that enables us to target anyone or any organization of strategic importance to the Russian state, which is a massive increase in our ability to target sanctions. The Prime Minister's also just announced we're introducing the new economic crime bill, which will further crack down on illicit wealth and increase transparency. This is, of course, important, as is reducing dependence on Russian gas, which a number of people on the panel have talked about. Nevertheless, I think it's really important to recognize who the aggressor here is. That's not the cause of Russian aggression. The cause of Russian aggression is an expansionist Russian president who has already invaded 2 sovereign nations. So I do think, whilst of course we need to make sure that we are reducing illicit finance, that we're dealing with unexplained wealth, we also need to put the blame fairly and squarely on the regime that has over 100,000 troops stationed on the Ukrainian border.
Why don't we take 2 questions together, if there are 2 more questions, and then have the panel make some closing comments. Yes, over here. Please identify yourself.
Hi, David Malpass with the World Bank. I'm struck by the cost to Russia itself and the people of Russia from this multi-year continuation of the conflicts. Thanks.
Any other questions? Yes, in the back.
Yuri Vichenko from Ukraine, representing Naftogaz of Ukraine. Don't you think that Putin is in fact not afraid of a threat of sanctions? For example, this summer there was a joint statement by the US government and the German government, and this statement, it was rather clear that Putin should not use gas as a weapon, and there should be some consequences if he uses gas as a weapon. As we heard from one of the panelists who knows that he is talking about, Putin is using gas as a weapon. He has increased the use of the weapon since the statement, and there are no consequences whatsoever. So if there are new threats of some new sanctions, don't you think that these kind of threats are not enough? So probably there should be some consequences for some actions already taken by Putin, and then there should be some other sanctions, as for example a condition of a further invasion. In terms of these Nord Streams, there should be sanctions on Nord Stream 2 now, and the threat of sanctions of Nord Stream 1 if he further invades Ukraine. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, let's answer one or both of those questions, and please make any brief concluding comments that you would like.
I'm going to answer the second question. Well, of course, President Putin is using gas as a weapon. This is why we strongly advocate not to start Nord Stream 2 as the new gas pipeline system to operate, but also to think about switching off Nord Stream 1. Through the Ukrainian gas pipeline system is capable of transporting 130 billion cubic meters of gas. The two Nord Streams, 1 and 2, it's around 100 billion, so it can be easily replaced. And then Putin couldn't so easily attack Ukraine if he was at least partially dependent on fulfilling his contracts and pumping gas through Ukraine. This was the situation until the Nord Stream 1 was created, and now Nord Stream 2. So clearly this is a weapon in his hands, and we have to find appropriate reply. And this is why Nord Stream 2 should, at least Nord Stream 2 should be on the table as part of the sanction package.
President Ministro, concluding comments, maybe a comment on the pain to Russia, as the first questioner asked from all this.
So your question was, could you repeat it? It's a bit difficult to hear here. Okay. I actually have no exact knowledge about that, but so far it has been interesting to follow the Russian mindset, ordinary people's mindset in this crisis. And somehow it seems that people are not that much involved, or they are not up to date in the situation. And how would they suffer with the sanctions so far put forward? Yes, but it seems that there's quite a lot of resilience amongst Russians. What comes to new possible sanctions, that would, at least all those we have heard being under preparation, those would make a huge hole in Russian economy and undoubtedly would harm everybody.
I would just observe that unlike the Chinese, I think the Russians do have access to social media, and when they see casualties on the ground of their soldiers, their sons and daughters, I think that will have a huge impact in addition to the economic pain. Foreign Secretary Truss, concluding comments?
Putin's actions, it strikes me, have had the counterproductive effect of turning the Ukrainian people away from Russia. So if you look at support for NATO, in 2014, 30% of Ukrainian people supported Ukraine joining NATO. It's now 2/3 of Ukrainian people support that. It's also had the effect of uniting NATO and uniting the West, and in fact uniting the free world against Russia's actions. And on the subject of the cost to the Russian people, I do not believe the people of Russia want a long-running war with Ukraine. They see the Ukrainians as their neighbors with a strong shared history. And I think there will be a huge destabilizing effect on President Putin of that invasion. I just want to make one final point about sanctions. I think the importance of the sanctions package that we've been developing very closely with the US, the EU and other partners is its deterrent value. It's its value of deterrence. And that is the reason why we are saying that it would be in place if there was a Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Vladimir Putin controls his media, but over time, if this happens, the sanctions will take place. There's absolutely no doubt. To get back to Jane's original question, that is why we have such a big bipartisan delegation here from far left to far right to in the middle. from Congress to make that same point. There will be severe sanctions, and they will be felt, sadly, by people who don't deserve to have them. The second thing is that I agree, 14,000 Ukrainians have perished because of the invasion, and the people of Ukraine know it. It has united them, and the fact that Vladimir Putin may control his media and public opinion at some point, all of this is going to get out to the Russian people. So I just think our job right now is to make clear how unified we truly are, and that's why we're all gathered here today.
Okay, we have two additional tiny interventions. I want to say one sentence, and then we will conclude.
Yes, just shortly. All what happens in Ukraine, all what happens in the Western world at the moment reminds me what happened in Finland before Winter War. Stalin thought that he will split the nation, and it's easy to go and invade Finland. Totally opposite happened. People united. And we saw the same in Ukraine. And I feel that we have in the Western world now the same feeling. We are being challenged. We are together.
Hear, hear.
The Kremlin has several scenarios in their heads, and one of them might be that let's weaken the Ukraine as much as we can, so that the people of Ukraine start being very, worried about this whole situation and the financial situation of Ukraine getting so bad that some people will start to call for President Putin to help them. So that the comment is a little bit opposite as a scenario. I agree with President of Finland, what he said. It unites the nation. But what might happen in several months' time or in several quarters if the situation lasts for longer, that might be another scenario of Mr. Putin.
And what, yes, might happen is the Russian people will become fed up. Let me conclude by telling you this anecdote. Henry Kissinger once famously asked, "How do I call Europe?" And his point was, there isn't a Europe. There are a bunch of disaggregated countries and organizations. Well, you know what? If he asked that again soon, there might be a phone number. And this crisis has galvanized Europe and the United States. And so after the storm that's obviously here, the sun might shine again. How's that for a narrative? I want to thank our panel. Thank you very much. Say how impressive.
Министерство обороны. Было легально.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we'll begin the session in the next minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shangri-La Dialogue Senior Fellow for Asia-Pacific Security at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, Lin Kuo.
A very warm welcome to everyone. It gives me great pleasure to be here with you all in person. I was a young leader in 2013, and of course the Munich Security Conference is something quite close to my heart, very close to my heart indeed. I'll be moderating this plenary on regional order and security on the Indo-Pacific. More than any other region, the Indo-Pacific will shape the trajectory of the 21st century. Nations' fortunes will rise and fall depending on developments there. The Indo-Pacific, as you all know, is the fastest growing region in the world and home to half of the world's population. The US withdrew from Afghanistan with intentions to refocus energies in this region. Last week, Secretary Blinken insisted that notwithstanding the Russia crisis, the United States will remain focused on the Indo-Pacific. Now, this region of growth and promise has seen immense challenges in recent years. Despite what we heard from Foreign Minister Wang this morning, the sovereignty and sovereign rights of many countries in the region are being disrespected, not least in the South China Sea. But momentum has been building in response to these challenges. Reframing the region to capture the Indian and Pacific Oceans as one strategic theater has been one response. We have also seen a proliferation of unilaterals and strengthening of bilateral ties. The Quad has been revitalized, and today we have all members of the Quad, Australia, India, Japan, and the United States represented on this panel. 2 of the 4 members of the Quad, Australia and the United States, along with the United Kingdom, also recently concluded the AUKUS Security Pact. But it's not just powers from within the region that are increasingly focused on the Indo-Pacific. A significant development in the last few years has been greater involvement by extra-regional powers. As the EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific notes, the region's growing economic, demographic, and political weight makes it a key player in shaping the rules-based international order and in addressing global challenges. France, Germany, and the Netherlands have all issued Indo-Pacific policy documents in the last couple of years. The UK's integrated review included an Indo-Pacific tilt. Now, with that, let me now introduce our first speaker. I'm very pleased to call on France's Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs, Jean-Yves Le Drian. France was the first European country to adopt its own Indo-Pacific strategy, and it has called the Indo-Pacific region a priority for France. In 3 days, France will host the Indo-Pacific Forum with representatives from 30 countries, including, as I understand it, Australia and some of the countries here today. Minister Le Drian, may I please invite you to come and join me on stage. The floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup pour cet accueil, mesdames et messieurs, chers amis.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for welcoming me here. Lin Kwok, dear friends, right in the center of our continent, we're currently experiencing a grave crisis, major tensions. But we're also experiencing a moment of decisiveness, of alliance resolve that has always been the strength of the Transatlantic Alliance. And we see how this is proving to be very valuable yet again. And we are also experiencing a moment where the Europeans are fully living up to their role and doing that in a united and responsible manner as allies that are committed to freedom and the humanist world view and to peace. And we do know that very well because we get together here year after year in Munich at this conference. I believe it's my 8th time that I'm here. And so we all know that there can be no real sovereignty without solid partnerships for sovereignty. So, real partnerships for sovereignty, what does that mean? It means that the Europeans also, as part of the Atlantic Alliance, build something comparable in Africa and the Indo-Pacific. You may have noticed that this is at the core of international topics of the current French Council presidency in the European Union. This is the core of the EU-AU summit that took place yesterday in Brussels. This is to give new momentum to the EU-AU partnership, and that is also going to help the work with the Indo-Pacific states, where we will have a meeting in Paris with those states next week. So the partners in the regions are to assist us in implementing our guidelines, our strategic guidelines for the region that we set ourselves with our 27 partner nations. Let me be very clear, the Indo-Pacific area is now a priority region for us as Europeans. We do have interests in this region already, and we have ties to the region. We just heard this in the introduction, and I'm not only saying that because France itself is a nation in the Indo-Pacific, but I can only remind you of the fact that more than 2 million of our people, of the French people, live overseas in countries in this world region. 93% of our own exclusive economic zone is located in the Indo-Pacific. 7,000 service members are permanently deployed there to protect our space of sovereignty together with other partners. When it comes, for example, to maritime surveillance or maritime assistance measures. We're very proud to be a member of a group of nations in the Indo-Pacific, and we're also very proud of the fact that we're a partner for the development of the ASEAN countries. I think we don't say that often enough, so I have to reiterate it. The European Union is the first and most important donor for this region, the most important investor in this region, and one of the most important trade partners for the Indo-Pacific region. And we work with India, Japan, South Korea, and the ASEAN nations, and we have forged important partnerships with them. And what's decisive is that we work in the fields of strategy, the maritime area, and in demography, and in many others. And so the Indo-Pacific region is home to 3/5 of the world population and 60% of the value creation worldwide. And so we think that we should continue this fight, to fight for the rule of law in this region. And we can only do that in an Indo-Pacific that is free and open. This is why we want to offer our partners in the region a path of respectful cooperation that respects their sovereignty and provides them and us with an alternative, so that we will not step in the trap of dependence or avoid hegemony or subjugation, etc., and to avoid being all isolated. This is why we are determined to make our model known and our approach known in this region. Our ambitions and our goals are to be pursued in a concrete fashion, and I'm highlighting the word concrete because we have to implement these plans now if we really want to have an impact for the people in the Indo-Pacific and for the future of all of us. We together want to forge a partnership that strengthens our sovereignty, and we want to adapt our capabilities to the challenges of the present and the future. For the partners, that means that they we need to help them develop the capabilities to produce a vaccine, for example, and we must make sure that partners don't have rules given to them or that other actors have too much influence, and that applies particularly to the protection of personal rights. Also, we want to defend the freedom of navigation. That's a fundamental principle of international law, and especially the important navigation routes need to be protected. But how and with whom do we do that? And we have to figure out who to talk to. We also want to work together on biodiversity, especially in the sea and the oceans. And so that means that we want to promote an exchange among students, because the youth of today needs to build the world of tomorrow. And so we have to act very specifically and concretely. And we have to be respectful here. And so we will discuss that next Tuesday in Paris at the summit among the EU foreign ministers, together with representatives from the Indo-Pacific. I'm also welcoming the colleagues who are already here and will travel to Paris later next week. We will do that in the presence of representatives from important institutions, including the EU. I myself am convinced that this is a turning point for Europe that will be a guardian of common welfare and well-being. But it will also be important to the partners in the region who, like we, need choices in order to be able to make actual decisions. It's going to be a turning point for international events, because this is all not going to follow the logic of blocks. And that is what we want to highlight. Thank you very much for your attention.
Very much, Minister Le Drian. I'd now like to invite the other four speakers to join me on stage. We'll be having a moderated discussion for about half the remaining time before turning to questions from the audience. Please. So no one on this panel needs an introduction, but let me just do the rounds anyway. To my right, we have Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs of India. Next to him, we have Senator Marise Payne, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Australia. A seat from her is Mr. Hayashi Yoshimasa. Welcome, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan. And to the extreme right, Senator Jean Shaheen, a senior member of the US Senate Committee on Foreign Relations and chairwoman of the Senate Subcommittee on Europe and Regional Security Cooperation. Welcome to all of you. Minister Jaishankar, if it's all right, I'll begin with you. We just heard about how France and Europe in general are contributing to Indo-Pacific security. But since we are in Europe, I'd like to ask you how India is contributing to European security. India has spoken out vociferously against China for its actions on the disputed border between India and China. But India, however, has abstained from voting on Ukraine in the UN Security Council. Could you please help me understand if India's position is that different principles should apply in different parts of the world?
Well, I don't think the situations in the Indo-Pacific and the Transatlantic are really analogous. And certainly the assumption in your question that somehow there's a trade-off and, one country does this in the Pacific, so in return you do something else. I don't think that's the way international relations work. We have, I think, quite distinct challenges. What's happening here, what's happening in the Indo-Pacific. In fact, if there was a connection by that logic, you would have had a lot of European powers very early taking very sharp positions in the Indo-Pacific, and we didn't see that. We haven't seen that since 2009. So now, yes, there is now, from last year, a EU strategy. What you spoke about in your remarks, France, Germany, Netherlands, these are all very recent developments. And the problem in Indo-Pacific is not recent. So I would say you really need to look at that question again.
So you disagree that principles, the international rules-based order, international law, you disagree that that should apply across the world uniformly?
No, I think I would say principles and interests are balanced. And if people were so principled in this part of the world, they would have been practicing the principles in Asia or in Afghanistan before we've actually seen them do.
Okay. Let's move on to the next question to you. And moving away from Europe now, India's relations with China took a sharp downturn in, I think it was around June 2020, given the Ladakh crisis on your border. What has the crisis meant for India's China strategy, and has it meant a decisive and enduring shift towards the West?
It has, look, it's a problem we are having with China. And the problem is this, that for 45 years, there was peace, there was stable border management. There were no military casualties on the border from 1975. That changed because we had agreements with China not to bring military forces to we call it border, but it's line of actual control. And the Chinese violated those agreements. Now, the state of the border will determine the state of the relationship. That's natural. So obviously, relations with China right now are going through a very difficult phase. But I would quite honestly again question your question, that therefore our relations with the West are better. My relations with the West were quite decent before June 2020. So again, I would challenge that, correlation that you're making.
But of course, we've seen India step up in the Quad. We've seen India seek to strengthen relations, bilateral relations with Australia even further. You made your first visit to Australia as External Affairs Minister. I think it was just last week when Minister Payne hosted you. So I think we have seen, in fact, a strengthening of India's relations, perhaps with some countries in the Quad at the very least, even if it might not mean enduring strengthening of ties with the West.
Well, this incarnation of the Quad started in 2017. Mm-hmm. I participated in the first meeting when I was Foreign Secretary, like the permanent Undersecretary. So it's not a post-2020 development. Yeah. Our relations with the Quad partners, the United States, Japan, Australia, have steadily improved in the last 20 years. Right. Again, as I said, you're making it seem like cause and effect. Right. I would challenge that. Okay. I think the Quad has a value in itself. It's 4 countries who recognize today that the world would be a better place if they cooperated. And that's essentially what's happening.
Thank you. Perhaps just one more question on India and Southeast Asia. Prime Minister Modi has a look enact East policy. He's sought to focus more on Southeast Asia. However, a recent poll, in fact, I think it was published just last week, indicates that on this occasion of the 30th anniversary of ASEAN-India relations, which we celebrate this year, at this time, levels of trust between Southeast Asian countries and India are fairly low. India ranks 5th after Japan, the United States, the EU, China, and only 16.6% of respondents in this poll have said that they have confidence in India. What do you think India can do better to leverage its great soft power in the region?
I'm a politician, so I believe in polls, but I've never seen a poll which has made any sense to me when it comes to foreign policy. Mm-hmm. So I guess the one you cited probably is part of a long list there. But I would say that our relations right now with ASEAN are actually growing well. I mean, if I were to actually look at the evolution, there are two big changes which are taking place. We have much stronger security cooperation with ASEAN. I've just come from a trip to the Philippines, where we've actually signed agreements for military supplies to the Philippines. We are part of ADMM+. We have strong bilateral relations with Singapore, Indonesia, and Vietnam, amongst others. And the other is physical connectivity. So I hate to challenge you for the fourth time, but I don't think that poll's very good.
Challenge away, please. Minister Payne, let me come to you, and hopefully it'll be less contentious. Australia has sought to strengthen both unilateral as well as bilateral security relations in response to what your minister has described at the launch of your 2020 Defence Strategic Update as a post-COVID world that is poorer, more dangerous, and more disorderly. I think that security environment has deteriorated ever since Australia's 2017 foreign policy white paper. What are some of the key changes that you've seen since Australia's 2017 white paper?
I can probably also respond to your question since Australia's 2016 Defence White Paper, which is a good catch. There's a cricket team in the world that could do with that. Since Australia's 2016 Defence White Paper, which I was also responsible for producing. But I think we're clearly in an era of growing and pervasive strategic competition. And it is important for those of us who want to prosecute the case for the rules-based global order, for the rule of law, for human rights, for the values that underpin our liberal democracies, to engage actively in that strategic competition. And Australia does that across a very broad canvas. We do that, and I reflect on my friend Jay's response to your last question. We do that with the enhancement and the development of our key bilateral relationships. Australia and India signed a comprehensive strategic partnership in 2020, right at the beginning of some of the greatest challenges of the COVID pandemic. I think it was Prime Minister Modi's first virtual undertaking in COVID, and happily we're here in person because we're all zoomed out. Australia and Japan have just signed a reciprocal access agreement which will transform and enhance the way we're able to engage, particularly between the Japanese Self-Defence Force and the Australian Defence Force. Australia and the United States have just marked the 70th anniversary of the signing of the ANZUS Treaty, which reinforces the now well-known phrase that we enjoy as a foundation of the alliance, 100 years of mateship. That's a bilateral scan. But in terms of minilaterals, you've referred and spoken with Dr. Jaishankar about the Quad. And when I think about how the Quad has transformed from the first in-person foreign ministers meeting, which Dr. Jaishankar and I were both participants in New York on the sidelines of UNGA in September of 2019, to an in-person Quad Leaders Summit in 2021, notwithstanding the extraordinary exigencies of COVID-19 and what has wrought upon the world. When I think about an in-person Quad Leaders Summit and being able to come to that point together as liberal democracies, and then when I think about the fact that the four of us, all four foreign minister and foreign minister equivalents, were able to meet in Australia in Melbourne just 10 days ago, that says to me that the value of less traditional groupings at a time of great strategic competition is immensely important. It also says to me that where we do have traditional groupings, whether it's through the G7 and the plus aspect of the G7, in which India and Australia have both participated during the chair of the United Kingdom and France, the G7, the G20, which this year is led by Indonesia, the world's most populous Muslim nation in the Indo-Pacific. It's a very powerful message to see the G20 being led by India, and what we're able to do through that. And then for Australia, our engagement with ASEAN, which for us is at the centre of the Indo-Pacific, and the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific and its principles are very much in accord with our own view of an Indo-Pacific that is secure, that is stable, that is prosperous, that is free from coercion, and that encourages the growth of the sorts of relationships that I've talked about. And as well as ASEAN, for us, the Pacific Island Forum. This is an important part of our strategic and family engagement, as Australia so often refers to the Pacific, where priorities are different. Where priorities right now are health security and the extraordinary impact of COVID-19 on countries of small populations which are economically challenged by lockdowns and closures of countries through COVID. So health security, economic security, climate change, and the work that we do with them is absolutely focused on climate adaptation and climate resilience. So there's some of the things that we have pursued in the last few years, both since the 2016 Defence White Paper and the 2017 Foreign Policy White Paper, which reflect the very significant changes we're seeing in the region.
Thank you. And of course, Australia has also entered into the AUKUS deal with the United States and the UK. The deal has largely been welcome, including by many countries in the region. But critics of the deal have also argued that it will lead to an arms race and that it will lead to China and Russia seeking to double down on their naval partnership without significantly contributing to Australia or the region's security in the next 20 years, which is the length of time it takes. It's estimated that the submarines will take to be built. What would your response to these critics be?
Respectfully, I would say that any suggestion that Australia's acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines and our engagement with our great and traditional allies and partners, the United States and the United Kingdom, on issues like quantum computing, artificial intelligence and cyber. Any suggestion that that's going to contribute to an arms race, given Australia's record in non-proliferation, our absolute focus and commitment on ensuring that we continue to maintain that first-class record is fanciful or potentially ridiculous. And I would also say that as a country which focuses very strongly on addressing disinformation and misinformation wherever we see it, that we would call out those sorts of statements as misinformation and disinformation. We would shine light on those and we would expose people and countries who are making those sorts of statements. I understand, though, that given the consequence of such an important decision, that the work that we are doing with our friends and partners in ASEAN, within the Pacific, particularly on the issues of non-proliferation, is essential. And that's why I'm pleased to line up Australia's record on non-proliferation, Australia's engagement with the IAEA against anyone who would seek to suggest that we're contributing to an arms race.
You mentioned climate change earlier, and of course also your greater engagement, intensified engagement with the Pacific. So Australia has the Pacific Step Up program, and these countries in the Pacific have actually identified climate change as the single greatest threat to the Pacific. How good a job do you think your government has done in helping Pacific Island countries mitigate the threat of climate change? And in this respect, I'd like to highlight for you to address how Australia reportedly blocked Pacific Island leaders from agreeing on a joint declaration to tackle climate change and phase out coal, and how Australia last year received the lowest score awarded to any of the 193 members of the United Nations for the level of climate action. And this is according to a sustainable development report that produced the UN-backed Sustainable Development Solutions Network.
So our engagement with the Pacific is constant and has been particularly enhanced in the context of response to COVID-19. That includes our support for health security and vaccine delivery in particular, but also COVID economic recovery, whether that is in budget support or in other ways. But they are all contributions which we've made across the Pacific in particularly the past 2 years. But our focus is very much as a member of the Pacific Island Forum, an equal member of the Pacific Island Forum with the 17 other nations and who make up the forum itself. And whether it is in working on infrastructure with our partners through the Australia Infrastructure Financing Facility for the Pacific, all of the work that we do through the AIFFP is ensuring that infrastructure development doesn't add, for example, to unaffordable debt loads for partners in the Pacific, that it is focused on their priorities, not the priority of another country that may assert that this is what a country in the Pacific wants, that it is focused on being climate adapted and climate resilient in water, in energy, in transport and in telecommunications. And so that's seen in the last few years the development of submarine cables, for example, for which Australia has delivered between Honiara in the Solomon Islands and the Australian mainland, and similarly between Port Moresby and the Australian mainland, the Coral Sea cable. The Trilateral Infrastructure Partnership, which my friends in the United States and Japan and I support strongly across the region, has most recently delivered the Palau Spur cable and has now most recently agreed on the East Micronesia submarine cable, which will enhance the connectivity of countries like Kiribati, of Nauru and of the Republic of the Federated States of Micronesia. Transformative infrastructure that enhances the operation of health systems and education systems. And then the work that we've done within our own country, particularly on emissions reduction, which has, for example, between 2005 and 2020, seen emissions reduced in Australia by almost 21%, which is double the OECD average. On that part, and also the fact that we know that the projections in relation to our Paris commitments will see us exceed our 26 to 28% commitment to emissions reduction by reaching 35% by 2030 is an important part of Australia's record as well. And we do think there's a difference between targets and achievements. In Australia's case, they're achievements and we're delivering.
Thank you very much, Minister Payne. Mr. Hayashi, could I now move to you? For those of you who do not know, I just learnt that, from Minister Payne that Minister Hayashi sings very well. So perhaps after this session, we might get him to sing a note or two. But before that, Minister, could I please ask you about how, so in Southeast Asia, we often hear about how US-China rivalry is putting many of the countries there in a bind, and I understand that in Japan as well, US-China rivalry is also putting Japan in a bit of a pickle, given that it relies on the United States for security, but is greatly connected to the Chinese economy as well. But I'd like to hear how China's actions in the region, particularly in the East China Sea, for instance, but also its actions further afield from that, are catalyzing Japan's security policy and what changes we might expect to see in Japan's security policy.
Thank you. And about our foreign policy leading vis-à-vis China, since our bilateral relationship is really important, not only for the two countries, but also for the peace and prosperity of all the areas and in the Pacific. So we are trying to build a constructive and a stable relationship with China by maintaining and messaging our position. So when we should say the things to China, we really says to them. Don't hesitate to send a message vocally, and also strongly requesting China responsible activities as a stakeholder in these areas. So, and at the same time, cooperating on matters of the common interest. For example, for environment issues, such as Mali is talking about, those issues we can cooperate with them. But security issues, other issues, we have to really speak out that if you should obey the rules, we can go together. But if you don't, maybe we should stand here so that you have to think about that. So those are the really different balance between those two. But so for example, together with the environment issues, vis-a-vis North Korea, the US and Japan, and need a cooperation with China, because we started to have a six-party talk, and including Japan, US, China, and Russia. But now, we have a great concern in the Ukraine issues, so six-party talk now is not possible. But still, the vis-a-vis North Korea, we have to cooperate with the China to some extent. But for those issues such as Taiwan, and those issues such as the high-tech technologies like AI, quantum, and biotechnologies and other things, we should compete. So we are in the same boat, like with US and like-minded countries, on the basis of democracy and values such as human rights. And those things has to be on the base of doing any kind of interaction with China. So we, as United, we have a kind of war here. So, and war has to be very strong, and they have to circumvent the walls in a sense that they shouldn't break this big walls united here, which is built by the common universal values such as the democracies. So I think, and Also, we are now under the severe situation in Ukraine, but Ukraine issues is not only the European issues, but it has a great meaning to the other areas in Indo-Pacific too. So, yeah, that's my thought here.
You mentioned the need to speak out on security issues, and you also mentioned Taiwan. Recently, we have seen a series of high-level pronouncements from Japan about Taiwan. So your defense minister linked Taiwan's security with that of Japan's. Your defense, this was in June 2021, your deputy defense minister was reported as saying that Japan has to protect Taiwan as a democratic country. That was in July 2021 as well. And in December, I think the former Japanese Prime Minister Abe said that Japan and the United States could not stand by if China attacked Taiwan. I also understand that the US and Japan have drawn up plans for a Taiwan emergency. The Japanese government has never made an explicit commitment to defend Taiwan or to assist any US military response in the event that China attacks Taiwan. Has Japan's official position on Taiwan changed in light of these statements?
Yeah, regarding the relationship between China and Taiwan, while the two have deep ties, especially in the economic field, the overall military balance is tilting towards China's favor, and the gap appears to be growing year by year. So that even in such situations, our position has remained rather unchanged. So Taiwan is a very important partner and friend for Japan. So we share fundamental values and enjoy close economic relations and people-to-people exchange. So we will further deepen cooperation and exchange with Taiwan based on our basic position. And the peace and stability, but the Taiwan Strait is important not only for Japan's security, but also for the stability of the international community. So our consistent position has been that we expect that the issues surrounding Taiwan will be resolved peacefully by dialogue. And we will continue to adhere to this position.
Thank you very much, Minister Hayashi. Turning now to you, Senator Shaheen. A week ago, the Biden administration issued its Indo-Pacific strategy, setting out an affirmative vision for the region. And in that strategy, it reiterates the US plan to launch an Indo-Pacific economic framework. We've seen China intensify its trade ties with the region for decades now. It launched its Belt and Road Initiative in 2013. With the United States waking up to the China threat, is it a little bit too little too late to be now talking about planning an economic framework, especially given if we keep in mind the fact that the Biden administration's foreign policy for the middle classes essentially has been interpreted to preclude any traditional trade deals which the region desires. So is this going to be enough to sustain US influence in the region?
Well, better late than never. You know, I thought it was a mistake to pull out of the TPP. The Obama administration negotiated, and unfortunately that never got assigned. But the fact is, trade is a very important part, and you know, the United States is a Pacific nation. We forget maybe when we're here because the focus has been so much on Europe, but we're also a Pacific nation, and as Admiral John Aquilino said, he's the head of our Indo-Pacific Command for our military. He said, you know, when the United States is not present, we leave the playing field to China. And I know that everyone here who's represented on this panel, we would like our countries to work with China. But we've got to be realistic about what's happening. And anybody who thinks that AUKUS is going to lead to an arms race in the Pacific hasn't been paying attention. There is already an arms race going on. And if you've seen the hypersonic weapon that China delivered to us not too long ago. If you're looking at what North Korea is doing with their missile buildup, it's very clear that we've got to do a better job as democracies of addressing what's happening. And, you know, it's not just about military weapons. There is an economic race that's going on as well. And we know from, and lest you think it's just the United States, the fact is Xi and China have said that they intend to provide an alternative to democracy. It's authoritarianism, and they're devoting a huge amount of resources to doing that. So not only are they developing militarily, but they have a huge diplomatic and economic initiative. And when you look at maps of where China's influence is, whether it's the Belt and Road Initiative or their efforts to support other economic projects, it spans from the Indo-Pacific to Africa to Europe. And we need to wake up to that. They're spending more on their diplomatic activities than the United States is. We've got to do something about that. And we've got to think about it as the democracies who are trying to present an alternative. Obviously, we need to work together in areas that are important to all of us, but we need to do it with eyes wide open. And that's part of what this Pacific strategy is about. It's recognizing that we have a very important role, the United States, to play in the Indo-Pacific, and we need to work with our allies to do that.
You've mentioned several times, and I've heard it mentioned at the Munich Security Conference over several sessions as well, this framing of the contest between the United States and China, or the US and its allies and partners on the one hand and China on the other hand, as a contest between authoritarian states and democracies. I wonder, however, and of course I understand why that's a good framing here in Europe especially, and it's a good framing as well when it's targeted at garnering greater domestic support with the United States for actions that the United States may take that may cost perhaps the populace somewhat. But in parts of the Indo-Pacific, in many parts of the Indo-Pacific, countries are either not liberal democracies or backsliding democracies. And I wonder whether that's the best possible framing for that part of the world when you're trying to win friends and partners, when, you know, your Indo-Pacific strategy actually identifies countries like Vietnam, Singapore as important partners, Philippines and Thailand as important allies. Is that the best framing, authoritarian states versus democracies, to win friends and influence in the region?
Well, I would point out that wasn't our framing. That's the framing that we're hearing from China, and now Russia is part of that as well. We saw for the first time when Putin went to China that they signed their agreement and they said they both opposed the expansion of NATO. And, you know, make no mistake, as we're looking at this crisis in Ukraine, China is looking at the crisis in Ukraine. North Korea is looking at the crisis in Ukraine. Iran is looking at the crisis in Ukraine. All of those countries who are who are adversaries of democracies of the West are going to watch and see what happens to Vladimir Putin. If nothing happens to him, if he invades Ukraine and he takes a country and he decides for that country what their future should be, then there's impunity for anybody else who might want to do the same thing. So this is a really important moment. And again, I think we need to work with China and the Indo-Pacific on the arms race. I think it's unfortunate that we're seeing a rise in nuclear weapons in the world. But we need to recognize that in order to do that, we're better off if we're working cooperatively and if we're clear about what the alternatives are. And for those countries who have made a deal with China for projects, for infrastructure projects, who have taken loans, who see Chinese workers going into their countries to build those projects, who then are indebted to China for what happens. I think framing this as an alternative between, do you want a democracy, do you want to work in the global international community where, you know, we would like to provide funding through the IMF or the World Bank for projects, and, you know, if you take that money, you can not only employ your own people, but then you're not in a deal that is then going to come back in the form of blackmail for what you can do in the future. So I do think it's important for us to be clear about what the alternatives are.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you a question drawing on your role as the chairwoman of the Senate Subcommittee on Europe and Regional Security Cooperation, if I may. The U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy states that the U.S., like France, recognizes the strategic value of an increasing regional role for the European Union. What role does the United States envisage for the European Union, and will this role be predominantly in the security or the economic realm?
I think it needs to be both. You know, we are no longer in a world where the United States can be isolated because we have oceans on both sides, where Europe doesn't have to worry about what's happening in the Indo-Pacific, where Africa is isolated from Europe and from Asia. This is a global world that we're living in. It's a global economy. It's global in terms of the actions that are going on. And so the more we can work together, the more we can find areas of agreement, the better. And one of the things that we haven't even touched on at all is cyber and space. The previous panel, if anybody heard them talking about, that's, you know, that's going to be the future of warfare, unfortunately. I would hope that we could agree at some point that space should not be weaponized, but we're already seeing that happen. We're already seeing that we need to cooperate more in cleaning up our oceans and what's going to happen there. So I think this is about recognizing where our mutual interests exist and thinking about how we can work together in support of those mutual interests.
Thank you so much. We will now be turning to the question and answer segment of this plenary. I understand that those joining us are able to virtually type out your question and in the conference platform from which I will be able to read. However, I do not have a device for that, so if I could be given a device for that, that would be much appreciated. And if I could ask those asking a question to please identify yourself and state your affiliation. The first question will be going to Munich young leader Richard Heydarian, who's seated in the second row. He's professorial chairholder in geopolitics at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Richard, please.
Thank you, Richard. I'm Richard Heydarian. It's good to still be considered as young and be back here in Munich. The first informal meeting of Quad, I think, was in Manila, and it was a decade later that the leaders of Quad actually, again in Manila, came to meet each other. Recently, we had a presidential debate in the Philippines, and it seems even our presidential candidates don't know what is the Quad all about. Can you tell us about Quad? What is it? Is it the Asian NATO? Is it a NATO with Asian characteristics? Is it just an ad hoc body? And to what degree does the evolution of Quad, maybe in the next 10 years, tethered to behavior of China? And by that matter, also calculus of India, because we have 3 treaty allies here, India is not. So I think to what degree does China and India's calculus play into the trajectory of Quad in the next decade or so? Thank you very much.
I assume that's at me, right? Look, you know, the first time the Quad countries came together was actually in 2004. In response to the Boxing Day tsunami. And I had an association with it. I was the country coordinator, in a sense, for India for that response. Then their representatives met in 2007, as you said, in Manila. But the countries were not sufficiently invested in it politically, so they kind of let it fritter away. And then they met again a decade later. In 2017, in September, this time at a higher level of a sort of permanent secretary, vice minister sort of level. 2019, it became ministers, which was when we first met, and 2021, it's become a summit. Now, what is the Quad about? you know, it's in a sense natural, because partly you're sitting in Europe, but also because all of us pull out concepts from pre-existing lexicon to say it's an Asian NATO, because it's a very convenient, if completely misleading term, but still very convenient. And of course, there are interested parties who advance that kind of analogy. I would put it to you as 4 countries who have common interests, common values, a great deal of comfort, who happen, by the way, to be located at 4 corners of the Indo-Pacific, who found out that in this world, no country, not even the United States today, has the ability to address big global challenges all on their own. So if you look right now, and you know, my Prime Minister used this phrase, Quad as a force for global good. What's the Quad doing? The Quad's trying to supply 1 billion vaccines, which are American IPR, produced in India, funded and logistically supported by Japan and Australia, as well as the 2 of us. It's working on ensuring more reliable supply chains. It's looking at critical emerging technologies, making sure that 5G, 6G, those domains are trusted and transparent. Looking at promoting education, at maritime security, at ensuring that connectivity projects are market-based, viable. So there is a lot of the global element to what the Quad is doing. Now, obviously, if there are challenges to global norms, global order, to international law, to rules-based order, it makes sense that, you know, anybody who's working for the good will also look at challenges to the good. So I would urge you not to slip into that, I mean, forgive my saying so, that lazy analogy of an ASEAN NATO. It isn't, because there are 3 countries who are treaty allies. We are not a treaty ally. Quad doesn't have a treaty, it doesn't have a structure, it doesn't have a secretariat. It's a kind of this is a 21st century way of responding to a more diversified, dispersed world. Sorry for a long answer, but I thought it's a good explanation.
Thank you. Did anyone else have anything to add with that?
I think that was an excellent answer.
So
Let me say just a few things, because Jay already mentioned about the practicality of the Quad. We don't have any treaty, we don't have any framework, but like-minded country of 4 of us joined and talked, and already we came up with a project such as a vaccine, and further we just met last week actually in the leadership of Malays, so that we further advance our cooperations in a wide range, like climate change, infrastructure, and especially I really would like to see the critical technologies such as quantum, biotech, and in the area of economic statecraft, so that like-minded countries' shared value is the key of the Quad, I think.
Do we have any questions from the floor? Please, sir. Please identify yourself and also state to whom your question is addressed.
My name is Reinhard Bütikofer, member of the European Parliament. And my question goes to several of the panelists. Minister Payne has explicitly mentioned Australia's connectivity-guided infrastructure investment policy. Also, the BRI has been mentioned several times. My question is to the other panelists. What would you make of the option of creating a network of trusted connectivity initiatives, and how would you judge in that context the potential of Europe's Global Gateway initiative?
Who would like to take a stab at that question? And perhaps I'll throw one in as well. The Global Gateway, the Build Back Better World, and then earlier we had the Trilateral Partnership for Infrastructure Investment. We've had many initiatives on infrastructure. I am not sure to what extent we've had progress in that respect. Perhaps we could address, these various initiatives, including the Global Gateway as well, and its potential.
I don't know enough about the Global Gateway to be able to speak to that, but I do think the interconnectivity is something that's very important. Also, we make undersea cable in New Hampshire, which is where the state that I represent, so I would love to do something that would promote more connectivity undersea. I think that's very important. But I worked on the infrastructure package that we just passed in the United States to try, and a significant piece of that was to try and connect a lot of the United States, particularly rural areas, to the internet. Because unless we do that, we rob people of the future of jobs and what's happening and prosperity in the world. And so the more we can provide secure interconnections, I think the better for everybody, because with the advancement of technology, with artificial intelligence, with everything that's going on in the world, if people don't have access to the internet, if they aren't interconnected, then they're not going to have opportunities in the future. So we've got to make sure that everybody has that opportunity.
Minister Payne?
I would add to that and agree with the Senator in terms of the priority that we need to place on this. But the size of the need is such that the Global Gateway initiative, what Australia does, what the Trilateral Infrastructure Partnership does, and Jay will speak for himself, but what India is interested in pursuing, and Secretary Truss, I think was on the platform earlier. The UK is also looking at infrastructure investment in the Indo-Pacific region. We can welcome all comers. It's a demand that certainly welcomes as much contribution as those who are willing to commit to infrastructure investment that is in the interests of the countries in which it is being made, that meets their priorities and their needs, that doesn't add to the debt burden, and that is delivered in a transparent and open way, delivers jobs and investment within those countries. To the Senator's earlier point, then we should encourage that. And Australia certainly does, and we look for partners regularly with whom to engage. There is an electrification partnership development underway in Papua New Guinea now, and that partnership includes, of course, Papua New Guinea, but New Zealand, as well as Australia, the United States, and Japan. It will transform the access to electricity from give or take 13% in homes, in domestic homes, from 13% of the Papua New Guinea population to about 70%. And these are important investments that are transformative for the countries in which partners are able to engage. And as I said, at the size of the demand, I think estimated by the Asia Development Bank at about $48 billion between now and 2030, I would say the more the better.
Minister Jayashankar?
In 2016, we were, I think, among the first, or probably the first country who actually laid out in detail our connectivity policy. And we did so because we could see there was a building debate about strategic connectivity, how to use connectivity for strategic purposes. Essentially what we suggested was that connectivity should be transparent, it should be commercially based, it should have local buy-ins, it should not create debt, it should be environmentally and ecologically friendly, it should not be unilateral, and it should not violate the sovereignty and territorial integrity of countries. It should not be built unilaterally by other countries, violating that. Now, since then, I think in the last 6 years, the world has woken up to the concerns about connectivity, the fact that often connectivity initiatives have hidden agendas or not so hidden agendas, that there's dual purpose connectivity. I think even as Quad partners today, each one of us in a sense has a connectivity initiative, as indeed does the EU. And if connectivity initiatives are based on similar outlooks, like in any other, like say in vaccine policy, it's natural that you would congregate, that you would synergize, that you would see how does it work for each other. So we would certainly encourage, countries whose connectivity principles and policies are similar. And I can tell you, today I've spent some time discussing with the German development minister how we can work our development policies much closer. It's a conversation we've had with the Japanese, with the Americans, with the Australians, within Quad, but a lot of them bilateral as well. And I think this is going to be among the big issues in international relations in the coming decades.
Let me add simply one thing about, like Senator mentioned, that the first questions, I think it's the competition between two systems, like authoritarian systems or free and democratic systems. And if we are competing, we have to come up with the choice for those countries who need to develop their infrastructures. So how we offer is based on the international rules already established, but other options from other side is sometimes not obeying to those rules already we established. So it's a kind of handicapped competition we are, labeling with the other side. So that's why we need this cooperation between these allies and like-minded countries. And like Malay's case, that's Micronesia. The island countries, cable ones, is before we reach. That's reached by China. So rather than just taking their offers, we offer jointly to those countries, and it's a case of very, very successful cases. So that's what we are trying to do with Quad and other cases. So the gate things you mentioned is we can cooperate with those initiatives and other initiatives together in our side. So.
Just one follow-up question, and then perhaps the lady in red in the second row. Minister Hayashi, Japan has, and this might be a little bit of an outdated statistic, but in a 2019 study, it found that Japan far outstripped China, at least in 2019, on infrastructure development in the region, but we hear less about Japan in a sense. I mean, we only gradually started hearing more about Japan's contributions to infrastructure and connectivity development in the region. Why is that so, and is this something that Japan would like to have a higher profile in, or is that part of Japan's economic statecraft to kind of quietly engage with the region in helping them develop their infrastructure and connectivity?
Maybe we're too shy to announcement of what we are doing. It could be it's a Japanese characteristics, maybe. Not in my generations, I hope, but economic statecraft is sometimes not, it's very difficult to do in louder manners. Because if you're speaking out of economic statecraft louder, and the rules here we said, then the other side will succumb to all those rules. So harmonization of the economic statecraft, and for example, such as a secret patent systems like that, we rather choose to be kind of calm way or silent way so that we can harmonize better.
Thank you very much. And please, you've been very patient. The lady in the second row.
Thank you. I'm Laura von Daniels from the SWP, a think tank in Berlin. I'm also a Munich Young Leader this year. And I wanted to come back to some of the things that have been mentioned on the stage about Quad being a group of countries with common interests and values. And you also mentioned vaccination initiatives. So I wanted to ask, do you have a common position on TRIPS waivers or dropping patent rights? And I suppose if you do, it's probably opposed to the European Union's position at this stage. So can you also show that you're an effective group of countries by finding common ground with the European Union, and that way perhaps also showing that two of the major democratically ruled regions of the world can cooperate on the key question of mankind at this point in time?
I'm going to let them respond for their countries. In the United States, we can't even agree in our own country about what the policy should be with respect to vaccinations. So I think it would be wonderful if we could get a global policy, the World Health Organization, but we don't, unfortunately. And so I think what we have to do in the United States is to figure out what we can do to try and address our own population, and then be as supportive as possible of making sure that vaccine gets to as many countries as we can and support those efforts.
Let me add just one point. I experienced as a former agriculture minister about TPP negotiation, and finally it's not agriculture issues that we have to deal, but finally that's a kind of quasi intellectual property rights for the bio medicines. So finally, that's made some agreement between US and other sides. So it's always the balance between how you can enhance the development of those, medical equipment or vaccines or whatever, because somebody has to spend a lot of money to develop that, so that as long as they are private companies, they have to assure that their investment be fully kind of paid back after they sell the thing. So that's the difficulty. But so like pandemic situation like this, we have to be very creative about how to, still keeping a balance between those two, how we can settle these difficult questions.
The gentleman in the fourth row, please. Yes. Sorry, did you have
I have a simple question. This is Abdul Moment, from Foreign Minister of Bangladesh. And I'm so pleased to see the great friends around here. I have a hypothetical question. The question is, in many countries in the ocean, in this Indo-Pacific, they're becoming, this economic upliftment. Country like Bangladesh, for example, we are doing pretty well in terms of economic development. Since we are doing pretty well, as a result, the aspirations of our common people has gone up, shoot up. They want more facilities, more opportunities for better life, and more infrastructure facilities in the country. But we don't have money, neither we have technology. So in that case, we have a difficulty. We need to develop to face this public demand, the challenge. But at the same time, this help from many countries has been declining. Thanks to, of course, Japan. They are one of the best friends who have been investing in our infrastructure. And also thanks to India, they have been giving line of credit to us. But alternatively, China comes forward with a basket of money and aggressive proposals, affordable proposals. And then you have a problem, what to do. We would expect, because as the development process is ongoing, our people demand more infrastructure development. And there, we need a competition. We need more funding from our development partners. But unfortunately, times, they come with a lot of strings, and that becomes very difficult. Till today, our largest loan, we borrow maximum loan from World Bank and IMF and the ADB. But also we are trying to get some fund from other because the need for development process is too high. Now, is there any way out? That I was pleased to hear from Senator Wang that she said that they have developed a big infrastructure budget. And are you willing to come up with more lucrative programs for countries like us for our infrastructure development? And we'll appreciate to have more infrastructure development financing. Thank you very much.
I thought that question was for our Indian minister. Didn't he start out saying that was for you?
I think he thought you had more money.
We have just put in place, finally, a new head of a new entity called the Development Finance Corporation, which we hope is going to do a better job of being able to support projects around the world, particularly in countries, in developing countries. So I hope that's the case. Obviously, we also spend money on foreign assistance. That often doesn't go for the same kind of economic development projects that I would like to see, and I think many of us would like to see. But hopefully that's what the DFC, the Development Finance Corporation, will be able to do in a way that's more effective than it has been in the past.
If I could, if I understood the question right, essentially what you're asking is, if there are competitive offers for development projects, why should countries not take advantage of it? I mean, if I could rephrase it in a way. You know, look, it's international relations is competitive. Every country will look for opportunities and see what it can do. But while doing so, it's in their own interest to be prudent about what they're getting into, to do the due diligence. We have seen now countries, including in our region, being saddled with large debts. We have seen projects which are commercially unsustainable, airports where an aircraft doesn't come, harbors where a ship doesn't come. So I think people would be justified in asking themselves, what am I getting into? You know, it's obviously in the interest of the country concerned, but it's also in the interest of the international community, because unsustainable projects don't end there. They then often the next is debt becomes equity, and that becomes something else. So there are real concerns out there. So I think it's very important all of us make informed decisions, but of course very competitive decisions. If I can come back to your question, and my sense is, look, the Quad has agreed to do a vaccine project. I don't think the Quad necessarily has identical views on all subjects, including on the TRIPS waiver. I think we have a range of views on that. Perhaps ours are the most, in my view, progressive, but call it whatever. But the point, I think, which is troubling is, if you have a once-in-a-century pandemic with such horrific consequences, and then say, but it has to be business as usual when it comes to producing vaccines, ask yourself, are we doing the right thing? And this is not a one-off on vaccines. I mean, I would argue that is really what's happening on climate change as well. I mean, we get these homilies on how it's an existential issue. But when it comes down to actually putting resources or, spreading technology in a sense for public good, we don't see that. So there are real issues. I think the global south has serious concerns. One of the deep worries for the international order is large parts of the world will be under or non-vaccinated, and this will be stretching out of a pandemic, possibly which need not have happened if we collectively had had more effective policies.
Thank you very much. The lady in the third row. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Hi, good evening. Kelly Craft, former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. And I think that the question about the global gateway was very important, especially with Senator Shaheen talking about our U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. And with the global gateway, isn't that an initiative where you bundle together particular industry or institutions like what we have, and the importance of being able to give a sound narrative to the Belt and Road Initiative. So I think that's very important to be able to highlight that we can bundle these initiatives together when we have something that's transparent, as in the Global Gateway, as the U.S. International Development Corporation.
I certainly agree with that. I think it's a really important point. And one of the things that I think everybody up here has alluded to is that one of the important aspects, hopefully, of what we're doing in terms of development projects in, whether it's in the Quad, any of our countries, in Europe, in democracies, is there's transparency. So people know what they're getting. And that's really important. And to the question about shouldn't there be competition and so that countries can make the best choices, absolutely. But if you don't know what you're buying, because there's no transparency, because you don't know what the outcome of the deal is, then it's really hard to make the best choice.
We also have a question from our virtual audience. The question is, I think, directed to you, Minister Jaishankar. It says, could you elaborate on your G20 chairmanship next year, navigating between developed and developing countries?
Well, we have, actually these are early days because Indonesia is the G20 chair, and this year is pretty much going to be their year. So we will be putting our cards on the table at the end of the year in terms of what our agenda and what our theme, what are the particular priorities that we would have. So it's not that I'm being cagey, it's just far too early to do that. But what I would add, though, is that we've been a very strongly contributing member to the G20, and right now our priority is to make sure that the Indonesian chair of the G20 is completely successful.
Do we have any more questions from the floor? If not, I'd like to ask another question. We've talked a lot about, partnerships amongst to seek to balance power in the region, etc. But there is also a degree of internal balancing which is necessary, of course. And by this, I mean focusing on a country's own economic growth or own military capabilities. I'd like to ask Minister Jaishankar, or perhaps any of you, how you think, how likely you think, or how easily you think your country will be able to emerge from this pandemic with strong economic growth, especially during a time of increased protectionism and deglobalization. India in particular is not a member of the CPTPP or the RCEP, so tell us why you're optimistic.
I think we're a bit tight on time, so should I keep it very short?
Of course.
Look, I think we have and we will come out of the crisis more competitive, and I'll just throw two numbers out there. One, we expect to post a 9.2, 9.3 growth rate this year, which I think is more than decent. And secondly, our exports are at a record high. So it has shown that despite not being a member of free trade arrangements, the reforms we've done, the belt tightening we've done, the learnings of the COVID period have actually created a fairly resilient economy.
Minister Payne, would you like to address this?
Indeed, I think Australia's focus on ensuring that we protected businesses and protected jobs, particularly during the pandemic, which was a significant investment on the part of the Australian government, which it should have been, has stood us in very good stead. And our growth, our jobs numbers reflect that, the lowering of our unemployment rate as well. We're not complacent. We know that it is still a difficult path ahead. But I would also note that on the question of gender workforce participation, for example, that we see 1 million more jobs held by women in the Australian economy than before the pandemic in the most recent statistics. As well as being Australia's Foreign Minister, I'm also Australia's Minister for Women, and so I try in everything that I'm doing to make sure that both of my portfolio responsibilities come to the fore, whether it is in the sorts of discussions that we were having before around COVID response or more broadly. But I'm confident that the Australian economy is in very good shape relative to the sorts of challenges that we've seen.
Thank you. Perhaps Minister Hayashi next. How confident are you of Japan emerging from the pandemic with the strength, I suppose, to balance power in the region?
Thank you. Actually, we've been in this pandemic for more two plus years, and find out that the sectors affected by the regulation not to move is not all the economies. But if you divide the economy by big companies and small, medium, manufacturing, non-manufacturing, then more heavier influence on those non-manufacturing, small and medium size, especially sightseeing, hotels, transportation, all those things. And actually, last fiscal year, ending last March, shows that the Japanese government revenue is the record high. Maybe not because of the pandemic, because those sectors are not paying so many corporate tax could be. So it's not a big macroeconomic effect that they are making. So we have to be precisely what was the effect to the economy. So rather than just macroeconomy itself, we have to focus on those areas and people working for those areas to, so those people, so how to help them by using the wise expenditure. So, and at the same time, after this times COVID-19 is somehow we can get along with them. Maybe we will return to the normal life before the COVID-19, I think, because like using all those kind of virtual conference systems, living a little bit outside out of the cities, building some nice wooden houses, and we are trying this to decentralize the Tokyo metropolitan areas. So maybe we have to see the economy after this pandemic is something different and hopefully something better than this, and not afraid too much of this economic impact to the macroeconomy as a whole, but maybe we have to focus on who are the most affected people.
And Senator Shaheen, perhaps a slightly different twist to your question. Will the United States be so focused on building back better internally that it doesn't fulfill its potential to be a driver of economic growth in the Indo-Pacific?
Well, I certainly hope not. You know, our economy has bounced back. We've created a record number of jobs. It's growing faster than anybody thought. And I think that's good not just for the United States, but it's good for the Indo-Pacific. It's good for the world when economies are doing better. But supply chain issues still exist. We still don't have enough of certain elements like semiconductors that we really need. And we have grown too dependent on offshore manufacturing, so we've got to address that. But what I'm the most worried about is that despite all of those economic indicators and what the data shows, people are still really depressed and frustrated. And I think that's not just particular to the United States. You were talking about that to some extent as well, because of this pandemic. And so it's not just about the economic factors. We've got to think about how we can make sure that people understand that this is going to end, that we are going to put resources towards things like mental health, which is a huge challenge for us, particularly among young people, and that we're going to come out of this better. And again, this is another place where working together is going to help us do that.
Thank you so much. I think Minister Hayashi earlier said that Japan was shy and didn't want to blow its own horn. Let not the modesty of those on this panel prevent us from giving them a huge round of applause for a very scintillating discussion.